Yes, ready to start. Rosemary?
Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Council. Welcome to the Reconvene of Vancouver City Council special meeting of Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020. I am sitting in as chair today as the mayor is on a leave of absence due to civic business. So bear with me, this is my first virtual chairing of the meeting. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia. Emergency Program Act, updated ministerial order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of the meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate you getting back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly is in the chair. Councillor Kubiang. Councillor Kubiang, you have quorum, Chair Bly.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. So the purpose of this special council meeting is to receive a staff presentation on the 2021 capital and operating budget and related reports, and then to hear from speakers. We heard from staff yesterday at the beginning of this meeting, and we've heard up to speaker number 85 last night. We will continue with speaker 86 this morning, who I believe is not on the line, so we will start with speaker 87. 87 is Caleb Morrison. Caleb, are you on the line?
Chair Bly?
Yes.
If you could just go over the plan for the rest of the day before we get to the speakers.
Apologies, jumped ahead there. I'm so excited to hear from the speaker. Okay, here we go. Council will debate the 2021 capital operating budget at the council meeting on December 8th, 2020. Council will recess from 12 to 1 and then finish this meeting today at 5 p.m. for a dinner break before we convene for the public hearing at 6. Council will continue to hear from speakers tomorrow, Thursday, December 3rd, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. Before we begin to hear from speakers, I would like to note the following. I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members may ask questions of speakers for up to 3 minutes following their presentation. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and to follow along at Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, as a pilot for the next few months, we will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier and give them an opportunity to speak. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver and if it is not noted on the speakers list. Finally, in accordance with the updated ministerial order from the provincial health officer, I would like to remind those attending the meeting today in person at City Hall to comply with the order by wearing masks at all times. We will now hear from speaker number 87 on the public speaker section of the speakers list. The speaker is Caleb Morrison.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, go ahead. Councillor Genova. Councillor Genova, you're cutting in and out.
Let's see if this helps. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can
Chair
hear you.
Bly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I will work on my Wi-Fi issues after, but my point of parliamentary procedure is I was just hoping that you might remind all speakers, regardless of their views on the budget, to please note our procedure bylaws and be respectful in their comments, not only to each other, but also to our staff or any other organizations or people noted in their presentations.
Okay, will do. Thank you. Appreciate that comment, Councillor DeGenova. So speaker number 87, Caleb Morrison.
Should I start?
Yes, hello. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm Caleb Morrison. I'm calling from Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Territory. I've lived here all my life. I'm a white settler, queer and trans person. I'm a community organizer, a small business owner, and a former supported housing worker. So I bring this lens. First of all, big yes and congrats for passing the motion the other day to move towards decriminalizing civil possession of illicit substances. This is very exciting, and I think this budget can move towards more decriminalization. I'm calling today, though, to urge Council to follow through on the direction to fund more community initiatives. I've been listening to the calls and hearing a lot about protecting small businesses, and while I love small businesses, obviously, they're not people, and I don't, it's weird to hear it sort of obscured with people's lives and protecting businesses, and whose safety are we talking about here? People who own businesses are often really great people, but they don't get displaced by police. They are not the butt of jokes. They are not criminalized for using public space. So I don't want to obscure the issues. All is important for a strong city. So I'm encouraging council to go in the direction that they were talking about in the summer, and I'm calling for some of these funds to be taken from the police budget, as you've heard many other people say. But I know that this movement has been started to be dismissed, and when you hear those words, people shut down. But this is because of the narrative that the police is putting out. They don't want to be defunded. They're not going to try to defund themselves. They're going to fearmonger. They're going to obscure the stats, and the media is going to jump on this. The media is taking their word for it. They're not listening to people who are in the situations of being policed. We've all seen, most of us have seen cops displace people. We have seen police target people. We've heard these stories. So the stats, they're questionable, and we know what cops do, and we know right now, instead of pursuing community safety, they're creating units that maybe are the literal definition of criminalizing poverty. Howard Chow talked about creating this unit to move people from doorways, to deal with people who are using drugs. Maybe this is going to be in the encyclopedia next year about the VPD criminalizing poverty. This is such the blatant definition of this, and this is what City Council has talked about not doing. So what have we seen the police do with their budget in the past? They've militarized themselves. They have the Black Darts Chargers now that are zip up and down the streets, when before they had the white Crown Victoria big cars. Now we see them at community events with assault rifles. That wasn't the norm. This is what VPD uses their money for, and it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. It is not evidence based. It's based in a rhetoric. And they talk about the defund folks who are trying to support community safety and real community strength, and they say that's rhetoric. They're directing the direction they're going is based in rhetoric as well, and it's othering, it's divisive, it's hateful, it's violent, and it just doesn't work. We can see that in the displacement of Oppenheimer to Crab Park to Strathcona. It doesn't work. These initiatives don't work, and now people in Strathcona are complaining and asking for more cops when the cops are the people that cause the problem and then the problem is in no housing. So the solutions are, I think, pretty clear, and I think if we all admit it, we know that the solutions are clear. It's not to create more, to fund people with guns to possibly harm people, and not even possibly. We know that somebody was killed, literally murdered by the cops last week in Tim Hortons. They're protecting property. They're protecting Tim Hortons over somebody's life. And why aren't we talking about that the whole time? Anyways, I know we have some power here, and I know you feel like their funds are limited, but now is the time. Like, we're in the middle of multiple pandemics, of 1,694th day of the overdose emergency, and then we're in the middle of the COVID pandemic. Now, why don't we make now the time for change, to put money in the hands of Black and Indigenous groups? This is the time we can do it, and I know there are some funds available, and we can also create a new initiative. Funding can go towards new initiatives, and this is a long-term solutions that we can do now. There could be so many incredible initiatives popping up if there were resources available. And again, I'm up for questions if there are questions.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, because we are here on the entire budget, are there specific parts of the budget that you do support that you could speak to? Parks and Recreation, engineering, any specific neighborhoods where you feel that it would be best to direct these funds in Vancouver?
Well, I was really interested in what I forget her name, the CEO of the director of Wish was talking about yesterday about Kingsway, and how that is sort of a forgotten area, an excluded area. I think there's a lot of focus on the downtown community side, which is obviously very important, but providing services in other areas of the city, like Kingsway, where there's sex workers who aren't feeling safe, there aren't services there. I think that is very important, and I think there are amazing initiatives that the city is funding. You know, like we are looking into more housing. We are looking into language revitalization. So I think there are things like that. And I am not the best person for super specifics. I see community members policed, and I see the amazing strength of community organizations like Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction. And I see them do just speaking truth and sharing stories. And I see, Black Lives Matter Vancouver speaking out, and I see all the incredible initiatives that are under the surface in my community, in the queer community. And if they had more funds, it would be a powerful thing to see. The groups are out there, and it's not just in the downtown east side. And I think that kind of obscures the issues as well. It's more complex than that.
Thanks so much. I did have one more question, and it was regarding housing and homelessness. And I should say, you don't have to answer any of my questions if you don't want to. I mean, that's for all speakers, but I'm going to ask it because I'm also receiving some correspondence, as is all of council, talking about how this tax increase, if we do move forward and vote on a tax increase, would affect renters, especially considering the province only allows 2.2% increases, which is basically inflation increases to rent. So if the homeowner is making up the difference, there are people who are concerned about being evicted, or their landlord, because there's a difference that needs to be made up there. And then when someone moves out, they can re-rent that housing. So to people who are living in poverty, but just above the line of where they'd need to be to get sort of on the not only the assistance program, but to get the $375 a month, which isn't very much for housing. What do you say to that? Do you have any advice as to how we should structure?
Okay, we're out of time. Unfortunately, there's only 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry.
So
I had
we've not left
forgotten
any
that
time.
it wasn't 5. My
Okay.
apologies. Maybe Councillor Dominato will pick that up. Thanks.
Perhaps. Okay, I'll advance Councillor Dominato to ask questions of the speaker. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, and thank you for calling in today and sharing your perspective. I think it's an important dialogue, and I've referenced this in some other questions around sort of a paradigm shift. But I just wanted to pick up on, you had highlighted specifically the incident at Tim Hortons and in the context of police brutality and an altercation there. And I just wanted to confirm, were you aware that that's actually currently being independently investigated, that incident?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear the information, and I mean, it's hard to have hope for that, to be honest. Like, I really hope that we'll hear what happened, and it's really just so disheartening to see immediately in only two small media outlets that the person was agitated, and that they're aggressive. Like, how disappointing is that? Like, I mean, as a housing worker, as a community member, how many times have I met with and spoken with agitated people? Like, it's like a slap in the face to healthcare workers and peer workers who this is their job. Like, this is they have people who are upset for good reason, and they speak with them as person, and as cops, they say the person was agitated and that ends up in death. And this happens all over the place. We know that multiple people get killed by cops, and this is what is used as the excuse. And so I have cautious hope that independent investigators will uncover this and tell the story, and I hope that can provide more clarity. But this is a murder. Somebody was murdered, and I don't know why we're not talking about this more, and I don't understand why this is not a bigger deal. This
I don't have no. Okay, so so I think there's an investigation ongoing. We actually don't know the results of that investigation at this point, but I wanted to shift and just ask you about the sort of broader paradigm shift. And the province is undertaking a Police Act review right now, and my understanding is, as part of that review, because it sort of governs our policing framework both in Vancouver and across the provinces, that they'll be looking at mental health and addictions in the context of policing and making recommendations around that. Do you see an opportunity for the province to play a greater role in funding these critical roles like they're doing in Toronto around mental health clinicians and outreach workers that go to respond to mental health concerns in the community? And because right now I understand VCH has really struggled to provide the sort of adequate supports in that area in terms of those outreach teams. And I'm just wondering if you see an opportunity for a bigger role for the province.
Well, absolutely, but I don't want this to be a passing of the buck. Like, I absolutely, it has to be, multi levels. There has to be. I know the city doesn't have as much money as the provinces, and the city doesn't have provinces have as much money as the federal government. But I feel like this is often a passing of the buck, and I feel like municipalities need to take accountability for what they can do. But and then also with the mental health thing.
That's the end of the time there. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
calling.
That's the end
of your questions. I want to thank you for speaking to council today, and we will be moving to our next speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker number 88, Noah Duransode.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, we can hear you. You've got 5 minutes to address council, and your time is starting now. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Hi, councillors. Good morning. My name is Noah Duranceau. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've lived here for 24 years. I'm going to have to keep this as quick as possible because I'm actually on a break from work. I just want to say that having reviewed the budget, I'd like to oppose the amount of funding that the VPD is receiving. I'm urging council to follow up in the movement that they were going in this summer to fund communities. Community safety should be a #1 priority. The VPD already has such a high budget. And how is this keeping our vulnerable communities safer? I haven't really seen any evidence that a higher police budget keeps people in the community actually safer. Vulnerable communities should be listened to, invested in, and be less policed. Like the previous speaker said, we shouldn't be funding people to be more armed. I don't see how that will be helpful in any way. We're in the middle of a pandemic, overdoses at an all-time high. This would be a great time to move forward and make some tangible changes that will make Vancouver a better city for everyone. I think that a lot of the budget is actually pretty great. I like the commitment to creating more affordable housing, but I wish there was more funding to community organizations, things like community centers, libraries, more affordable housing, and then mental health and addiction services. Okay, I think that's actually all I have time for. I just want to say thank you for listening, and I hope that Vancouver can become a place of change and a place that cares for their vulnerable communities.
Thank you very much, and thanks for speaking to council today. There's no questions for you at this time. Our next speaker is speaker number 89, Partap Sahota.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Have 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you great.
Yeah. Thank you for letting us have the opportunity to have our voice heard. My name is Partap Sahoda, and I work at the Collingwood Community Policing Center, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver. We do not think that the VPD budget should be cut. I'm going to mention two things. First of all, we would like to show our support for the Vancouver Police Department at this time, and also I'm going to talk a little about our Collingwood CPC, and that in Vancouver we have this unique model of community policing, and that 9 out of the 11 community policing centers are nonprofit organizations. We feel that the cut will affect our community. This could negatively impact the VPD's ability to respond to calls and address crime and public disorder in our communities. We realize that the opioid crisis and homelessness are major problems in Vancouver and that the province of British Columbia. We completely support that the fact that these issues have to be addressed. We feel that cutting police services will lead to more crime and public disorder. Currently, VPD is already understaffed, and with the formation of the Surrey Police Department looming and more retirements coming in the next year, the number of officers would even be lower. That being said, now I'm going to talk a little about the Collingwood Community Policing Center and how our CPC in Vancouver are unique from other CPCs in other jurisdictions in the way we do things. The Collingwood CPC was a desire by the community to address the high crime rate in the Renfrew-Collingwood area in the 90s. We have a catchment of about 150,000 people, which include Killarney, Cedar Cottage, Champlain Heights, Fraserview, Renfrew, and Mount Pleasant. Unlike their counterparts in other cities, the Collingwood CPC is not a satellite police station. It is operated, staffed, and governed by members of the community. The Collingwood Community Policing Center was the first community policing center in Vancouver and opened its doors in April 1994. The purpose of the Collingwood CPC is to educate the community about crime and safety issues and to actively involve them in community-based solutions in partnership with the Vancouver Police Department and other stakeholders. Our objective is to empower the community so that they play a major role to help make changes that have a positive effect on the community. Like our community, we have a diverse volunteer base. We have over 200 volunteers from all different backgrounds and abilities that come from many parts of the world, and English is not their first language. Many speak a second language. Also, some people have a distrust of police because they come from countries where police are not known for helping the community. Being able to communicate in their language helps us communicate with the different communities, but also gain their trust. Not only are our volunteers representative of the community, they are part of the community they serve. The police can't be everywhere all the time. That's where community policing helps to fill the gap. Our volunteer community patrols assist VPD patrols by patrolling problem areas. They engage with the public and listen to their concerns, educate citizens on the resources that are available, and bring back information so staff and neighborhood police officers can follow up. Patrols make reports to the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver Police Department and other stakeholders. We feel that cutting police services at this time will lead to more crime and public disorder. Compared to other catchments in the City of Vancouver, we feel fortunate that most of our businesses are not boarded up like the ones on Hastings and downtown. It is with the help of the officers and that we work with the community and our volunteers that we have been able to maintain the lowest crime rates in our catchment in the City of Vancouver. We feel cuts to service will impact our community. During the pandemic, we have remained open. Our neighborhood police officers, staff, and volunteers have continued to provide services to our community, such as making sure our community has access to food, making sure our programs are running to help keep low crime rates and public make sure there's no public disorder. I'm open to questions.
That's great. And you do have questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Questions from Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr. I'll advance you in the queue.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for taking the time, Mr. Sahoda, for being here and your work there. I wonder if you could tell me what you think is the perhaps sort of most effective program, or the program or activity of your community policing center that you feel the most proud of, or you think has had the most impact?
Well, they serve a different purpose. Some are more like we have the movie nights, and that's to engage the public. We have the large movie nights, and That's do it in certain problem areas. We do a movie night. We get the neighborhood to come out, and the importance of that is getting neighbors to know each other, so that they look out for each other and get to know each other, and play a part in keeping their community safe.
And okay, that's great. And how would you say the work you do at the Community Policing Center differs from the work that the VPD in general does?
Well, we don't do enforcement. We are like our patrols will go out, pick up needles. They will engage with people, and depending what the person's concern is, we'll refer them to police, or we will refer them to the tenancy office. I mean, depending on what the situation is. There's many other organizations. If we talk to a homeless person, we will ask them if they want a place. We'll get a homeless outreach worker to talk to them.
Great. Thanks for those details. I appreciate it very much.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Carr. And actually, I have a question, Mr. Sahota. My question is regarding training. Can you give us just a snapshot of what the training looks like that you go through to be a communication officer?
Well, the idea is that we engage with the public. So we are not in enforcement. So we encourage our volunteers when they're even doing community patrols to engage people, to talk to them, ask about their concerns, document them, see how we can help them. If they don't have the answer, they'll bring it back to the office, and our police officers or the staff will follow up.
Right, but just to be clear, I'm just curious, what is the advanced training that you get before going out to do that work?
Well, the police officers and even the staff, we will, they are volunteers, and if people are they won't talk to people. If people don't want to talk to them, that's fine. They will say thank you, have a nice day. But the idea is to engage the public, and if people are hostile, we do not engage them. And we find that in our community that people are very receptive, because we had the highest crime rate in the city at one time in the early 90s. Now we have the lowest crime rate. So the people in our community, which is a large catchment, are very receptive to us. We actually have a satellite dish, a satellite office at the Broadway Fraser, the Vancouver Native Housing building. We have patrols running out of there, and they asked us to move in because they like the kind of work we did, and we've been there for years. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you. Yes, thanks so much for speaking to council today. There's no further questions for you. So next we have speaker number 90, Clara Salter.
Hello.
Hi there. We can hear you great. You have 5 minutes to address council. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, council, for hearing from me. My name is Clara Salter. I've been a resident of Vancouver for 8 years now. I've lived in a variety of neighborhoods, but right now I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm opposed to the proposed budget. I think there's a lot of good things in it, but I'm opposed to it because 21% of the budget, I believe, is far too much for the VPD. It does not reflect council's prior motion to deprioritize policing and fund community safety. It doesn't reflect, in my view, the nature of the crises that we are facing. The pandemic is a health crisis, first and foremost. The opioid crisis is a health crisis, first and foremost. The housing crisis is an equity crisis. And I don't see, when I look in the city, I don't see a crisis of criminality and crime. And so I don't think that law enforcement should be where we allocate that much of the budget in light of what we're actually seeing. And I've heard, I've been listening to some of the calls, and I've heard a lot of people talking about a sense of safety or feeling safe, and even talking about issues of cleanliness, which I feel that's a very different question from tangible personal safety. People's feelings are really valid, and I never want to undermine somebody's feelings, but I do just want to remind council and mayor and others who are listening that, people's lives are on the line here, and I know you guys already know that, but I do just want to, raise that perspective that when we're talking about allocating millions of dollars, this is a matter of life and death for some people, not a matter of cleanliness. So as long as we're talking about a sense of safety, though, in my neighborhood, there have been anecdotally an increase in break-in entries, which of course is disturbing. So my first response as a resident when I hear that is that people are just so desperate right now, and they need help. They need support. And increasing officers in my neighborhood wouldn't make me feel safer. What would make me feel safer right now is knowing that people who are struggling financially, struggling with their mental health, knowing that they have access to housing, to social support, to resources provided by their own communities. More officers in my neighborhood is not going to help me feel safer. With that said, as long as we're talking about balancing the budget and putting aside that, I think deprioritizing policing is the right thing to do in this historical moment. I do also genuinely believe that reducing funding for police just makes prudent financial sense. For better or worse, social workers and paramedics and other service providers are paid less than police, and they use less expensive equipment and resources and supplies, and I think that they're more successful in their response dealing with certain populations. So it just kind of, when I think about where to allocate resources, that just makes more financial sense to me. When I do have like two kind of ideas in mind when I say that makes more sense. My sister's worked in social housing for a long time, and so she's seen instances where paramedics show up and will de-escalate somebody who's experiencing mental health challenges or maybe has become violent and agitated. They do an incredible job de-escalating the situation, and then a few minutes later, the police show up and the person becomes agitated and afraid again. And so hearing stories like that from so many people who work in social services just makes me think that, maybe we need to distribute the workload differently. A previous caller who was a frontline officer said that he feels overworked. And I agree. I think we need to be a little bit more creative with how we distribute the workload among service providers. I think that we are asking too much of police officers, and we need to distribute that burden more evenly between other frontline workers who have different expertise. But we can only do that if they're funded accordingly. So that's what I would like to see in the budget. I think it just makes sense. And
okay.
Thank you.
You've got another 15 seconds to wrap up.
I don't have too much more to say. I think that it's also, to me, a question of who runs the city. Does the police board run the city, or does council decide where resources go?
Okay, we're right at 5 minutes. Thank you very much for speaking to council. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate coming to council. Our next speaker is speaker 91, Christian Pollock.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. I unfortunately didn't get to prepare as much as I wanted to for the past couple of days, but I'll just try and say what I want to say based on the information I have. So I oppose the budget in the sense that it doesn't, as far as I understand, include the money for the decriminalizing poverty motion that Councillor Swanson put forward and was passed in July. And honestly, from my perspective, that seems incredibly, it makes it seem like the passing of that in July was incredibly performative by the council if their money's not being put forward to it now. Like, that was passed at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement in the summer, and now only 5 months later, that money isn't there. And that just seems very, very wrong to me. I don't understand how that could happen. In addition to that, I just think the VPD asking for more money is totally off. I'm a frontline worker on the downtown east side. From that experience, it's my view, I guess, that it's not just a matter of increasing the amount of money that community organizations are getting, like the amazing work that WISH and others do. Because in order for them to do their work to the greatest amount, at least, to have the most net benefit, we actually need to defund VPD too, because they undermine the work that they're doing. It's not, it's not just about organizations getting more. They decrease the net benefit that those organizations provide. And I've seen them be violent many, many times with community members. And in particular, the new unit that I think, as far as I understand, isn't happening anymore, but that was announced a few weeks ago, and just that anyone in the VPD leadership could think that was a good idea was really shocking. And they explicitly talked about the new unit displacing people, like in front of storefronts, and like harassing people in parks. And just the fact that this was even an idea really makes me think that this is an organization, a department we should absolutely not be funding and diverting all funds to community organizations. And that's all I'll say about the policing portion of it. And then I know there's been some discussion on the increasing taxation and the effect that might have on tenants, and any potential negative effect it could have on tenants. I've been fortunate to do some tenant organizing this year, and it is 100% my view that if we want to raise revenues without putting that burden on tenants or people in poverty, vacancy control is the only option. It's a very, very simple option, very, very effective. And I know right now there's like a rent freeze to a degree, but we need the rent control in between tenancies when people move. Obviously, that happens a lot, and that's where our affordable housing stock is being lost. So if that's an issue that we're worried about, vacancy control is a very simple option. And beyond that, if there's still concerns about revenues, a progressive property tax is also what we need, not just one across the board. If we have a progressive one, then we can ensure that it's only the wealthiest homeowners who are actually giving a hefty amount of money for the city to implement its programs. So yeah, those are the only two things I wanted to talk about. Thank you for your time. Happy to take questions if there are any.
Yes, you do have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll advance you now. You have 3 minutes to ask your questions and for answers. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just unmuting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming to speak today. I just have one simple clarification question for you. And you had said that we should actually defund the PD. Can you just clarify, do you mean reduce or do you mean eliminate the Vancouver PD when you say that? Just looking for some clarity there.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I know there's differing opinions on what that should be. I think in terms of the work that council should do, it should absolutely be defunded. I know there are cities around the country and around the world that are defunding. I would eventually love to see the VPD abolished in other police departments around the world. But I think right now, in terms of the tangible work council should do, I think it should be a massive defund for sure.
Okay, but ultimately you'd like to see abolishment.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, I just want that clarification. Thank you for speaking.
For sure.
Thank you very much. That is all your questions. Thank you for coming to speak to council.
Great, thank you.
Next speaker is speaker number 92, Renee Calvert.
Yes, hello.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Renee, and I've lived in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples since 2014. Thank you for your time and attention, and apologies for my cat and the yard work going on outside. I want to give you a human perspective on the lives of people living with homelessness and drug addiction by telling you a story about my little brother. We adopted Austin just before he turned 2, when his biological mother, my cousin, went missing. At only 19 months old, he was scared, violent, unstable, and deeply traumatized. He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder at age 8, which, we learned later, had been exacerbated by early post-traumatic stress disorder from witnessing his mother's brutal murder when he was only 1 year old. Throughout his childhood, my parents did their best to provide for him, support him, and teach him a good foundation of values. But my parents aren't magicians and should not have been expected to completely heal the deep scar of early childhood trauma within him. They gave him every ounce of love and support they had, but they needed help from the community too. That help was not there. You would be amazed and furious to find out how limited the resources for kids like him are. He certainly was. Frustrated, angry, upset that my parents couldn't fix everything for him, and unequipped to help himself, Austin eventually turned to drugs and crime. He's 22 now. He has been in and out of prison half a dozen times in the last 4 years. He wants very badly to turn his life around. But once he is released from prison, it is mere days before all the promised support vanishes. Mental health and detox programs don't have enough beds. Community halfway housing is at capacity. Organizations that support learning job skills don't have the funds to help him. Faith-based organizations reject him for his coarse language and manners and impulsivity. Now, Austin lives in Kansas in the United States, and I've heard many speakers state that Vancouver is not the United States. But as someone who has lived and worked in both countries, they're not that different. It is irresponsible for Canadians to pretend that they are somehow better than America with regard to ableism and racism and disenfranchisement, when Black and Indigenous people regularly die in the custody of Canadian police as well. People just like Austin are found not only in America. You could probably go over to one of the many tent cities in Vancouver right now and find several someones with a similarly tragic history of disenfranchisement. It is so easy to dismiss people like my brother as criminals, as being born that way, as bad actors, as lost causes, as irredeemable. But what kind of sad, miserable, heartless world must we live in where we can so easily give up on and shun those who need the loving support of the community to rehabilitate their lives? People who commit crimes are still human beings and deserve to be treated as such, both by police and by the community. There is a wealth of studies conducted that show when people are supported according to their unique needs, cared for, enabled to provide for their own needs, and given the resources to thrive, they thrive. It is a misunderstanding that defund the police means the elimination of the police. The police have a role to serve, but we've given them responsibilities and powers beyond that scope that they've chosen to abuse. What we are asking the City Council to consider, perhaps, is that the police don't need to do everything, and that the budget shouldn't treat the police like they are expected to do everything. As the saying goes, when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. When every problem is a nail, people in crisis are treated like criminals. Homelessness, opioids, mental health crises, and even just bored teenagers causing vandalism. These are problems that with proper community support and funding from the city could be managed in a way that seeks not to punish, but to rehabilitate and heal and change lives. Community-based efforts in decriminalization have been proven time and again to work. You can find examples all over the world where decriminalization, de-escalation, and rehabilitation improved crime rates. There are organizations within our very city, many of whom you have already heard from and will hear from later today, who are primed and ready to go and who could make a difference in Vancouver. It is ludicrous of the Vancouver Police Department to request more money in a time when every other department and program in the city has been asked to cut back. The city is clearly hurting economically, socially, and in many other ways, but it is ignorant to assume that just because the police make property owners and the wealthy feel quote-unquote safe, that the same applies to Vancouver's more marginalized citizens. You have more tools at your disposal than just hammers. I would like the City Council to consider what other resources are available, revisit the budget, and see where funds could be reallocated to community-based efforts that will eliminate the circumstances that cause individuals to resort to crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to Council. You do not have any questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak and sharing your perspective.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Next speaker is speaker number 94, Mandy Moshlin. Is that
hello?
Speaker? Hi there.
Hi. Sorry. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you fine. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. My name is Mandy Mocklin, and I've lived in the city for 20 years, which is now half my life. I've lived and worked in every area of the city by now, and I'd like to take a moment to thank you, first of all, for listening to me. And I'm going to right off the bat, I oppose the increase to the VPD's budget. One of my coworkers said to me recently that I once had a cop tell me that if you don't see the thing on my belt that will solve your problem, then you called the wrong person. Meanwhile, VPD Constable Tanya Visinton, in an interview with the Daily Hive, was quoted as saying, "Our officers are trained in a number of situations, so we aren't willing to give up a level of public safety we provide without the proper discussions." It would appear that those proper discussions might be something the VPD would rather avoid because it's becoming blatantly obvious that what is in the average officer's tool belt is not actually appropriate in a number of situations. And you know what, that's fine, because the police should not have to be trained for every possible situation, because they shouldn't be expected to handle every possible situation. Why is the VPD the one we expect to handle everything? It's because they're the only ones who are funded to do so. Access to safe, culturally responsive mental health care has been defunded, while policing budgets have increased year after year. Child care support, education, social support, local restorative justice services, employment programs, access to recreational facilities, community-directed public investment, peer-based programming. There is no money for these services because instead it's all being funneled into the already bloated VPD budget. The VPD refused to take a 1% cut to their budget. 1% during a pandemic when we desperately need those funds for social services that can save people's lives. You yourself said yesterday that we will burn through the budget reserves in 2021 and we cannot depend on revenue. We could redistribute from the VPD very easily, just 1%, but they're not willing to give it up. You'd think that just for optics' sake they would take that cut, but no. That speaks volumes about their priorities. The VPD as a system, not as people, does not care about the people of Vancouver. If we need further proof, we can look only to the words of our own Chief Palmer yesterday morning as compared to the well-thought-out, evidence-backed presentations by the fire department, city utilities, and the Vancouver Public Library, all of whom deserve funding that is currently going to the VPD. It's been well documented by dozens of independent studies that the police as a group operate on a very us versus them mentality. This is exacerbated by long, hard hours and immense psychological stress, and that can bring out the worst in people. This, combined with being raised in a racist, sexist society and socialized in a violent work atmosphere, makes intolerant behavior pretty much inevitable. So when somebody tells me they're increasing the police budget again, what I hear, and what obviously many of us hear, is that they're giving the police bigger salaries than teachers and nurses so they can go out and harass Indigenous people, people of color, queer people, the mentally ill, and people experiencing homelessness. We're paying them more money to act as security guards for the rich. And that's not what the police are supposed to do. And I honestly like to believe that is not why people choose to become police officers. You talked about pressure to clean up the streets, that the VPD is the sole solution to the problem, and they are not. Defunding the police does not mean an elimination of police funding. It means that we stop overfunding them, redistribute the city budget so that we can work on the root issues that cause crime in the first place. The Department of Justice has stats from up to 20 years ago stating that tackling risk factors is more effective in stopping crime than relying solely on policing. Actions encouraging the social development of children, youth, families, and actions aiming to reduce opportunities for victimization, those have all produced excellent results. These measures also generate economic benefits for various government sectors. More people are employed, so there's more taxable income, more housing is rented, increasing residency rates, as well as economic investment in the community. Demand for criminal justice services will decrease. The VPD is a Band-Aid solution, and we are bleeding out. I've heard many small business association heads speak yesterday about their need for the VPD, and you know what? I don't dispute that that's true. I've worked in retail. I freely acknowledge that we do need law enforcement. I simply maintain that they do not need a budget increase in order to do their job. Structurally, we've all been set up to fail because we keep pouring money into a system that has glaring flaws that we can no longer ignore. I call upon the Council to act with the people's best interest in mind and absolutely refuse to increase the police budget. I understand that it's a very frightening time to try what you've dubbed new initiatives, but I can say with confidence that clinging desperately to what does not work is only going to hurt us more. Do not increase the police budget. Choose instead to protect all of your citizens. Please redistribute some of these funds to help those who are most in need. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That was perfect timing. Thank you for coming to address council. There are no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to speak.
Thank you.
Next, we have speaker number 96, Kirk Chantrain. Speaker number 96.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Kirk Chantrain, and I've lived and worked in Vancouver for a cumulative total of 17 years. Currently, I live and work in Gastown. I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you on the unceded and traditional lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Thank you for having me speak to City Council. In speaking to Council today, I'd like to make it very clear that I oppose the current budget and allocation to the Vancouver Police Department due to their contrived use of funds and approach to policing, as demonstrated in the report, quote unquote, our community in need, in addition to their daily actions. With regard to the report, it is bloated to the point of obfuscation. How much did it cost to make this report, which only tells us the police are doing very little in the realm of homelessness, mental health, and substance use? It reeks of cleverness hiding reality with meaningless statistics drawn from non-representational quantification, such as numbers spanning years, small focus groups, and excessive repetition of placating language and self-congratulatory rhetoric. Amidst the report is no accountability for the investment in
privilege. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
At the beginning of this session, we talked about appropriate levels of speech in people's talks.
It is a point of order.
Point of order, then. I'm hearing language here that I find inflammatory, yes. And I'd like the chair to rule or act on this, please.
Yes, I'm going to, I appreciate that, Councillor Hardwick. I need you to quote the section from the procedure bylaw as part of our process. And in the meantime, while you do that, I will caution the speaker to speak to the merits of the budget and the report and avoid any inflammatory language towards any one group.
6.1b.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for the inflammatory language. Is there anything in particular that I could address?
I think best to continue with your remarks, but just keep in mind to be sensitive to or caution around any inflammatory language towards any one group.
Okay, it'd be great to get clarity on the inflammatory language, but I'll continue. Amidst the report is no accountability for the investment in relocation of the homeless camp in Oppenheimer Park, and their noted cost of, quote, related bylaw enforcement, end quote. All throughout the report, there's no sense, there's a sense that they are a public health service. They emphasize the fraction of calls to police for mental health, which should not be a policing matter anyway. They are leveraging a conflation of roles. They emphasize a small number of possession charges, but what cost of policing is devoted to the drug manufacture and distribution they speak of, where their efforts are supposedly invested more heavily? What are the results of that investment? They write, and I quote, the Vancouver Police Department, VPD, is recognized as a leader in Canadian and North America for its progressive approach to social issues, including mental health, homelessness, addictions, policing philosophy towards sex work, and engaging marginalized communities, end quote. There is no source or sources listed for this recognition. They go on to say, quote, the VPD recognizes that crime prevention cannot occur without successful partnerships with the community groups and other government organizations, end quote. But how can the VPD effectively partner if their budget overtakes all partner budgets? There have been 14 homicides so far this year to be policed, compared to over 100 overdose deaths a month for the last several months that other underfunded services are struggling to address. This is over 1,000 deaths so far this year, compared to 14. The VPD noted that over $1 million spent on calls for which, quote, may or may not have needed police attendance, end quote. First, may or may not is not an acceptable argument for the definitive judgment on the later statement. There is, quote, there is no current program/community resource in existence that could have attended in lieu of police, end quote. Second, there will never be a program/community resource in existence until the city releases funds from the VPD to allow these required services to exist. They note homelessness is, quote, society's failure to adequately support those most vulnerable and marginalized, end quote. But the VPD are occupying these funds that should be directed to homelessness and are thereby marginalizing the homeless and needy themselves. The section on substance use on page 7 reiterates the VPD's role as unnecessary middle party to essential services and a complete lack of justification for any work to fight an incoming toxic supply. They additionally note, quote, significant strides have been made in the areas of mental health, homelessness, substance use issues, and sex work over the past decade, end quote. First, there's no data to support this claim.
That's your time there at 5 minutes, Mr. Centrain.
Does that
So
include the interruption?
That interruption was about 15 seconds, so I'm not sure if you have a final remark you'd like to make in that time. That would be fine.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you at this time.
Point of
Great,
procedure,
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I do understand that some speakers who may be coming to council may not be aware of our code of conduct and our rules, and I was just wondering if you might be willing to read out 6.1b just for those listening, so that they know what that is, so that they can avoid it. As the last speaker said, they weren't sure what that had meant exactly.
Okay, I think the last speaker. Yeah, sure. I'll look that up. I appreciate that suggestion. And I believe the last speaker wanted to know exactly what he had said, not necessarily what was under the 6.1b, but I can look that up and consider reading that out. But first we'll move to the next speaker.
I just sent it to you. Thanks, Councillor Black.
Oh, I have that on hand. I have that on hand. Thank you very much. So speaker number 97, Dalia Israel.
Thank you so much for having me be able to speak and for your time today, Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your time starts now.
Wonderful, thanks. So my name is Dalia Israel. I'm the Executive Director at WAVA Rape Crisis Center. WAVA Rape Crisis Center is BC's largest rape crisis center and is located in Vancouver City. We are very busy during COVID. As we know, COVID-19 is a pandemic, but the shadow pandemic is one of sexual violence that has been ongoing and happening for many, many years. So today I want to acknowledge that WAVA provides support services on the ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And also that I am also, and WAVA is also standing on the shoulders and in solidarity with our local sector who have also spoken in the past day and a half. So what we want to speak to today is about the redistribution of workload and response to people. What we would like to see is council strategically ensuring that the decisions about the priorities that they want to fund encourage us to resist further militarization and domination as practices, and centers a response to people and centers humanity, autonomy, and dignity. So I wanted to also start by just congratulating Council for, over the past several years, the adoption of many of the recommendations from the OPAL Commission, for the adoption of many of the recommendations from the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit People. Also, the unanimous resolution of Motion 86 at the UBCM to secure funds for emergency sexual assault response services from the province. And also, most recently, the launch of the UN Safe Cities Initiative. WAVA's constituents comprise of all of these groups, and the survivors that we serve count on WAVA's services daily. What they also count on, though, is that they won't be sent back out into the world that has harmed them to begin with. And often the conditions that led to the sexual harm and the violence that our survivors that we serve experience are even more important to consider than the individuals that have caused harm. And so we want to ensure that the adoption of the recommendations and the implementation of positions within the city that have been made to start to address some of the conditions structurally that can lead to the conditions that cause sexual harm are reinvested in and continue to be seen as a priority for the city and not something that can be cut at the time when a budget is needing to be tightened or restrained. And so we're asking the city to consider prioritizing survivors, prioritizing Indigenous folks, sex workers, survivors of sexual violence, and ensuring that the city continues the UN Safe Cities Initiative so that they can have well-informed community initiatives that give direction on how to increase safety for women, girls, Two-Spirit, non-binary, and trans folks in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to Council today.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers list, we have speaker number 98, Richard Flynn.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to address Council, and your timer starts now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart, and thank you very much, Vancouver City Councilors, for listening to me today. My name is Richard Flynn. I'm in my early 40s. I have 2 kids and a wife. We live in Canby Village, and I'm wanting to advocate for the full funding of the police budget. I've been listening to a lot of the calls, and I've been reviewing the 2021 proposed budget. And my challenge, or what I'm proposing to Council, is the fact that we're in a pandemic, and crime is happening in my neighborhood and in other neighborhoods throughout the city. Housing is a serious problem, and the two are very much interlaced. However, there's areas in the budget, such as capital projects, other green initiatives, and other areas therein that, I mean, I think should be cut, outright cut, like zero funding, just for the 2021 budget. Vancouver is the envy of the world in many respects, and the efforts that the city has made to be able to be one of the greenest and sort of just really, really front-running thought spaces in that respect is fantastic. And I'm not saying just ride on our laurels, but I'm saying it's a pandemic. Vancouver Police and the housing is the priority, and we need to address it as such. The areas that could be cut, the people that are working in those areas, they're professionals. I mean, I've had to change jobs. I've been laid off in the pandemic. I've had to find new work. I'm resilient. And those people are professionals. They're resilient too. They will find work. I'm saying you have to look inward, and you have to find the money inside your organization. And you're going to have to make tough decisions. And I don't think you're making them with this budget. You know where the money needs to go: policing and housing. It doesn't go to these other projects, groups, etc. right at this moment. It's extraordinary circumstances, being a pandemic, and I think we need to budget as such. I've been listening to a lot of the other speakers that, you know, they have a lot of mistrust and a lot of problems with the police. You know, my opinion of that is that it's a lot of the actual legislation around what the police are actually allowed to do with respect to, you know, they can't enforce anything on private land. The owner has to call in and complain, which in many cases is the city. And there's they can't enforce bylaws now. That's not part of their mandate. And there's no street checks. So if they see someone who's looking like they could be, you know, distributing drugs or potentially armed, they can't do anything about it. So that all sort of compounds into a lot of the perception of people not feeling safe. That's my opinion, because what I'm seeing is that the thieves and the criminals that are going through my neighborhood, I mean, I'm at an all-time high because I'm the neighborhood bike fix-it guy. And when my kids and my neighbors and their kids' bikes get stolen, I'm the guy that has to fix up a junker so they can get to school on their bikes. I'm the guy who has to go over and fix up their shed when it gets broken into again and again. I'm the guy who has to listen to everybody in my neighborhood that says, I can't keep up with the amount of times my car's been broken into or someone's come on my property and stealing my stuff. And I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, police, every time I call them, they're on it, they're out, they're responsive, and they have the plan to make these community policing centers. I'm all for it. They have a good plan, they have a good organization, and they're working with the housing authority, the housing initiatives. Those are the things we need to focus on. Everything else should be cut. That's what I have to say. Do you have any questions for me, or do you have any suggestions for me?
Well, you do have Yes, fair enough. Thank you very much. You do actually have questions from two councillors. We'll start with Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes. And go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young. You may be on mute.
Sorry, my mute is sticky this morning. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to speak to council. I wanted to focus on your comments with respect to the overall budget. And what I hear you saying, and I just want to be clear, is that this is not a normal year, and you're suggesting that we really it's an approach of prioritization. And I heard you mention specifically things like core services and housing affordability. And I was interested in that because our survey that came back from residents identified those as sort of the two top priorities, and housing affordability, particularly for sort of younger demographics, and particularly sort of under 30, under 40. So is that what I hear you saying, that prioritize on core services and housing, which are what you feel are the greatest needs right now at this moment in time?
No, yeah, let me be specific. I'm referring to sort of temporary housing to help people that are living in encampments and living on the streets in the city, to try and get them into shelter, and like proper shelter, and with the services that they can potentially draw on to improve their situation. I'm not as far as studying and trying to figure out the whole housing affordability conundrum. I mean, that's got to be backburnered, and like studies like that and those types of efforts, the people that are doing that and the people that are waiting for answers on that, it's not the time to do it. I think that the crime level and the homelessness and the crime, the interlacing of those two things should be the primary focus of this budget.
So you're suggesting, what I hear you saying, is that if you can get people off the street and into homes and into housing, that's going to be good for them and good for everybody in the city, and alleviate some of the issues and the problems that are related to being in that situation and not having a home. Is that right?
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, is that these 11 community policing centers that are going to be run nonprofit in conjunction with the VPD are going to be centric around where these areas are going to, these temporary housing are going to be, and it's going to be a sense that, hey, you're not going to be able to commit crimes or do things that align around here, and that's the model I think that needs to be developed on, and that's how I think that the budget should be spent. I think that all other studies, all other initiatives, anything capital related, shelf it. I'm adamant, and I think you guys really need to look inward on this. And make tough decisions. It's going to be tough, but some of you are I'm recommending that you need to put your self-interest and your career interests aside. There's going to be work for you doing something, but now is not the time. This is a pandemic.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Next speaker, you have questions from Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. My question to you is, you were talking about our priorities. And when I think about our budget, we're looking at the budget here that we have before us. We also have forecasts, a 5-year capital plan. But as we continue to move forward, some of the items that council passed have multi-year budgets attached to them. And one of the ones we just dealt with was CEAP, which is the Climate Emergency Action Plans, which would come at a cost of $500 million, I understand, for implementation, and then tens of millions of dollars possibly afterwards, which was stated on page 65 of the report. Would you prefer to see that going to other initiatives, such as, what I'm saying is it just one specific area, or is it we should take everything and focus on, as you had mentioned, housing affordability and creating shelter or temporary homes at the very least for these people who are marginalized and vulnerable?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Listen, I'm adamant that all of these projects need to be shelved at the moment. I mean, yeah, you're wanting this place to be this sort of utopia of like for the world to look in on and say, hey, wow, look what Vancouver can do about their green initiatives and this and that. Listen, like, I'm trying to avoid buying single-use plastics. Like I said, I have 2 kids. We have 1 family vehicle, and I'm trying to run this family on a single tank of gas a month. Those are the things that are going to help the greenhouse gas and the environmental situation. Spending our budget and making me come up with another 5% of my property tax at this moment during a pandemic, when I've had to switch jobs, everybody else I know is in a crazy work situation, and that you want me to put up money for that right now, it seems absurd. Tell me I'm not absurd, please. It's just...
You're not absurd. First of all, I have a question for you, but you're not absurd, and I haven't voted on this yet, so please give me an opportunity to consider your comments and those of others.
Councillor DiGenova, you have just 30 seconds, so if you can ask your question.
Can I just ask quickly? I mean, what would this do to you, this 5% tax increase?
Listen, I'm at my wit's end. My wife and I are working hard. We're hard-working people, and listen, I just can't. You can't just say, "Here's staple another 5% on, and it's going to support this budget." And we've made this fancy document. Come on, it's time to put on your adult pants, everybody, and stand up and say, "Listen, we got to make some tough decisions. We can't ask the taxpayers."
I agree with you, and I just wanted to say thank you very much. Thank you for speaking.
Listen, thank you very much, City Council and Mayor Stewart and the City Clerk for responding and everyone else. Thank you.
Sure, you do have more questions.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Flynn, so much for being here. And you sound like a wonderful community person, repairing bikes for the people in your neighborhood, etc. So thank you for what you do for the community. Mr. Flynn, do you believe that there is a global climate emergency?
Listen, there's definitely a global climate emergency. I addressed it in how I live my life. I think that people in Vancouver are living their lives with that in mind. We're trying to make conscious decisions as consumers, as how we actually go through our day in and day out lives. And I'm not alone in that. I don't think it's the job of the city. I don't think it's the job of the city to address a global climate action initiative and paramount during a pandemic. Paramount.
So, Mr. Flynn, have you been following at all what the scientists are saying and the policymakers who are asking, this is from the international level to the national level to the provincial to the local, that every government must do its absolute level best to reduce as quickly as possible its own greenhouse gas emissions. You're doing it in your home and with your family, and that's wonderful. But there are things that we as a city can do. Scientists and policymakers all are saying we have to ramp it up because otherwise our children's future is at risk.
Listen, Councillor Carr, I know that my view might seem short-sighted, but please respect that it's a pandemic, and please respect that my immediate safety for my children lies more in the fact that when I take them to a park, they're going to be interacting with a tent city and people doing drugs in front of them, potentially doing lewd acts and exposing themselves, and that really much of my free time and my weekend spent right now is repairing property and damage from theft, where thieves that are going through my neighborhood are very, very comfortable. And I know that I might seem short-sighted in my view with respect to how the world is supposed to turn the corner on becoming an environmental focused community globally, worldwide. It's not the job of the city in the 2021 budget to take that on. Full stop.
Okay, I appreciate the fact that you've come to express your opinions, and we also as council are hearing from young people who speak to us to say, please act as a city, act in whatever capacity you are elected to, every jurisdiction. But I very much appreciate your response to my questions and also just what you do in your own life. Thank you.
Thanks. I should say I am young. I'm 43, and I have a degree in environmental science. I'm aware of what needs to be done. I'm saying we're in a pandemic. let's budget as such.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. We're at time. Do appreciate that's all the questions you have today, and we do appreciate you coming to address council.
Again, thank you very much for your interest and attention and everything you're doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have speaker number 99, Amelia Ridgway.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks very much. You have 5 minutes to address council, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for providing me with this opportunity to speak. And I would like to acknowledge that I'm a white settler on the beautiful unceded and stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My name is Amelia Ridgway, and I'm an Associate Director at Rain City Housing and Support Society. Rain City Housing is a nonprofit community service provider that has been working in the Vancouver community for over 30 years. We deliver supported and low-barrier housing, as well as operate outreach teams, an overdose prevention site, and several shelters around the Lower Mainland. I am speaking in support of the budget item for the funding of a drop-in center for sex workers along the Kingsway corridor. Over 10 years ago, Rain City operated a winter shelter along Broadway near Kingsway, and it was during the operation of this shelter that we first had the opportunity to meet and work alongside sex workers who regularly work in the Kingsway corridor. Over the course of the 2 years we operated the shelter on Broadway, we came to know and understand that there is a strong community of sex workers who have worked and continue to work in the area. Almost immediately, it was identified to us through our dialogue with sex workers in the area that a drop-in center that specifically is located along that corridor would be of huge benefit for a number of different reasons. It became clear to us very quickly that sex workers along the corridor were facing disproportionate exposure to violence and were often facing isolation due to lack of services in the area. Following the relocation of the Broadway winter shelter, Rain City was then able to move into operating the low-barrier housing at the Biltmore Hotel, where we continue to house sex workers from the Kingsway community. It was again through our work at the Biltmore that we began to get an even clearer picture of the barriers that sex workers are facing in that community. We often receive reports of sex workers experiencing bad dates and feeling extremely isolated in their work. At Rain City, we know through our many years of working alongside sex workers in the downtown east side through our work at the Vivian, increasing services and building safety networks happens through connections and community. We also know that sex workers are very able to articulate what they need from service providers. In the last year, we did some work with the City of Vancouver and Wishton Drop-In Center, where we surveyed sex workers along the Kingsway corridor. Throughout that direct dialogue and feedback with sex workers, it was identified that having a drop-in will do things like provide opportunities for safe refuge, counseling and support, referrals to other services and housing options, build connections between sex workers, have peer workers available who can offer support in ways that only those with lived experience can, deliver life-saving harm reduction services, including overdose prevention and reversal, and improve access to emergency services. Having a drop-in center will make a real and meaningful impact for sex workers in supporting their work to happen in safer ways. Most importantly, we believe that the center should be operated by and for sex workers. In a city that aims to work towards equity and inclusion for all of its citizens, some of the most marginalized and stigmatized voices are those of sex workers. Providing funding for a drop-in center will work towards not only improving services in the Kingsway area, but will also go towards delivering equitable services for sex workers in the Vancouver community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young, so I will advance Councillor Kirby-Young for 3 minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Ridgway. Thanks for coming to speak to council. I'm interested to learn more. You can share with us about sort of how big the need is for this, and just a sense of how many sex workers are working in the area, or how well utilized you think the center would be. Just trying to get a sense of it tangibly.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. I didn't really speak to since the beginning of June, actually. Rain City's also been operating a washroom trailer up on Kingsway that's also for sex workers. And my colleague Roberta is going to be speaking more to that later. She's on the speakers list as well, and we'll be speaking directly to some of the work that we've been doing up there. But I think the need is, there's a large need. We house a number of sex workers at the Biltmore, like I said, and as well, we know that there's a long history of sex workers working in the Kingsway corridor. It's been an area that has had people working in it for many, many years. And we also know that there has been some services available through the MAP ban and through the safer drop-in. The numbers are there. And I think that, really the thing that I've heard over and over again, and this is something, that I've been involved in for many years now, is there's this real sense of isolation up on Kingsway. We don't have a lot of services up there other than the ones that I just mentioned. And, in comparison to somewhere like the downtown east side where there is services available, there really isn't anything that has been available, especially overnight. And that's what we've seen through our work with the washroom trailers operating, is that repeatedly we hear from women that they are it's so valuable to them to have somewhere to go in the middle of the night, and it's really about safety, and it's also about really direct services like actually having a bathroom to use.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of the questions that we have for you today. So thank you very much for coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Okay, council, I'm going to actually call a 3-minute recess. Just give everyone a chance to stretch their legs. We'll come back at 10:58. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to say your last name for me. Speaker 101, Nadia? Okay, perhaps we don't have that speaker on the line right now.
Chair Blind, we just want to make sure we connect with the. Just a
hello?
second. Oh, there you
Hi
go.
there, Nadia.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Is this speaker 101, Nadia?
This is Nadia, yes.
Oh, great. Could you say your last name for me?
Yadisernia.
Okay, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to address council. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Nadia. I've lived in downtown Vancouver for 20 years. I'm the elected strata president of our residential building, where we represent 129 families, children, seniors, women, and many working on the front lines in hospitals, care homes, restaurants, essentially the working class. And I support the 2021 budget request for an increased police funding. We are the citizens of the front line. So we go to work every day to make a living, to pay taxes, to fund the social programs for those that cannot work or choose not to work. And we deserve a voice. We are the working community, and we want to remind the mayor and council to stop thinking about pie-in-the-sky ideas and visions. Instead, focus on the core city services: policing, roads, sewers, sidewalks, streets, garbage. I understand it's not that exciting, but it's what we have elected you to focus on. Women and children and seniors in our neighborhood have needed to call on the police, especially in the last 6 months. We feel safe when there's police presence in our neighborhood. And men, paid social workers should just stand down from this conversation. If you're a paid social worker, this is not the conversation you should be talking about. We live in a neighborhood, and we support having policing in our neighborhood. We're hearing a lot of opinions of support groups that don't support the police, but again, I repeat, and I'm saying it over and over, we women, children, seniors need the police. I've had to personally call on the police when I was mugged on Drake and Richards. The police caught the criminal. The police treated me with care and respect. Our building has been broken into frequently in the last 6 months with the increase in crime. So we want the police, and the new policing initiative in our neighborhood is working really well. So we are the community that has the collateral damage of this failed 4-pillar approach. We are being harmed, and we're paying for it in more ways than one. So we need a safe city. We need the police. Social workers can go hand out food, juices, and blankets, but they cannot help the 98% of law-abiding citizens when there is crime. So we need the police so we can decrease the level of crime, not increase it, as we have experienced in the last 6 months. And yeah, I'm sick and tired of hearing about the American and foreign politics of policing in discussions when there's a great police force in Canada, specifically here in BC. We don't need the arrogant advice of young men and social workers telling the majority of the population that we don't need the police. We know what we need. I've had to call the police more on in the last 6 months in my life than ever before. So we don't apologize. Why we have to apologize for the great work that they do, and why are they being villainized? They are actually there to help. And like I mentioned, in recent weeks, they've had a new neighborhood community watch, which as being president of Strata, I've met with. And we want more of that. We've seen a better safety community in the last few weeks with their new initiatives. So we want law and order, not lawlessness. Fund the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate. Point of privilege. Okay, Councilor DiGenova.
Thanks. I got my video back up, but I haven't got my panel back up yet.
Okay, we'll do it. So on the queue.
If I could be added to the queue for questions, the speaker.
Okay, you have 3 minutes starting now, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much for coming to speak to council.
Thank
I have
you.
a question for you. You don't have to answer it, but I'm seeing more and more of a divide between people on matters of public safety, street disorder, people feeling safe walking in their neighborhoods and communities. And I'm wondering, I mean, you talked about law and order and public safety. What do you feel will bring people closer together? And you're talking about law and order and public safety for everyone. Is that correct? Like for vulnerable people too. So I was just hoping you might comment on that, because I don't know how exactly we can sort of bring together these communities to collaborate. And I'm not sure that this town hall that I've called for will ever happen or when it will happen, because we have so many priorities. That's the reason. This council has so much work to still do. It's not that staff won't do it. It's just that it's really it's low down the pile of priorities right now. So what can we do?
Okay, well, there was a caller, Mr. Flynn. I concur with everything that he said. You have to focus on the core services that the city has to provide to its citizens. So again, that's policing, roads, sewers, sidewalks, streets, garbage. That's what we're not seeing. We haven't seen that. So as a citizen and a strata president in our building, I mean, this is all people are talking about. So the other services, I mean, that's great ideas if we have the core services in place and intact. And we need the funding to go towards core services of the city. If not, there's anarchy.
No tax.
And we don't know tax increase at our bottom line when there's a pandemic. I myself, I'm in the event business, self-employed, and there's been no business all year. So I don't know where I'm going to get this magical 5% extra to pay for property taxes. I don't have that money.
And as a strata president, if I can ask quickly, are there concerns for those who live in your strata, if you can speak on behalf of your strata, that do rent, if your strata allows rentals, that in fact you're only allowed to increase rent by 2.2%, and there's going to be a gap there that's going to have to be picked up by those owners who are renting?
Thank you. Well, we just had our AGM on Monday night, and yes, one of the concerns.
10 seconds to respond.
Pardon me?
You have just 10 seconds to respond.
I think that just took up the last 10
major
seconds.
concern is 50% rentals in our building, and most owners are selling and trying to get away because the crime increase in our neighborhood. So now
okay, we'll have to leave it there. Yes, you were you only had a few seconds to respond, so we'll have to leave it there. That's all the questions that you have at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Next on the queue to speak is speaker number 103, Tamara Rice.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, yes, thank you. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Perfect, thank you. I just want to thank you guys for having me on the call this morning. Again, my name's Tamara. I was born in Vancouver and I'm currently living in Yaletown. I'm just calling to share my opinion and share my personal experiences that have allowed me to form my opinion in regards to not defunding the police. It was only a few years ago that I was verbally and physically assaulted on public transit. Still to that day, I'm traumatized by the incident. I'm even shaking saying this. But I will no longer take public transit nor walk alone at night. My friends were so concerned for me that they got me a pepper spray keychain. At first, I felt guilty by it. I felt so wrong that potentially someone could inflict so much negativity or harm on me that I would potentially have to use that. I felt wrong for having now these negative opinions of people on our streets. I know they're people's brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers, but what about me? What about my parents who felt helpless when they received a call from my sister about me, their 21-year-old daughter, distressed and out of a lack of safety? Did the person who assaulted me feel any remorse on how I must shape and view my life? There's a reason why when planes or boats are going down that you must save yourself to have the ability to save someone else. I think that's a great way to look at this. Police are needed now more than ever. Our city needs unity now more than ever. Yes, I think we should help vulnerable individuals, but I don't think it should be at the expense of an essential service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you addressing council today.
Thanks.
Next, we have speaker number 105, Nicola Kozlowski.
Chair Bly, I think that speaker just got disconnected. Let us just check 1 second.
Sure.
Chair Bly, maybe we can go to the next speaker and give that speaker an opportunity to call back.
That sounds good to me. So we'll do that. So next we have speaker 106, Joanna Gray.
Hi there.
Hi, welcome to Speaking to Council. I actually just need to ask you, are you a citizen of the city of Vancouver?
I work in Vancouver.
Okay, but not live in Vancouver. We just ask people who do not indicate on as per our procedure.
Oh, yeah. So I work in Vancouver, but I don't live directly in it.
Okay, absolutely. Great to have you here. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. So my name is Joanna, and I am a white settler on the unceded and stolen territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nations. I want to thank Council for hearing from the public on the budget, and even more, I want to thank those who have shared their experiences, both personal and from their work, around the issues being faced by Vancouver's residents. I'm here to voice not my support for or opposition to the budget, but my utter disbelief and frankly anger at the proposed increase to the Vancouver Police budget for 2021. I was one of the hundreds of people that spoke to Council in favor, in July, in favor of Councillor Swансon's motion to decriminalize pub. Actually, you know what? I thanked Council for listening to the public at the last meeting, but I take that back because I was also one of the hundreds or even thousands of people that listened to the other speakers for their anger at the injustice of the violence being perpetrated, not only by the police, but by systems all around them, for their heartbreak at being overlooked, passed over, ignored, heard, their sorrow for family and friends neglected, hurt in ways that I can't even speak aloud, and killed. And it's their stories, their heartbreak and anger that are making me speak again today, because I find it hard to believe that members of Council could listen to those unfathomably painful and gut-wrenching accounts and still put forward a budget that increases the amount of money going to the VPD. It's beyond belief. What was Council listening? These are your constituents pouring out their grief and their fury to you, the people that are supposed to be representing them and their interests, and Council turns around and puts forward a budget like this. It's shameful. I'm gonna stick to the statement that I prepared. So I was one of the people that spoke in favor of Councillor Swanson's motion to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives, because I believed that it gave the city an opportunity to look at what defunding the police would actually mean. And I thought it would allow the city to support and expand existing community-led initiatives and maybe even help create some new community-led, not city-led programs. These are programs that actually help people struggling with homelessness, mental health issues, substance use issues, and sex work. They're not just cops giving these people tickets that they can't pay, confiscating their drugs that they'll just have to replace with more toxic substances from shadier sources, and literally raise their homes and throw their belongings in the trash. And okay, despite my probably evident anger a minute ago, I still believe, I'm still hopeful that the city can do these things. I understand that 2020 hasn't gone as anyone thought or planned. I understand that we're in unprecedented times, and I understand that there's a budget that includes an increase to an institution that does not help the city's most vulnerable people and whose list of priorities in their own budget proposal reflects that they do not want to help these people, not above like getting what's theirs and protecting their own. Scenario 3 in the report that they met about Monday shows exactly what they want to fund first and foremost themselves. Number 1 on that list, don't cut our budget. Number 2, more cops. Number 3, more money for policing. Number 4, implement an evidence management system. Give them that. Coming in at number 5 of 7, additional resources for social issues. This probably means more cops, but it doesn't say that explicitly. The takeaway, though, is that social issues don't even crack the top half of the list. They do not care. I'm guessing I'm running out of time, so I'll just bring up the community in need report. If this is supposed to be the answer to Councillor Swanson's motion, it would be laughable if it wasn't so ludicrous. The figure that they put forward for dealing with homelessness, $283 in all of 2019. I mean, come on. There's video of different parks being evicted in 2019, not 2020, that shows at least a dozen officers on the scene, and they were volunteering their time in uniform. So to finish up, the itemization from Councillor Swanson's motion still needs to be done. Give the staff the funding to do that work. $300,000 out of the proposed $2.5 million increase for the VPD is 8%. Just give the city staff that money to do the work, and we will find out just how much money can be reinvested in the community organizations that, once again, actually help people. Thanks for listening, or letting the public speak, I guess.
Thank you very much for coming to address Council again. There are no speakers or no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Next, actually, we do have speaker 105 who was disconnected and is now reconnected. So speaker 105, that's Nicola Kozlowski. Are you there?
Hi, yes, speaking.
Hi, yes, we can hear you just fine. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council and your time starts now.
Great, thank you. Thank you for reconnecting me. Sorry about that. My name is Nicola Kozlowski, and I am a resident of Vancouver. And I'm here calling today because I oppose to defund the police. A little bit about myself is I've lived in Yaletown for the last 7 years, and I work in Gastown for the last 2 years. And let me just say, when I first moved to Yaletown, I loved it. It was great. Everyone was so nice. It was safe, and I felt secure. That is no longer the case. In Yaletown, I live in a new building, and someone got stabbed outside my house about 4 weeks ago. I feel scared to go outside at nighttime, and I don't walk to work anymore. I don't know if you guys have been in Gastown lately, but it's through the roof with homeless people that are aggressive. Anyways, your mental health kind of starts to take a toll. Just watching all of the homeless people be aggressive, swear at you, yell at you, have open drug use. The list is really long. I'm not here to say anything bad about anyone, but I just think that taking money away from the police is the worst idea, and that we need funding for them so much more, because that's who I call if I need help, is the police. And I feel like lately we all need a lot more help. And that's all I really have to say.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your comments. We do have Councillor Kirby-Young to ask questions. So I'll advance you, Councillor Kirby-Young. You can go ahead. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thanks for being here to speak. You mentioned that you don't feel safe and you don't walk to work anymore. Can I ask, how do you get to work then?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm happy that you asked that. I actually rent an Evo. So what happens is I live in Yaletown, work in Gastown, and I actually do own a car. However, if I drove my car once to work and left it on East Cordova and the window got smashed. So I actually have to rent an Evo every single day.
And when you moved to
Yaletown,
and I think you mentioned you work in Gastown, was your plan or idea that you could have a more walkable kind of lifestyle and that you wouldn't have to rely on vehicles or other transportation? You have that walkable community?
100%. And I used to walk all the time. Like last year, I would walk, not a problem. I think as of March 2020, that's when it became really bad, and I don't walk anymore.
Have you, do you plan on, and you don't have to answer my question if you don't want to, if you don't feel comfortable, but do you plan on staying in Yaletown, or have you considered changing where you live because of this?
I'm happy that you asked me that as well. My lease is up in February, and honestly, I'm seriously considering not living in Yaletown anymore, especially just with the things that have opened up, like at the Roundhouse there, for needle exchanges, so on and so forth. Moving out of the downtown area is definitely on my list to do in February, just because of how I feel like it's dangerous now.
Okay, so this has really impacted how you live your life.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. Another thing to add is I do live in a new building in Yaletown, and my garage gets broken into daily, and someone took bolt cutters to all of our storage units and stole a bunch of stuff. Like, it's just, like, yeah, I don't feel safe.
Thank you for sharing your personal experience. Really appreciate you coming to talk to council.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions you have today. Thank you. We appreciate you coming to speak to council. Next up on the list, we have speaker 107, and that's Richard Campbell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking from the unceded and traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And I definitely do not support the increase in the police budget. I think there's many areas where the money could be better spent on by people that actually really know or are experts in that area. And police may be important for some areas, but they certainly aren't the answer for a lot of things that they're doing. So I live near a park, and one day there's been some homeless people living down there, not that many of them, and they're just there, not causing any problems. And one day I saw an officer down there who was kicking them out. Then later on, there was one of these poor guys. I saw him sitting on a path with his stuff in one of the recycling containers, and he was sitting on outside of the fence all day. Fortunately, it was nice weather, but if it was in the rain, all of his stuff would have been wrecked. And there's other guys living down there, and clearly the police going down there, harassing them and kicking them out is not the solution. Now it's a sign of the failure on all of our part to make sure people that people are in that situation and don't have safe homes, but certainly spending public money on police to harass them and kick them out when there's no other solution for them is totally cruel, it's mean, it's nasty, and that's on all of us. That's on you if you're funding, that's on me for supporting everything here. And it's definitely on the police as well for saying, oh, we just want more money to do this. I can't understand why some people are working for them doing this nasty stuff to people, and there's not an uprising within the police that says, we will not do this anymore. I just can't understand how people could do that, something so mean to people. And then there's all the other stories that people hear. Now, one thing, I'm not an expert in a lot of the areas with social issues, but I do know I've been involved in cycling and road safety for years, and I can definitely say that the police are not very effective at dealing with that. Typically, by Vision Zero, what is effective is more engineering improvements to make streets safer and wider sidewalks and better bike routes and slowing down traffic. So better solutions there would be installing more safety cameras at intersections, so there's fewer red light runners, and to make sure vehicles are going slower. That would be the better solution. So the police are abusing a lot of the traffic laws, especially those against people walking and cycling for other reasons, and that's untenable. The helmet law was intended for the safety of people cycling. It wasn't intended to be yet another reason for police to stop people and harass them. I saw the police in one of the reports bragging about how they stopped someone not wearing a helmet, and it was a stolen bike, and the bike got back. Well, it's great that the bike got back, but that's no excuse for the police stopping him. And there's other ways to address bike theft rather than that. And of note, a lot of poor people don't have helmets because they can't afford them. So again, this is just more harassment of poor people, those enforcement of those laws, and also laws like jaywalking or riding on the sidewalk or not having a bell. Quite frankly, the city should get rid of those laws. So, the police efforts can be focused on things that are right and things that are actually more dangerous, to people. Before, the city had fixed up the intersection of Chestnut and Burrard. It was one of the most dangerous intersections of the city, which is why the city fixed it up. I actually witnessed a police officer. He had stopped two women for not wearing a helmet. They were right in the middle of the intersection where it's a blind corner, a truck could have come along or a bus could have come along and killed them all. So I went down there and told them, hey, this is really dangerous. You should move. And I just got a bunch of attitude from him. Moved on a bit later. 5 minutes later, I had to phone up the police, the non-emergency line, and maybe they got to him. But, that officer just did not have the experience either for his own safety or other people. So why are we letting them stop people and supposedly to protect their safety? It actually makes no sense at all. So, increase money for engineering so they can make roads safer. That would be a better solution. Get some more cameras, red light cameras and speed cameras on the road. That would improve road safety. And in other places, those ATVs by the beach, get rid of those. They're annoying. They're dangerous for officers. They use them at high speeds on the road. There's no protection. If they should get into a crash, there's no excuse for harassing people at the beach. So get rid of that. The mounted squad, there's probably no good reason for that either. That would be some more, more money saved. But let's use our money more effectively to make people's lives better, not in areas that the police really don't have the experience.
Okay, we're right up against the 5 minutes, so we do appreciate your perspectives and sharing with council today. There are no questions for you, but thank you for coming.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. And so council, just going to take a moment to verify we have quorum. I know people are not always visible on the video, but I think we're good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see that we've got our quorum. Great. Okay, so next we have speaker number 110, Sarah Jellicoe.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Sarah Jellicoe and I live in the Grandview Woodland neighborhood. And I'm just calling to express my opposition of the police budget as presented in this motion in section B, the recommendation to accept an increase for the compensation and then a decrease of only 1% for the remainder overall of the budget. I was so surprised to hear this. I think that Vancouver has such an opportunity to lead the way in showing how we can create and maintain safety in our communities, and to realize that police is not the most effective tool for doing this. And I just think it would be such a missed opportunity and such a shame to see the police expecting that they can be the exception here, that all other departments need to reduce their budgets, to take into account that we have this pandemic situation, and they are the ones that get to have less than what was asked of them in terms of a cut even for this year, and then to continue to have their budget increased over years to come, when so many of our citizens are expressing that this is not working, this is not creating safety for them. And I'm saying this especially because I recognize that I am a white person, I am a settler, I'm an upper middle class person with a lot of security. I have not been negatively impacted by the pandemic in major ways. And I want to use that. I want to use my privilege to say to you, don't forget that the people that are most negatively impacted by the police are the least able to speak to you, are the least able to have their voices heard by you. They don't have the same resources to be able to call in to council, to speak, to come to council, to take the time to be able to put forward that they're being injured, they're being harassed, they're being killed by police or by the negligence of police. And I
So I need to ask you, I need to use my privileged position to say, you need to listen to the community organizations that represent the interests of these impoverished, poor, homeless people that cannot speak to you and that are citizens of this city that you represent. You need to listen to those community organizations and fund them properly so that they can implement the solutions that they know are effective for helping these people and that these people know are effective for helping themselves. And not try to push them down with a heavy hammer of authoritarian police violence. And they know what the solutions are and they can implement them. And we have the power to be able to do that. And the way to do that is with budgets. Just a platitude of we're going to do a study, we're going to consult with people. People are already telling you what you need to do, and that's reallocate your money. So I just want to have an empathetic response that we know that people are needing safety. People are all expressing they want to feel safe, and we want to do that together. And the way to do it is through a community organization. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You do not have any questions at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to Council today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have speaker number 113, Sam Reeve.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council, and your timer starts now.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Sam Reeve. I'm calling in from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. First, I would like to voice my own personal support for reducing the police budget, and I would like to mention my support for initiatives like the ones Wish has talked about, like the drop-in center along Kingsway, funding for the Sweetgrass Patrol. These are a lot of things that can be really effective instead of police. Now, as far as I here representing the Car Free Vancouver Society today as well, I'm the executive director. And collectively, the Society is also in support of a reduction of the police budget, citing a desire to see poverty decriminalized. When we hear our community members speak up about the things that they've experienced at the hands of the police and the criminal justice system, we actually believe them. And when we hear them ask for a reduction in the police budget, we are with them. The city has imposed the VPD's presence on our events as well, and we have received numerous complaints about their presence. Largely what we hear is that they do not make people feel safe, especially with their overt displays of weaponry. And for some added context, I would like to say that half the people who make these complaints are like white dads. So they're really not making anyone feel safe with their presence at special events either. We strongly feel there are better, more community-oriented approaches to public safety, including at special events like ours, and we encourage you to vote in favor of a budget that sees a reduction of the police budget and a redirection of those funds towards those community-led initiatives. And speaking as someone who was once actually homeless on these Vancouver streets, I do not want to see cops handing out sleeping bags or really any helpful resources to people on the street. I guarantee that most of them do not want to talk to a cop. They want a peer or an outreach worker.
Okay, great. If those are that's the end of your comments?
Those are my comments.
Great, thank you very much. There are no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to Council.
Thank you so much.
Next on the list, we have speaker 119, Eris Nix.
Hello.
Hello, you have 5 minutes. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council, and your time starts now.
Honorable Council, Your Excellency, how we doing? First, I'm going to acknowledge this isn't our land. It is in fact land belonging to the Coast Salish people, the Squamish, the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. So we should, probably not be deploying highly militarized, culturally insensitive police everywhere if we want to be, decolonial in our thinking. Maybe it'd be a pretty stupid idea to be doing that. Maybe we could, spend a little money on getting them some clown suits or something. Or we could probably be funding, community groups who actually reduce property crimes. But, I'm just some crazy guy Hi there, it's me. You could call me esoterist. Haha, that's a joke. And I'm sure you don't want to hear from me, but I don't want to sound absurd because, you know, I'm just a local bike fix-it guy. And like the idea, you know, I'm a creative and I want you to know I like law and order and public safety. And I'm not going to say I don't like homeless people. But there are, you know, some homeless people who are out there. And I am against anarchy and crime. Anarchy and crime. These are huge problems. Fix them. So anyway, here's late 19th century Canadian post-romanticist poet Nobel laureate Eric Reed Boucher called Oi Governor, Can I Shine Your Boots? Cold concrete apartments rise up from wet black asphalt. Below them a few carcasses of the long gone age of privacy. It takes a scary kind of illness to design a place like this for pay. Downtown's an endless generic mall of video games and fast food chains. One by one, the little houses are bricked up and condemned. A subtle hint to move before the rats move in. Oi, governor, can I shine your boots? Those new kids at school seem cool, but Dad says not to talk to them. Stick to your old friends. They're not our kind. So now there's lots of fights. So many people I know come of age, tense and bitter-eyed. Can't create, so let's just destroy. Come on, let's set someone's dog on fire. Empty plastic culture slum, suburbia's war zone now, sprouting the kinds of gangs we thought we left behind. Oi, governor, can I shine your boots? Kids at school are taking sides along color and uniform lines. My dad's gone and bought a gun. He says he's fed up with the crime in this town. I linger late at night waiting for the bus. No amount of neon jazz could hide the oozing vibes of death. My dad's a vigilante now. He's bringing home these weird-ass friends, like the guy who fires blanks at his TV when Kojak's on, or the guy who shows off his submachine gun to his 16-year-old daughter's friends, whose sense of pride and hope is being in the police reserve. Oi, governor, can I shine your boots? Anyway, that's just a bunch of crap. Thanks, Vancouver. I'll be running for mayor 2022. Cheers. Defund the police.
Thank you very much, Eris Nix, for your contribution to council today. There are no questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
I appreciate coming too. Thanks. Have a great day.
You too. Next, we have speaker 120, Jason John.
Hello. I just wanted to say good afternoon or good morning to everybody, and I want to thank the councils and also the City of Vancouver Mayor. I appreciate the wonderful city that we live in, and I know you work in the best interest to make sure everybody's living, healthy and happy. So I'm fourth generation Vancouver. My family originally came to 1892. I'm married. I have a 20-year-old daughter. The business that I have is actually in Port Kells and Langley, and I am a co-captain block watch. And so I have firsthand information of the crime that actually is increasing in Vancouver, but also in my area in Kitsilano that I live. And I did some research probably over the past week with reference to coming up to some of these statistics, and these are facts. It isn't sort of me grasping at some of these statistics. I'm sure the council know this, but the one important one that I'd like to know is I would like the VPD to have more money and hire more officers and have more presence on the street, because I live in Kitsilano and I know for a fact that I've lived down there for 20 years near Kits Beach. And since the police officers have been on the quads and helping patrol the beaches, it's a much better place to go. There isn't as many drinking, not as much drugs being smoked. And I've even seen guys doing actually cocaine on the beach in the middle of the summertime. And since the cops are there, it is completely evaporated. And at the same time, more presence of police officers lessens the chance of criminal activity. So in Vancouver, in 2009, I think we just had just over 1,500 officers in 2009. As of 2020, we're just a little bit over 1,500 officers, and there's been an increase of 365,000 people in the city of Vancouver. And I'm sure all of you know that when you have that many more people, it's harder to manage the people that are doing the crime activity within Vancouver. So the murders are up 56%. The firearms are up 20%. The domestic violence is up 30%, I'm sure because of COVID. The Asian crimes are up 878%. And one of the big thing is, in terms of calls coming into the Vancouver Police Department, it is up 2,215%. And my question is, you have all these police officers, and I think the thing about me is I worked at the Muslim Community Center downtown, 106 East Hastings. I've been there from 11 o'clock till 6. I have 3 friends of mine I went to high school with in Burnaby that are on the street. I go and I take people out for lunch, no drinking, et cetera, just a lunch so they get an actual good meal. I give to the battered women. Once every 2 months I give to them. And my question with the City Council is to really consider, when you want to defund the Vancouver Police Department and take, say, more police officers off the road, I think that the crime is going to increase. And I can only go by, my truck has been broken into 5 times out front of my house in the past 14 months. I've been sleeping on the couch twice where this has happened, where I've had, and I actually phoned the Vancouver Police Department. They actually have what happened. I had somebody with a light in their teeth trying to pick the lock to come in my house. I thought it was a raccoon or a skunk. It was a man. So I got up off my couch and I asked him to get out. I didn't physically harm him or anything. I've spent $4,800 to increase my safety for my family in my house. I put higher fence. I had to put programming in so it can lock and unlock. And I had to put a camera system, because when somebody ding-dongs my doorbell, I need to see who's at my door, because there's guys that show up at my door that we don't want anything to do with. I get knocks on my door at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night. I need the presence and the police officers coming around our neighborhood much more often. I just bought, last Sunday, I bought my 20-year-old daughter bear spray. And I bought bear spray because when she goes for a jog during the day, because she'll never jog in the evening, because we feel unsafe outside of our own house, because I see what's going on. I see guys in bikes and backpacks scanning our neighborhood to rob. I bought her for bear spray because she's been sort of not molested, but you got guys in vans saying, hey, why don't you come here, etc. Her safety is feel threatened. So I ask you, please consider increasing the funding. And the Strathcona situation is a mental illness problem. It's a BC health problem. Open up Riverway, then we can deal with that. But please consider increasing that, because my personal experiences being a Blockwatch co-captain increased. I have bike theft happening all the time in my neighborhood, and I'm tired of it. And please, if you increase the VPD, it'll be better for all of us. And you talk about the development.
I'm gonna just leave it there. You're up against the 5 minutes, just a few seconds past, but you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Perhaps you'll finish your thought there.
No
Councillor Hardwick, you have 3 minutes to ask questions and hear answers, and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Sir, listening to you and listening to the speakers, I don't know if you've been listening to the other speakers, have you?
Yes, I have. I had yesterday and today. Yeah.
So do you ever get a sense that you're living in parallel universes?
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, well, I listen to people like you who fear for their safety and their safety of their daughters, residents who are, having property stolen or destroyed and are fearing for their safety. On the other hand, I'm hearing from people that are fearing from their safety from the VPD. They fear violence from the police department. So I'm hearing very, very different. I'm hearing safety as a theme, but I'm hearing it through 2 entirely different perspectives.
Well, if you're seeing the police issue and how they've been treating the citizens of Vancouver, that has nothing to do with how many there are. That's a training and a process that has to be put in place by the PD. Right from the time you become an officer, the the time you retire, the process to be put in place on how you deal with certain situations. But if we have less police officers, it's going to make matters much worse. But that's a process and a training issue. That isn't, and maybe a personal, whether they can get into psychology of the police officer when he becomes a police officer. It's two different things. You're only as good as your coach. So if you feel that police officers are being too hard on the less fortunate people, maybe there has to be a different structure in different circumstances. But I do know that the people that are less fortunate, the police officers all have compassion, every single one of them. And they can
But
read
that's an example.
Really.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you've just talked about the police officers having compassion, and yet we've heard them described as being, violent and militarized. So it's a real contrast.
I can only go by what I've experienced and what all my family has experienced, and my daughter and all our friends and our schoolmates, etc. I've never heard once that a police officer is military-like in any way, shape, or form. It might have happened, but in my circle of friends, and I belong to the Kitts Point Residents Association, and all of the people that I know, I have never experienced somebody saying militant and police officers are, beating people up and throwing people around. Never. And you know what? If it's happened, I can't vouch and say that it's ever happened to me or any one of my immediate friends.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. It's just at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a nice day, and thank you again.
Thank you for addressing council.
You bet.
So we are now on to speaker number 121, Nicole Luongo.
Yep. Hi there.
Hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to address council, and your time starts now.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Council. You heard from me recently when we talked about decriminalizing drug use. You've heard from me earlier on issues related to housing and Strathcona Park in particular. And I'm kind of tempted to do what Eris did and just, rap, because it feels absurd that we're having this conversation. And I'm going to kind of, I don't have a script necessarily, but I just want to kind of illuminate what we've heard thus far and reflect a bit on that. We've heard a lot of people calling in, describing instances of, theft and violence and property crime and feeling very fearful. Our last caller, for example. And I'm not going to say that those things aren't real. They are. And I agree that they are major problems that need solutions. I've also heard people say, whatever we're doing isn't working. I also agree, but the solution is not giving the police more money. And I'm trying to have empathy for the people that have called in, who are frightened and frustrated. But it's hard to do because I haven't heard any of these same voices contribute to conversations around decriminalizing drug use. I haven't heard that they're advocating for sustainable housing or the end of poverty or the decriminalization of sex work. And I'm wondering how many of them are able to offer kind of a nuanced analysis of why these factors are interrelated with the VPD workload. So I'm, like I said, I'm trying to empathize with folks that are calling in. But the bloating of the police budget is a cause of a lot of these problems. And I think this year in particular with the pandemic and everything has really exposed for a lot of people, not just here, but south of the border and globally, more than anything, the failure and kind of innate unsustainability of what is late-stage capitalism. And, a few hundred years of imperialism and racial terrorism, and we are kind of hurtling towards this environmental and economic and social collapse. And people are definitely in tune with that, and there's a lot of fear. And so they're wanting what they've been told works, which is, kind of this more social control to fix it. And this is really a form of carceral logic. If we just surveil and regulate and spatially configure individuals better, then these massive structural problems that seem overwhelming will go away.
And the reality is they won't. And it was Councillor Hardwick, I think, who just asked the last caller, it seems as though we have this kind of divisiveness and people are living in parallel universes. And we absolutely are. When you reflect on who's called in thus far supporting more funding towards the police, it's exclusively property owners, business owners, the presidents of strata corporations and stuff. And so their realities are going to be very, very disparate from unhoused people, from drug users, from survival sex workers. And reality is, not this fixed, static thing. It's something we interpret and actively construct. And so our interpretations of what the police are for are going to differ significantly. But when I asked how many of these people can, offer like a nuanced analysis, I don't know that many could, because if they were able to look historically at the function of the police and its legacy and why they exist, the primary function of the police is to protect private property, which is mandatory to sustain capitalism. And property, it can't be private without the threat of punishment. And, to use an example, you can't call the police and say, help me, I'm hungry, I'm homeless. They won't respond. But you can call the police and say, hey, there's a homeless person rummaging through my dumpster, and they will act. And so the solution to these problems is not funding more police. And I really want to focus on the issue of mental health, because I haven't heard that really unpacked sufficiently now or ever. So a lot of speakers have referred to, the mental health crisis on the downtown east side and the need for the police to manage it. But it's actually the police and the VPD in particular who have constructed and are exacerbating the crisis. The VPD are what we refer to as institutionally based claims makers. So they've been given the authority to decide what is not mental illness. And this ties into this whole idea of reality being something we construct. And so they prescribe solutions that align with their own priorities and concerns. And I'm citing right now a paper called Policing Vancouver's Mental Health Crisis, a critical discourse analysis and other research by Jade Boyd and Thomas Kerr. And they analyzed 4 mental health reports produced by the VPD from 2008 to 2013.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but you're at 5 minutes. So I wonder if you have some resources you'd like to share with council. You're more than welcome to email them through, but we are at the 5-minute mark.
Sure, I can prepare a list of academic resources and more publicly accessible resources that highlight the need for communal responses to mental health, as well as resources on how the police, within a context of white supremacy and neoliberal capitalism, are given the authority to define mental illness.
You know what? We really appreciate you emailing those through to council, and we'll have to leave it there. You don't have any questions today, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Okay.
Next we have speaker, and actually this will be our final speaker before the lunch break from 12 p.m. to 1 today. So the final speaker is speaker number 125, Imtiaz Poppet.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Imtiaz Poppet, and I'm a non-binary queer Muslim. I'm a therapist, counselor, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Coalition Against Bigotry, West Coast Cop Watch, and I'm also part of the Pink Pumas Patrol. I also want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Coast Salish, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam. And I'm also, as I mentioned, I'm part of the Pink Pumas Patrol. We patrol in the West End in downtown because of all the homophobia and transphobia that's been happening by preachers. And one of the things I witnessed is that when there was this Toronto preacher that came, there was a big mob at the Sunset Beach, and the Vancouver police protected this hate monger, and during COVID times, and they assaulted people who were protesting rather than trying to stop this. There was a big nuisance going on, and they could have stopped it, but they didn't. As a result, they actually assaulted protesters, including a trans woman that I assault myself, and it was really traumatizing to see that. We've had a protest, for Day Against Racism, where we had a rally at Victory Square, and the soldiers of Odin attacked us, and the Vancouver police just watched, and then finally detained them when the public said, "What are you doing?" And then they released them just as the rally was being released, so that they can harass the protesters as they go home. I know the VPD said that there's the hate crimes against Asian people is up, but it's not just against Asian people. We have been noticing, hate propaganda against Indigenous, Blacks, people of color, poor people, and so on. But the police have failed in protecting us against white supremacists, against racism, and so on. And they want an increase in their budget. And we're doing this work with no funding whatsoever. The Pink Pumas have no funding. The Sweetgrass clan have no funding. We're trying to set up counseling at Carnegie and outreach and things like that, free counseling, but there was no funding for that. So, it's really interesting where there are people who are calling about dismantling the police. There are people who are saying defund the police, and defunding the police is actually a moderate position, and that's been done across North America and across Canada as well. So what you have to deal with today is you're looking at either you decrease the funding or not increase the funding, and that's what you're looking at today. But what I also want to tell you is that the police can take a different approach. They spoke to council yesterday, accusing us of having form letters or cookie cutter responses, and that's very offensive. And trying to, fine, they have the right to mobilize and get their support, which they have done so with their, and so on. But this pushback is not very helpful. I think it's really important that the VPD take a step back and look at what people are saying. They had to rethink their approach because there is no trust right now. They want to push back. They're saying, "Oh, give us more money, more money." They want to force themselves to our pride parades, but they're not listening and they're not building trust. There is no trust. They're not working with us, and that's what's going on. I spoke to the Vancouver Police Board on Monday, but and then again they increased the budget. It's not happening. People are scared. People don't want this to happen. And I think to say that the call for defunding the police and dismissing it and not listening what's going on, we have to rethink that. I really want to thank City Council for the positions they've taken about looking at reprioritizing funding and also, decriminalizing drugs. That's a huge thing. And that's going to reduce some of the work that needs to be done. You passed a motion on stopping street checks, and I spoke to the police board on Monday about that as well. And what do? They send in this low-level crime unit to ticket and criminalize the poor. When I do cop watch patrols, we've seen police on the downtown east side. We don't need more police. There's a waste of money, waste of funds, and to increasing the police budget at this time is not appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to have you just pause there. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes, Councillor Swanson, and for questions and answers, your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. If there was more money from the police budget diverted to community-led initiatives, what kind of initiatives do you think would be good to fund?
Well, again, I've been trying to work with the Carnegie Action Project to have counseling there and outreach. We need more street nurses. A police officer makes twice as much money as a social worker, so we had to fund social workers. The Sweetgrass Patrol, the Pink Pumas Patrol, Cop Watch, they all do this with no funding. That's where the security, that's where the safety comes in. If we can have community safety projects, then that takes the pressure off the police. And we don't need to increase the funding of the police. And they say they're fighting racism. They're not. They're not. We're doing that work, and we have no funding.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for coming. Good points.
Thank you very much for addressing council today. That is all the questions that you have.
Thank you.
Okay, so council, that was our last speaker before we break for lunch. But if council would indulge me, I'd like to take this opportunity as we do break for lunch to wish our very own Councillor Michael Wiebe a very, very special happy birthday. And at the risk of you all staying on mute and me singing alone, we won't sing, but perhaps you can phone Michael and sing to him on your own. So happy birthday, Councillor Wiebe. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you
Happy
very
birthday,
much. I
Councillor
appreciate
Wiebe.
all the
Happy
support.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Yeah.
So with that, I just want to thank Council for your attention and listening this morning and for your questions. And I hope you have a great lunch break, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, everyone.
Chair Bly, we will begin with Speaker 126.
Thank you, Clerk. We will begin with Speaker 126. Okay, great. Have a good lunch.
Denise, are you on the line? Denise, can you hear me?
Hi, Rosemary. Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Rosemary. So I will welcome us back to our special council meeting for the afternoon session. And when we broke for lunch, we just finished listening to speaker 125. So where we're at in the speaking lineup is we are at speaker 126, Andy Dawes. Andy Dawes, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, I'm on the line.
Very good. Thank you very much. We can hear you, and you you have 5 minutes to speak to council today, and your timer starts now.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members, for taking my call. As I advised, I was Andy Dawes, and I'd like to state that I'm opposed to any form of funding reduction for the Vancouver Police Department. Unlike some speaking in favor of this proposal, I'm a stakeholder in this matter. I live and pay taxes in the city, and I vote. Some would have us believe that this proposal comes from a general belt-tightening policy. In my opinion, this is a knee-jerk political reaction heavily influenced by events that have occurred in the United States recently. Most of us are watching and internalizing more and more news from the U.S., and some are losing their ability to think independently or critically. It's important to ask oneself, is the situation the same here in Vancouver? And should I do some research before I join the groupthink? Contrary to what a few special interest groups say, I don't believe that the VPD is a systemically racist organization. While we know there are instances where people of various backgrounds and ethnicities have had negative interactions with the police, in general, it's a leap to suggest that an officer's actions were motivated by any form of bigotry or racism, nor does it mean that the entire VPD is bad. If you feel that the Vancouver Police Department has the same shortcomings as U.S. departments, we should increase their budget to provide more training. We need the police in their present form. They are the first responders to a broad range of public safety issues and serious crimes. Due to fewer officers on the street, there will be increased response times when people call 911. Those most affected will be the poor and the marginalized, and they will have to fend for themselves even more than they already do. These delays will increase fear of crime and render victims of crime helpless, even more so than is already the case. Reduced funding could also mean a reduced capacity to conduct follow-up investigations of serious matters. I truly believe that the fear of crime can be just as debilitating as actually experiencing a crime. Before the city takes a step as large as reducing the police budget, council needs to examine current spending in all areas. I'm so frustrated by how this and the previous council have spent our money. Property tax increases have been far in excess of inflation and population growth. To my way of thinking, City Hall should be concentrating its spending on core services, such as policing, and not the nice-to-haves, at least not now. They should stick to initiatives within the mandate of a municipal government. If the city put spending emphasis on these core services, then they would have more money to dedicate to community organizations that would augment police response. Has this council thought through the actual boots-on-the-ground way in which this will play out? Probably not, given that as far as I know, if this proposal passes, the role of council will end, and the police board will be the one to implement the cutbacks. There are two aspects to the transition. What would happen both inside and outside the police department? If you reduce funding now, will the replacement organizations be in a position to immediately ramp up while the VPD is backing off? I would suggest that these organizations have a very long way to go before they're ready to take on any significant number of calls for service for people in crisis across the city. Would the VPD cuts come in the form of reduced staffing? What would you be willing to give up? Frontline workers or follow-up investigators, administrators or support staff, perhaps community outreach workers or liaison positions? The call load now is staggering, while current staffing levels are the same as they were in 2009. How will the senior citizen or the single mother at home alone feel reassured that the person who broke into their home isn't coming back if the police can't get to them for 2 or 3 days? Now is not the time to bend to unreasonable special interest pressure. Now is the time to test and embrace the positive changes implemented through years of reform within the VPD. These reforms have and will continue to make a difference and offer a framework for moving forward. Please don't do something that we'll all regret. Don't reduce the funding to the police department that has served and continues to serve the citizens of Vancouver so well, but rather maintain the investment in an industry-leading organization. Even though I'm just one voice and I don't represent an agenda-based organization, I need you to please hear me on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, I'll advance you for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pick up on one line of inquiry from your comments. You talked about the mandate of municipal government. Could you elaborate on that and in defining core services? Because this is an issue that has come up repeatedly, where people say, well, these are the core services, this is the mandate of municipal government, and what you're proposing here is outside of that. And I'm just not, I'd like to hear what you have to say and how you define it.
Okay. My understanding that things like housing fall on, I believe it's the federal government, and it seems like the City of Vancouver spends a lot of money on housing issues. I'm up for housing issues. I think the homeless people deserve to have a home, and I think in the long run it would be advantageous to everyone in the city. However, I'm already paying taxes to different levels of government, and it's those levels of government that are supposed to be looking after that. And I know the city has done some studies recently that have obviously cost money, but it seems like they're only intended to influence other levels of government. Things like making the possession of narcotics within the city of Vancouver legal. Another one I heard recently was lobbying the provincial government to amend the Residential Tenancy Act to allow tenants to have pets. So while I know there's no action on these, they're just recommendations, it still does cost money to put these recommendations forward. And I'm just not sure now is the right time to be expending that.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Again, maybe it's something that we as a city have to have a larger discussion around. What are the expectations of what money is going to be spent on them? Because I think there's a difference of opinion, clearly a difference of opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Speaker, you do have one other councillor asking questions or would like to ask questions, Councillor DiGenova. So I will advance you now, Councillor DiGenova, and start your timer.
Thanks so much. And thanks for your presentation. In 2016, 2017, because there were some different components to it, but late 2016, the previous council it approved a 0.5% tax increase, and that 0.5% tax increase was to provide additional measures to help in prevention and to try and help with the emergency overdose crisis that we're experiencing right now. Now, we heard from a number of people that said, I'm already paying once through the provincial portion of the taxes that I give to the City of Vancouver for that. So if someone lived in Burnaby, that would be their share. But here, they were paying that portion and then 0.5% more for the City of Vancouver to take its own measures. I think it's absolutely important that those things happen, but do you think that that's asking too much of the taxpayer, that instead we should be requiring more from other levels of government, or we should try and find strategies or ways to approach that? That's just one example of what I'm hearing you kind of say, and I'm wondering if I'm on the right track there.
No, you've got it absolutely. Two parts to the question. Do you think it's too much for the taxpayers? Yes, particularly at this time. And should the City of Vancouver be lobbying provincial and federal governments? Absolutely. Okay. They should really step up and cover what they're supposed to cover.
Okay, and a 5% tax increase, what would that mean to you? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer.
No, I'm fine answering it. You know, when you stack it upon all the other tax increases we're paying, we will find a way, we always do, but it certainly makes life uncomfortable.
I've heard that argument used about the cups of coffee. So, it's only a cup of coffee here, an extra cup of coffee there per household, or do you think that, that all adds up to too many cups of coffee in this budget? Is that your concern overall? That
Absolutely.
it's not just this, it's on top of the tax increase from last year. All right, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor DeGenova. And also, thank you to the speaker. That's all your questions. We do appreciate you coming to speak.
Perfect. Thank you for your time. Good day.
Next, we have speaker 127, Sydney Ball.
Hello?
Hi there, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Right now I'm speaking from the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm speaking in opposition to the current budget, support of increased property taxes, which is part of the budget, but also to oppose an increase to the police budget and to, in fact, support a decrease. And the reason's really simple. It's that we have decided with where we have allocated funds that we do not want to treat the causes of issues. People we're in Crab Park, we're in Strathcona Park right now, are not there because they haven't had their belongings thrown out enough by the police. They're there because we have a system which does not care about their lives unless it's able to make money and rent money from them. Similarly, people are not dying of overdoses because they haven't had their drugs confiscated enough from the police. We have a subset of the city population right now that is launching a war on the poor, and I believe this is bolstered by misleading statements and propaganda from the police and from the police board. So they've been doing things like inflating crime statistics, though they've really been going down. They've been underreporting how much they've been spending on policing homelessness. They've been participating in things like carding and criminalizing drug users by confiscating drugs and charging with possession with intention to distribute, even for small amounts of drugs. They are escalating hatred for poor and racialized people in the city, I believe, and that's so they can continue to receive a huge chunk of the budget in order to perpetuate harm. What's really needed is to take funds from the police and reallocate them to housing where people are able to control their lives, where there's some semblance of be able to see your family and live stably, because there's no safe supply and there's no opportunity for people to get stability so they can be more part of their communities and their families. And there's no culturally relevant healing or not enough spent on culturally relevant healing. And if I were to demonstrate the way policing works like this, I can tell a story from my own life about how when I was quite young, I was a victim of interpartner violence and assault. And when I look back on that now, the truth is that I can find many ways that would have been preventable, stopped early, or wouldn't have happened in the first place by reallocating funds. But I received no support or help from the police or legal system in that, and they could not have prevented that violence. To try to make that quick for people, all the police did in that situation was they had been tipped off by someone that was not me, and let my parents know, which I was a minor at the time, and that was not safe for me, and it would be, I think, less safe for a lot of people. In the best case scenario, what the option I had was obviously was to go the legal route, experience a lot of trauma and harm through the court system, which I knew at the time I wouldn't do, and at best put someone in jail, which when I grew up more and learned more about Canadian history, I realized that that person's family had been a victim of state violence, Canadian state violence that had been supported by the police and the RCMP. So I realized that was only really a perpetuation of the violence rather than doing anything to address it. But there are a lot of things that I could think of that would have helped. things like better consent education for myself and for them in schools, and for better resources for appropriate counselors to talk to, which I hope the school system is doing a better job of now, but there can still be more relevant places within the community that the City of Vancouver can support for that kind of thing, for assault victims. And sorry. And there could have been more done to repair that harm that had previously been caused by the Canadian state itself. I'm talking about the RCMP when I talk about that story, but I think it's relevant for all police forces within Canada. And I think shows that there's nothing that we have really done to address harms and to intervene on violence before it happens.
I'm just going to pause you there. I'm very sorry to interrupt. We're just at the 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson. So I'm going to advance Councillor questions and then perhaps you can finish your comments there. So Councillor Swanson, go ahead for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming to speak, Sydney. Could you just maybe expand a little bit on, if we did cut the police budget, what kind of services we could fund with the money that we are now spending on police?
Yes, for sure. I think that right now there's only 5% of the budget going to vast community services and housing, and that the city can step up or dramatically increase the amount it spends on housing, especially for welfare, disability, and pension level housing. And I also believe that people need to be able to, people might choose not to access that housing right now because they do not have the chance to see their family members because the rules feel imprisoning. And I think that people are able to make their own rules in their housing that make them feel safe together as a community, and that should be supported. I know that there is calls from people to build an Indigenous Healing Center at Crop Park, and I think that is a wonderful thing to spend the money on instead. And I also want to support this summer in July, there was a motion to decriminalize poverty and to work with a variety of community groups to develop better ways to keep people safe. And I really support exploring fully what those groups' ideas have. Yeah, and I think that that's a better place to spend the money than especially the new low-level crime unit that the VPD has started.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and I will advance Councillor Hardwick for 3 minutes for questions and answers. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today. Listening to your comments, I was struck by this question. Do you understand the difference of responsibilities and services between the different levels of government?
Yes, I believe I do, but I also believe that those can be contested by what people demand. Obviously, this council has put forward a bunch of motions lately that do work to lobby other levels of government for supports that they need, as well as use the Vancouver Charter to amend
Could you
support.
Tell me what, for example, we talk about criminal justice. Ultimately, the criminal justice system is not administered by the city. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of your understanding between the different levels of jurisdiction. So what you're saying is things that are not not local government responsibility, the city can lobby the senior levels of government for funding or to step up their responsible funding from their jurisdiction. Is that accurate?
That's somewhat accurate, but I also think when we talk about police specifically, obviously the City of Vancouver has entered into an agreement to fund its own police system, a system that I think is harmful. And I do think what we can do is we'll have to change the Police Act. I understand that there is a provincial level of government piece of legislation that needs to be amended. However, I think if we look at it as the police are a service that the City of Vancouver would provide, I think there's better safety services that the City of Vancouver could provide instead. So I understand that there's legislation that needs to be amended.
Can
but I
I
think
come
that
at it from a, I only have 1 more minute. So police is one of the, you've heard other speakers talk about core services. And the city can only tax within its borders, unlike the province and unlike the feds, right? So what do you understand to be, in terms of priority services of the city?
Priority services of the city include, things like sanitation, garbage collection, and policing services. There are a number of different community services that the city provides and decides to spend time in, like the new renter's office, for instance. I don't see it as an issue for the city to take money away from the police and to put it into different forms of community safety, because I think by funding the police, they have obviously decided that community safety is something that's within the jurisdiction.
Does that mean that they would create a new community? I'm out of time, but it was interesting. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, great. And thank you very much to the speaker that gave all of your questions today, and we appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our speaker number 129, Susanna Pierce.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Susanna Pierce, and I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh in my office in downtown Vancouver. I'm sharing with you today my own personal views. I moved to downtown Vancouver in 2013 as a single mother with 2 young children after having lived abroad in The Hague, New York City, and Washington, D.C. Last year, however, I decided to move out of the city, and I didn't make the decision to move out lightly. I've always enjoyed city living, being able to marry convenience to work with safe accommodation in a neighborhood that I liked. However, I was beginning to personally experience an increase in crime, as well as unsettling interactions that caused me to question if living downtown was the best thing for me and my kids. My car was broken into. My dog nearly died of a drug overdose after eating something on the streets. The park next to my condo became a hangout for people who often got high, with smoke wafting over my kids as I walked them to the school bus. My children and I were on occasion yelled at and approached by strangers. And don't get me wrong, I became afraid, or my kids became afraid to walk the dog around the block. And so as a result of that, I decided to move out of the city. And don't get me wrong, I didn't move out of town to shelter my kids from the hardship that some of our people in society face. In fact, people who are themselves victims. I firmly believe it is important for my kids to witness and acknowledge the challenges we face in society so they can become contributing citizens to address these important social issues. However, when it came to my kids' safety and their feeling of safety, I felt like I didn't have much of a choice. When I moved to Vancouver in 2013, I thought it was the most beautiful city in the world. I also considered it to be among the safest. Unfortunately, I don't really feel that way anymore. This is based on my own personal experiences, my friends' experiences, and when I hear and read about the increase in hate crimes, assaults, break-and-enters in broad daylight, and mental health-related incidents needing police support. And I think many others today and last night have shared statistics, so I won't go into them here. But I'm also very concerned about the months ahead, when the true toll of COVID-19 on mental health and personal financial security is borne out. I don't believe we've seen the worst yet. And I worry deeply about the impact on already marginalized groups, and in particular the shadow pandemic, which is the increase in domestic violence against women, which impacts Indigenous women and women of color, typically in large proportion. Over the years in Vancouver, I've had the good fortune of meeting numerous police officers on their beat or at various different forums. I truly believe they are leaders. They are diverse, compassionate, generous, and deserve praise for the many hours they work to respond to calls all across the city and after hours in support of their very own volunteer community-based initiatives. I don't believe that now is the time to cut the very resources they need to deliver the type of collaborative and integrated community-focused safety programs that we need, and resources that they too need to ensure that they remain resilient during the very challenging months to come. I also want to recognize in closing that I know that yours is not an easy job, and I frankly do firmly appreciate your commitment to public office. I sat and listened to you all yesterday and part of today. And I know that these issues are important to you. They're also very important to me. And I know also, though, that there is no trade-off actually between public safety and public health. I actually believe that it's not an or, that it is an and. And therefore, I thank you for your time today, and I thank you for your leadership in the difficult decisions to come.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you adding to the conversation.
Right, thank you.
Next, we have speaker 131, Liz Bell.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi, great, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your time starts now.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Liz Bell and I'm a homeowner in Vancouver and I'm also a high school teacher. I'm speaking to council today to ask you to fully fund a resolution that you passed in July to seek input from people with lived experience and from all of the community organizations on how the city can support community-based harm reduction and safety services instead of policing. Secondly, to ask staff to prepare a report and budget to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse, and to prioritize funding community-led groups. And thirdly, to direct the mayor to inform the Vancouver Police Board that it is council's priority to deprioritize policing. In July, I and hundreds of others spoke at council asking you to support a community-led safety initiatives, and you unanimously passed that resolution, and I thank you for that. Today, I'm asking you to stick by your commitment to build a more just city and to fully fund the city's efforts to deprioritize policing. In 2020, the city spent twice as much as the VPD, they spent twice as much on the VPD budget than they did on community services and housing expenses. The Vancouver Police Department takes up 21% of the city's budget. This is more than parks, recreation, arts, culture, community services, and libraries combined. And this cannot remain the same. As a high school teacher, I know firsthand the importance of community services, of libraries, recreation, and the arts for students. These organizations provide connections, support, and places of belonging for all of the students and for their families. They deserve significant support. I find this level of spending also absolutely unconscionable in the midst of a housing crisis in Vancouver and the context of the dual global crises of police violence and the COVID-19 pandemic, all of which disproportionately harm Black, Indigenous, racialized, and impoverished communities. Given the violence that police perpetuate, I ask that you maintain your support for deprioritizing police by committing to fully funding the initiatives the council voted to support. By committing to funding efforts to examine the police department's spending, we can take the first steps to an evidence-based approach to defunding the over-policing of poor and racialized communities in Vancouver. Instead redistributing funds to those community-led services that actually help people. I acknowledge that the police are called into situations that they are untrained for, and they're thrown into situations that they are unable to de-escalate. And there are organizations who are capable of doing that work, and the money should be going to them rather than to the police departments. We give ourselves the opportunities to minimize the harm that the police perpetuate, to reimagine how we address harm, and to create space to build systems grounded in community safety. The Vancouver Police budget has grown by more than $100 million in the last 10 years for a total of around $340 million in 2020. This money would be better spent actually solving rather than criminalizing poverty and homelessness. And just as a side note, as a public school teacher, and how which is provincial money, not city money, I'm totally aware of that. But looking at how minuscule the increases in the education funding has been over the years, it galls me that the police budget is able to increase at such a rate over such a period of time. How can we value policing more than we value education? So by seeking input from community groups about how the city could support existing and future community-based harm reduction and Safety Service, the City of Vancouver can make tangible and meaningful steps to ending the criminalization of poverty. As council, you have the obligation to improve the lives of everyone in this city, not just the most privileged, and the ability to enact meaningful change. I urge you to recommit to funding efforts that the council has already committed to. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That was
Just a point of parliamentary procedure just before we continue.
okay. Councillor.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm just wondering, did we call through? I didn't hear us call through the speakers. Are they just not on the line, which is totally fine? I'm just wondering if we're calling through because I think we missed speaker 128. I think we missed speaker 130. Unless
so what's happening, Councillor DiGenova, and how it's been since we started the meeting this morning is that we are aware of who's on the line and we are going to that person. The clerk is working with the TELUS line and identifying who's there. So, and then at the end, we'll go through and we'll call through all the names that were missed.
Thanks so much. And then just two pieces of business, you know, kind of at the same time here. Another
If there's
point of
no
parliamentary
questions,
procedure.
yes, let me just thank the speaker for their contribution. Let them know there's no speakers and then they can hang up if they like. So thank you very much to the last speaker who spoke to council. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council today.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Chair, I have to draw your attention to 6.1b again, and just in specifically by words, tone, manner of speaking, or gesticulation, express any opinion, or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons. I'm just a bit concerned by some of the things that I've heard over a number of speakers now. I'm not calling out any one speaker, and just wanting to make sure that maybe you could remind speakers of the safe and respectful environment we're trying to foster here. Thank you, Chair.
Point of privilege, Swanson.
I'm going to respond, and then Councillor Swanson, you can go ahead. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Councillor DiGenova, and I'll just reference, as the mayor stated yesterday, and as he's been chairing this meeting on this particular topic, that at times there's a little bit of leeway one way or the other, but being very mindful of impugning anyone directly or any one group directly. And so I'm sensitive to that part of the procedure bylaw and will caution speakers if I feel like they've crossed the line. But I do appreciate you reading out that particular point in the procedure bylaw, and we'll keep it in mind as we go forward. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, I just looked at that 6.1b. It refers to council members, not to speakers. So I actually think it's good if we let people speak their truths and not make them feel embarrassed or upset, especially when we haven't told them about any rules. But from my reading of 6.1b, it applies to council members only.
Well, I think
council member must not disturb or interrupt another council member who's speaking, except to raise a point of order, blah, blah, blah. And then by words, tone, manner of speaking, or gesticulation, express any opinion or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons. But that seems to apply to council members.
Well, I appreciate the interpretation of that piece of it. And we also know that there's a sort of general freedom of speech that is added to the mix. So I'm going to move along to the next speaker, given all of the
point of procedure.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'm a chair. I'm just wanting to clarify the procedure and to which you are referring, and correct Councillor Swanson in that although that section of our procedure bylaw does refer to to councillors. Section 7.8 talks about conduct in the public gallery. That would be those who come to speak to us. And in C of 7.8, it talks about otherwise engage in improper conduct. Improper conduct is defined earlier in our procedure bylaws and also is defined in the section that you've been quoting or that Councillor DiGenova quoted. And so there is that is the link. It's between 7.8 and then the earlier procedures in the bylaw that define improper conduct.
And just a point of privilege afterwards, I want to thank Councillor Carr for that because I was
just I'm going to interrupt you. It's not a point of privilege to thank other councillors for pointing things out. So I think what we need to do is, Councillor Carr, your clarification is noted, and during the next speaker, I'm going to check with the clerk and make sure that we're on top of following the procedure bylaw and addressing any concerns that councillors may have. I noticed that there's also Councillor Dominato on the queue, but we don't have a speaker, so I'm not sure. Councillor Dominato, do you want to come off with?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I was going to also cite section 7 of the procedure bylaw as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I appreciate Councillor Carr's done that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. We will move along, and again, thank you to all the councillors for adding their concerns there, and we'll be mindful of that moving forward. So speaker number 132, Barj Dahan.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Councillor. Hello.
I just wanted to let you know that you have 5 minutes. We can hear you just fine, and your time starts now.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Barj Dahan. I live at 6312 Elm Street. Vancouver has been home to me and my extended family for over 47 years. I also want to disclose that I am the Vice Chair of the Vancouver Police Board. I'm speaking right now as a citizen, as a taxpayer, and my family is no stranger to being victim of violence. In my extended family, we've had attempted rape, shooting, and a murder that took place in the late 1970s, still unresolved. Our city is really the envy of the world, or has been, as one of the safest and livable major cities in the world. It's largely due to the collective work of City Council, staff, Vancouverites, service providers, and it's the collective work that has made the city safe, including the work of the Vancouver Police Department. Sadly, we as a city also have a reputation of having incredible pain, suffering, and death in the downtown east side. This is largely due to poverty, opioids, addictions, homelessness, and mental health issues. Over the last 20 years, due to collective policy and program failures or ignoring of these issues and jurisdictional issues, who's responsible, which level of government is responsible, we are faced with this crisis. My family, my wife, she used to be part of Magdalene Recovery Society in the 2000s, helping to support the working women of downtown East Side. What they experienced was that there was very little support from government bodies to do this much needed work. My family and I, our members, we continue to support annually, regularly, Union Gospel Mission, Covenant House, and other service providers in the city. My comments today are to do with two items on the budget for 2021. One is the property tax increases. First of all, over the last 6 years, the city of Vancouver has had property tax increases of 30% collectively. In the past year, it was 7%, and in 2021 proposed budget, it's 5%. My mother is 94. We're trying to keep her in her own home, give her care. She was She's affected by a stroke. She's on old age pension. Her pension isn't going, but her property taxes continue to go up every year, as well as other costs. And it's becoming hard for her and many other citizens, many other people in the city, that this continuous increase to property taxes way beyond the inflationary rates is unsustainable and unaffordable. Secondly, as a business owner myself, I'm seeing a lot of businesses in Vancouver closing, some due to COVID, but some closing due to the high costs, particularly property taxes. In some instances, tenants are paying property taxes at the same amount as they are paying rents. That is unsustainable, and we're beginning to see a gutting of the retail sector along our major routes, commercial nodes, Commercial Street, Main Street, Robson, and that is not sustainable. And we have to look at the ballooning costs in the city. I would suggest, as a taxpayer, that the City Council provides for an independent external auditor general whose responsibility would be to independently look at potential savings in the entire city operations. I'm also saddened to hear this narrative where police generally are being vilified. They're being accused of brutality, victimization of the marginalized individuals in our society. This is far from reality. Police are not perfect, but this general categorization and comparison to the VPD with what's happening maybe in some other jurisdictions is not describing truth and reality the way it is.
Okay, I'm going to just stop you there. I'm just going to stop you there because we are just past the 5-minute time, but you do have questions.
Okay.
So thank you very much. First on the queue for questions, and you have a number of questions from councillors. So first we'll start with Councillor Carr. 3 minutes for questions and answers, and your time starts now.
Actually, that's a holdover from when I was just gave a point of order. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. I will advance. Councillor Fry is next on the list for questions. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Dehan, for joining us. And I really want to focus some of the questions. Appreciate your comments about the general budget, but I want to focus some of the questions on your role in the police board. And I do appreciate your call for an auditor general, and that's something that I also share interest in. And similarly, I wonder if, as we establish the Auditor General office, is that something you would see a roadmap for engaging in with the police board specifically, as well as the City of Vancouver? So for listeners, there's a disconnect between the board and council in operations.
If there is going to be an independent auditor looking at the entire budget and spend and revenue raising of the city, the fact that the VPD funding comes through the city, then I think it makes sense that that independent auditor should be able to look at the VPD budget as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Mr. Dehan. And I guess a follow-up to that then, and I'm sure you've been listening and you've heard the range of kind of opinions, everything from abolishing the police to repositioning the police, and then on the other side, people who want more policing and people who are somewhere in the middle. Given some of the kind of direction that we're hearing kind of globally and here in North America, especially around reprioritizing policing, do you see a roadmap forward in how that might work within our current policing construct, so we can shift some of those resources to better support people with mental health through options that aren't policing, for instance?
I think the context would be in British Columbia and Canada in terms of what is happening through various jurisdictions and how police are being funded. We are going through a provincial review in which everything is going to be looked at, and we need to look at ways how policing can be improved and so forth. So we're definitely open to that.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Dahan. I'll leave it for others to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Next on the queue for questions, we have Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, for 3 minutes for questions and answers.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Dahan, for being here. Appreciate it. I want to zero in on a couple of your questions around sort of the budget overall and taxes. And you mentioned, and thank you for sharing your personal experience, your 94-year-old mom. I know you do a lot of work in the community. Can you speak to whether or not you're hearing similar concerns from other seniors that are on fixed incomes, or what you're hearing in your community?
We're hearing a lot of concerns about the rising property taxes. We're also hearing concerns from the community, particularly Khalsa Diwan Society on Ross Street, which has over 11,000 members, that they're home to community policing center, and it's one of a kind in North America. They do want the city council to support the BPD's budget request that we have put forward. They do see that, yes, crime is always shifting, moving, it's never still, but policing is a central need, a core service. It is needed, and seniors are concerned, other people are concerned. Small business people are really concerned. A lot of what some people call as low priority service calls, business people are feeling they're not being attended to.
Yeah, just to clarify, I was referring more to, appreciate those comments, but I was referring more to sort of the affordability piece around seniors and fixed incomes and what you're hearing through Khalsa Diwan and the other community work that you do.
Well, I think the utility costs, property tax increases, and so forth, they are a growing affordability issue for everybody in the city. The 59% of the revenues of the city budget come through property taxes, and taxpayers are being hit every year with increases that are double or triple the rate of inflation.
Okay. I have one more question for you, and it's wearing your small business hat. And I wonder if you can speak to what you think next year looks like in 2021. Some people have suggest it might be a year of recovery. Other economists have suggested, well, we're 2 or 3 years out. What does it really look like on the ground from your point of view for small business, for how they're going to survive or not survive next year?
I want to be clear that I do not own and operate a business in the city of Vancouver, other than I do have some commercial property and apartment block. I have businesses in Metro Vancouver. My sense on a personal level is that we're seeing a lot of closures happening, the small businesses in every sector, every industry, and we're probably going to see 20-30% of the small businesses close indefinitely because of the COVID impacts. And they're very serious. We're all being impacted by that.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, right on time. Appreciate that. Next councillor is Councillor Hardwick for 3 minutes. Please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dahan. Listening to your comments, I was struck that really what you were talking about was balance. You talked about how the property tax increases have gone up by 30% over a number of years, recent years, that businesses have been closing because of the burden of expenses coming from the city, and yet the city can only generate revenue through property taxes, utility fees, and similar forms within its boundaries. I don't think sometimes people understand that the city is limited to being able to generate revenue within its 115 square kilometers. So setting that up as a stage for discussion, how do you see the city getting in balance between what it can extract in terms of revenue and the scope of expenses? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think some of the issues that Council has been trying to address in the last number of years, they're very, very important, serious issues in the city, like homelessness, opioid crisis, and so forth. Those problems did not happen overnight. They happened over the last 20 years. And all levels of government need to participate in that. So one of the things that I think council can be doing is not only advocating for, but trying to bring all levels of government together so that it's a coordinated effort. Currently, $1 million every day is spent in the downtown east side. And that money perhaps can be better spent if there was a coordinating body that would coordinate the work of many agencies, health agencies, government bodies, and so forth. That's one. The other thing that I think council can do in its role as the governing body in leadership to bring about the 100+ community organizations and nonprofits who work throughout the city to address these big issues. As from my family's experience, many of these, or all of these organizations are well-intentioned. They're trying to do really good and needed work. But I think if there was someone or some way of coordinating the work of all of these organizations, we would be able to find savings and maybe more efficient use of all of these resources that are going in there. So those are two specific things that council can do to address the big issues in the city.
Well, thank you. I'd have more questions, but I only have 15 seconds, 13, 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for keeping track of your time there. One more councillor here, Mr. Brahan. Councillor Boyle has questions, so go ahead, Councillor Boyle, for 3 minutes.
Thanks, and I'll also be brief, noting the time. I'm just interested to hear, recognizing that every department in the city is seeing cutbacks in this budget, where you propose that we would find the additional funds for the requested increase in the police budget. Does that come from a higher tax rate? Do we close a couple libraries? Where do you suggest that we find those funds?
First of all, I want to be very clear that the Vancouver Police Board and the VPD's ask is not an increase to the budgets. We're asking for a 1% imposed cut for staffing from last year to reverse that, and then to provide an additional $350,000 for the CPCs. CPCs do very valuable work. They have more than 60,000 volunteers. That is equivalent to 333 full-time staff. So right now, especially under the COVID situation, a lot of the issues that we've already talked about, CPCs are the connections in the communities and the neighborhoods they serve. So our ask is reasonable. We're not asking to increase the budget. We're just asking for a 1% reversal from last year and $350,000 additional money for the CPCs.
Sure, but it's new money that we need to find from somewhere. And so I'm just asking if you have a recommendation in terms of whether it's a tax increase or whether it's a cut, reallocated funds from somewhere else, because it is new money we would need to find.
I'm not in a position to recommend or suggest where that money is found. That is the council's responsibility. However, I would like to say that as far as the VPD budget goes, we've been consistent over the last 10 years that it does make up about 20% of the overall budget. But in terms of our staffing levels, we're sitting at 2009 and 2010 levels, and we are quite efficient over the years. Many innovative efficiencies have been brought into place, and so we are a pretty efficient department.
Okay, but no specific recommendations of where we find those. That's fine. I asked you already. Thank you for making the time to come and speak.
Thank you.
Okay, and we do have another round of questions for you, Mr. Hahn. So I will advance Councillor Swanson for 3 minutes to ask questions and hear answers. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thanks so much for phoning in to speak. I have a question that I'm hoping your police board self can answer. A while back, you sent me an email about that talked about police staffing levels and things. And one of the things you said was that one of the reasons police needed staffing was to answer calls from supportive housing, which support a lot of the supportive housing places have rules in place that say if their residents don't show up for 24 hours or something, they call the police and get a missing persons happening. And I was wondering if you think that that might be an area where people in the community who know the people more intimately and who don't have the fear response to police that a lot of community people have would be able to do instead of police.
Chair Bly?
Yes, I'm curious if I'm wondering if we've lost a connection, Councillor Swanson, with the speaker you were asking questions of.
Yeah, I think the speaker might have hung up. So maybe give us a second. We'll just confirm.
Yes, maybe a accidental disconnection. Stand by, Councillor Swanson will get your question answered, hopefully, by the speaker.
Chair Bly, I'm confirming that the speaker is no longer on the line.
Okay. Well, will you let us know if they reconnect?
Yes, I certainly will.
Okay, great. So if the councillors don't mind holding their questions, I believe Councillor Swanson and Councillor Dominato, and we can see if we can get some answers for you. And before we move on to the next speaker, I actually just wanted to, I've taken a look at the points of order that were raised earlier, and there's a couple of comments, one of which is in, so the clarification by Councillor Carr around section 7.8C talks about improper conduct of those who are addressing council, speakers who are addressing council, and refers to improper conduct, which ties back to section 6.1. So if I may just caution speakers to try and keep comments focused on personal experiences that inform one's opinion. That can be helpful. We do want to ensure that we allow people to share their perspectives openly. So that might be one way to just avoid any improper conduct. And I also just want to flag that for speakers for city councillors who have declared a conflict on a portion of this report, and if their point of order is in relation to that conflict, that you may just want to verify with your own personal legal counsel as to whether or not calling points of order related to the conflict of interest are appropriate. I don't know the answer specifically. I'm reached out to legal myself, but perhaps that might be something that could be done as we move through speakers here.
Parliamentary procedure?
Yeah, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I've never heard that noted, Chair Bly, and it's no secret that I have declared a conflict. However, I didn't state anything specific to any speaker, and I think I was speaking about speakers on either side. I know you weren't referring to me. I'm just wondering, is that something that we mention?
As I said, it's a question to legal, and I'll let you know if I hear back, but I know that you have your own legal counsel, and so I'm just advising that that might be an appropriate question to direct that way while we that this may come up again, and it's good for us to have clarity. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker, speaker number 133, Sarah Sagai.
Hi there. Yes, I'm on the line.
Hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your time starts now.
Thank you so much. I'm calling to speak in opposition to the proposed VPD budget increase. Council passed a unanimous resolution to prioritize defunding the police and invest in community-led safety initiatives just about 4 months ago. Why are we talking about an increase to the police budget now? I don't know. I heard Councillor DiGenova earlier today speak of a divide and how can we heal this divide. So let's talk about this divide. It appears that since July, the VPD has been hard at work recruiting its own supporters to speak to council, and I think in order to bury the legitimate voice of criticism and the loud call to defund, this manufactured satisfaction with the police is from those who feel safe, in my opinion, calling the police to be protected from their own projected fears onto other people who either don't look like them or are not from the same economic class as they are. It's common knowledge among many, at least those I know and in my social circle, that calling the police in situations of danger does nothing in the best case scenario and causes more harm in the worst case. When I hear people talk about feeling safe if more money goes towards the police, I know that these people must have a fundamentally different experience than I do with the police, which confirms for me what many suspect, that police does not create public safety. They protect one group, the haves, from another, the have-nots, and they perpetuate the divide. So how can you say the police makes us safe when they cause so much violence? They've killed and brutalized innocent people with impunity, and they harass and terrorize vulnerable people in downtown Eastside daily. If you want to heal the divide, instead of coddling baseless fears, educate your own people. Invest in housing everyone, invest in communities to protect each other and grow. You want public safety? We want to. But is it too much to ask to have a safety plan for everybody, not just a loud minority of entitled, privileged settlers? Is it too much to ask that you spend some of that allocated public safety budget on community services and programs who are keeping poor and vulnerable people safe right now from the violence of the police as well as other dangers in society? Councillor DeGenova, if you want to heal the divide, I urge you to get behind the call to defund the police and invest in communities. Keep
Point of
everyone
order,
safe.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I'm
Councillor.
looking for my section, but it's the referencing of specific council members.
I'm just going to interrupt you. You're absolutely right, and it's not to address councillors directly while speaking. So I'll just caution the speaker to not directly address councillors without them asking you a question. That's consistent with our procedure bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't know if that's improper conduct, but thanks for your note. I was just letting them know of my answer to an earlier question they asked.
Singling out councillors based on
Excuse me, Councillor
marital
Dominato,
status.
just 1 second. Councillor Dominato, I got it. Thank you.
Human Rights Code.
Yep, thank you. So Speaker, we can send you the procedure bylaw. It is a public document, and it's actually quite simple in the sense that speakers can make their comments but cannot directly address their comments to one particular councillor unless it's in question period and that councillor's asked you a question. It's a pretty black and white part of the procedure bylaw. We can send it to you if you need it. So I'll let you finish your comments and I'll give you back 30 seconds on your timer.
Thanks so much. When a friend of mine went missing a couple of weeks ago, we were strongly urged not to call the police because we were lucky. But we were lucky because we had a community of support who could be called upon to action if needed. Our friend was located and was safe in the end. I want all communities to have access to such networks of solidarity, knowledge, and resources to help keep each other safe and not fear that the police will inflict more violence on their loved ones if they call them while having no other choice. I saw in the VPD presentation yesterday, they were complaining about staff burnout. I think it's nice to be burned out with full medical benefits, 5 weeks paid vacation time, allowable leave at any point in one's career, and a salary of $82,000. Try being a social worker, try working on the front line with drug users, sex workers, people with mental health issues, homeless people. Try overworking on a shoestring budget to serve and keep vulnerable people safe from the violence that society inflicts upon them, as well as from the police. And let's see your burnout then. What many essential workers are doing in downtown Eastside. And they also do not have the kind of money that the VPD has to spend on this kind of split presentation and to organize their own letter writing campaign in order to ask for more money. And I think if they did that, actually, they would be going outside of their mandate and might risk having their government-funded grants cut. So I'd like to see a truthful breakdown of the VPD expenditure on this campaign, as well as the items that they were previously asked by council to list. And I'd like this council to pressure them to produce truthful numbers and not letting them get away with absurd and insulting claims, such as the one in their presentation from a couple of weeks ago, saying they've spent $283 on homelessness this year.
Okay, we're right at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, so I have given you that extra time, but you do have questions, Ms. Sagai, from Councillor Swanson, so I will stop your timer and advance Councillor Swanson for 3 minutes of questions. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. I just will ask you what I've been asking everybody else, which is what kind of service, if we did cut the police budget and use that money to fund other services, what kind of other services can you imagine we would be funding with that money? What could they do?
You know, I think this knowledge exists in the community. There are services that are already doing that. I am not an expert on this. I know people who are, and they are talking about the alternative. So I think the council needs to do the work that was laid out in the motion passed in July to consult those groups and come up with a proposal. I also think there were 23 grants that were that could not be or grant applications that could not be funded last year because of a lack of budget in the social grants. And you know, I think if you cut the police budget, you could fund those things, and you could fund a lot of community-led safety initiatives, which are there's no space or resources to develop those ideas right now. I don't think you need people to just come up with ideas, or if that's a feasible thing. I think this is something that we need to invest in, and I think there's a lot of ideas out there, and it can be done if the resources are put towards them.
Okay, thanks. I'm hoping we can do that if the money for that motion in July passes. Thanks so much for phoning in.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Those are all your questions, Ms. Sagai. Thank you for speaking to Council today.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we actually do have Mr. Who do we have? We have Mr. Dahan back on the line to answer questions. I believe it was Councillor Swanson, perhaps Councillor Dominato, but I didn't. Yes, okay. So Councillor Swanson, go ahead for 3 minutes. Mr. Bahan, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you. It's Dahan.
Dahan, yes, sorry, of course. So sorry, we got cut off, but we have 2 councillors that have questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Hi, Mr. Dahan. Thanks for phoning in twice. Really appreciate it. So I remember getting an email from you a while back, and you were talking about why we needed about all the work that the police are doing. And one of the things you said they do, you said that the supportive housing sometimes has rules that if people don't, if their residents don't show up, they call the police to do a missing persons search. And I know that's true because sometimes they've called me when people weren't there. And so I'm wondering if you think that maybe that's a chore that people could do who aren't police, maybe people, and maybe there could be a number of a community group that people could call if people don't show up to their rooms and they're worried about them.
You know, the system that we have in place now is 911, or the non-emergency number. All the calls for service, whether they're for fire or ambulance or police, go through that one system. So until there is an alternate system in place, on a personal level, I don't see how we could do that right now. And I'm also, as a individual person, as a citizen with lots of family members in the city, want to know and learn more about these agencies that are saying, or others are saying, that they could do some of this work that police is doing. I don't know if any that is doing that work right now.
Okay, but that's something that we could look into. You wouldn't be opposed to it.
I think that would be part and parcel of the provincial police review that could be looked at. It would also involve the province. So that would be a longer term approach. I don't think that's something that can be done just like that. Defund the police this time, and then tomorrow there's this alternate service available. So until there are genuine, sustainable alternate services available. As leaders, we ought to think carefully before making very significant decisions that could have a detrimental or negative effect on the safety in the city.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Next, we have Councillor Dominato with questions. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Madam Chair, you know what? Through Councillor Swanson's question, Mr. Dahan actually addressed some of the things I was going to ask about. So I'm going to leave it there, but thank you for calling back.
Thank you.
Okay, and you actually do have a, nope, okay, so we do not have anyone else on the queue. Mr. Dahan, thank you very much for calling back.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have speaker number 137, Sneha Jain.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your time starts now. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sneha, and I live on the unceded ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak and your time today. I would like to commence by bringing your attention to the statement released by Women Transforming Cities on their website 2 days ago, which was also shared with all the esteemed councillors present here in the audience today, last Monday via email. The 2021 Vancouver City Capital and Operating Budget is an urgent opportunity for the city to take meaningful action on the intersecting crisis experienced by women. I think women are experiencing unprecedented job losses at a much higher rate than men, a huge increase in domestic and racialized violence, and increases of unpaid work and lack of affordable childcare. The majority of those on the front line of the healthcare system are racialized women. While the strategic analysis on page 7 of the budget paper states that the hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic is being taken into account in the budget, WTC strongly believes that the analysis and proposals are inadequate. The budget, unfortunately, has not been created using a gendered or an intersectional lens. As a result, the budget proposals are not equitable and will not be effective in addressing the urgency of challenges being experienced by women like me in Vancouver. WTC is therefore highlighting some gaps, suggesting potential opportunities for improvement, and also some suggestions for revenue-generating options for the city. Owing to the time constraints, I will highlight only some of them today. We would like to request all the esteemed councillors to please collect and use disaggregated data to assess whether post-pandemic recovery policies are equitable. Will they really be resulting in achieving their intended effects, or if they're actually widening the inequities? They could also be used and allow policymakers to prioritize and pivot programs and policies to better reduce inequities. We would request that support be provided to populations most impacted by changes in this work due to the pandemic, because women workers are concentrated in low-paid jobs in retail, hospitality, tourism, restaurants, service industry, social work, as well as in part-time or temporary work. They have suffered disproportionately from job loss when the pandemic hit. Canadian women aged 25 to 54 have experienced a decline in their employment rate that was twice that of men, and their employment is returning at a slower rate. We propose the following to increase revenues for the city and cover any deficits in favor of a more equitable, fair, gendered, racialized, and just budget. Consider projects that are obsolete where funding could be reallocated. We propose that it is ensured that decisions on the new budget are data and audit based and ensure that the marginalized and the groups that are most negatively impacted by the pandemic receive the most equitable response. We propose instituting a wealth tax. A report by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, BC, found that Canada's top billionaires have gained an appalling $37 billion since COVID-19 began. We propose a 5% tax on anyone with net worth over $20 million in Vancouver. We also propose increasing the empty home tax. Applying an equity lens to commercial property taxes. A blanket increase in property taxes is inequitable given how negatively small businesses have been hit in Vancouver, especially small businesses owned by equity-seeking groups. We propose a tiered property tax based not on the value of property, but on the average quarterly income, comparing 2019-2020 incomes. The United Nations has stated that without appropriate intervention, the COVID-19 crisis could really set women's rights back decades. We are in a crisis, and the decisions the city makes now will be felt for decades to come. Women Transforming Cities stand with the women of Vancouver to demand that the council and mayor please be proactive at this time to allocate and enable all possible resources to address the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on my Indigenous, Black, and racialized sisters. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for speaking. And you do have questions. First up is Councillor Carr. I'll advance Councillor Carr for questions and answers in 3 minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. And thank you so much for taking the time to come and the work that you do. So I was very intrigued by the statement you made about taking obsolete, I think you used the term obsolete projects in the city and identifying them and reassign the funding for those to other initiatives. Have you identified those any of those obsolete projects? I'm totally curious as to what that list might look like.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think the term obsolete meant more of like if you revisit, say, the priorities of the city in the last 6 months and how many projects have actually continued or have been impacted by the crisis. Our suggestion was to see if there are projects within the existing city budgets or wherever the city funding is being applied to, if those projects haven't moved forward for whatever reasons, could be lack of staffing, could be lack of funding, or could be lack of even applicability in terms of pandemic, other things have taken priority. My suggestion would be just like in any other project management, what we do is we prioritize. So the suggestion was to be able to reflect back and look at any of those projects that haven't moved forward. And if the funding is being, if we're asking for funding on projects that haven't moved or haven't shown any impact or as there's no data to show their impact or moving forward, we could probably reconsider allocating those funds at this time. I hope that helps answer your question.
So it's if I can interpret what you just said or just verify, that we should be analyzing the impact of a project or a program and looking to see whether that impact is in line with whatever the original goal was of setting the project up. If there's no impact, then use that money. That's very interesting. I appreciate that insight. Thank you.
I would do time, cost, quality. So, for example, not just impact on outcomes, but even if there's, for example, lack of staffing or lack of anything that has stalled the project or any barriers, then those are some projects that could take a backseat and you could reallocate those funds.
Well, how would you assess if those projects actually are high priority, just haven't gone forward yet for other reasons?
Yeah, so if whatever you would assess those reasons, right? I mean, there's a prioritization matrix you would use. I'm happy to, I don't know how much time we have. I'm happy to explain the process.
Maybe we'll do a follow-up call. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. More than happy to, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And next on the queue for questions is Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson. You may be on mute, Councillor Swanson. I can't hear you.
How about now?
That's great.
Okay. Thanks so much for phoning in to us. I love the idea of a wealth tax. I tried to get this council to just ask the staff to investigate a progressive property tax, which would have higher rate on people that owned expensive property, but that was defeated. But so the problem with the wealth tax in the city is that we would need a charter change. The province would have to agree to let us have the wealth tax. So I'm wondering if you have any ideas about how we could get them to agree to do that.
Well, I think statistics show, and it's across the board nationwide. I think even the federal government is being asked to look into that because it's appalling in the last. So, for example, people who have worked on frontline for essential services, all of them actually have their wages have not increased. In fact, some of them have gotten laid off. But the people who have owned these big chains or big companies have made that much money. So I think it's incumbent on us as citizens or even the government to demand that kind of change because the time is not the same like every year. COVID-19 has completely changed everything. And I think we need to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and can I make another comment? Sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Sure.
You did mention about the property tax. My thing is, I think property tax blanket shouldn't be considered because the valuation of property here is very different. And I think senior citizens, we've mentioned this in our letter and statement too, that senior citizens above 65, their property taxes need to be re-looked at. I don't think having a blanket property tax is going to help. And that's why we proposed looking into that as well. Sorry.
That's why I campaigned on the idea of a mansion tax where you could have higher taxes for people who own more expensive properties. And also senior citizens are allowed to defer their property taxes so they don't have to pay until they die or sell the property. So that's one way that they are protected if taxes go up to provide the equity services that you're saying that you want.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the insight.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to the speaker. That is all the questions that you have today, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Oh, thank you so much for the time.
Next, we have speaker 138, Kathleen Grow.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you have 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your time starts now.
Perfect. Hi, Council. I would like to start by acknowledging that I'm calling in from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples, where I have been living and working for almost a decade. I have the privilege of a flexible schedule and the ability to listen into these council meetings, which is why I'm speaking to you today, because I know that not everyone can. I was so disappointed to see that the proposed budget for 2021 includes an increase to the VPD budget, and I'm here to speak in opposition of this. This is not, to me, what working towards a better future and a better present means. Earlier this year, you listened to hundreds of people, including myself, speak on our personal experiences and trauma with the police and matters of safety in the city. We ask that you consult with so many amazing organizations in our city, like Black Lives Matter, WISH, BCCLA, the Hogan Alley Society, Vendu, PACE, and so many more, in order to gain more insight into how we can divest funds from the VPT and invest them in community-led initiatives. I've been listening to all the speakers, and we have heard many sentiments that some folks don't feel safe in a city with unhoused people and people who use drugs. But what about the safety of those unhoused people and people who use drugs? Well, whose safety are we talking about here? What about all the people who don't feel safe around the police, like we heard earlier from WISH? Who is being left out of these conversations? Homelessness is a failure of policy, and if we spent more time and money on providing housing for the unhoused, that would be a small but impactful move towards removing the underlying issues that create these quote-unquote unsafe conditions. Pointing police at unhoused people doesn't solve a housing crisis. The VPD has recently created a neighborhood response team, which seems like exactly the type of thing folks have been asking to have moved away from the police and into community-led initiatives. Of the team, in the press release, it was said that this team is going to be dealing with those lower priority calls, like the person that's using drugs in the park, like the person that may be sleeping in your doorway and you can't get in or out of your building, or like the person that may be scaring away your customers in front of your business. Now, to me, each and every one of those issues stems from someone not having access to the resources or support that they need. Someone using drugs in a park probably doesn't have somewhere else to do them safely and probably needs access to support structured around harm reduction. Someone sleeping in a doorway needs a place to live. This city has a brutal housing crisis during a global pandemic. Someone scaring away customers probably needs access to mental health resources and care. We know that the police are not the right responders for people in crises of mental health. We have only to look at the number of deaths committed by officers during wellness checks in Canada this year. How can we not invest in community-based harm reduction and safety services instead of policing? Why are we so afraid of imagining alternatives to our reality? The more we invest in removing the vast and devastating amounts of inequality there are in the city, the better we will all be for it. I'm disappointed that the important work that was done this summer in passing the motion for decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives is at risk of not being supported by tangible action. I just want to live in a Vancouver where we're all taken care of, where community comes first, and where we're not afraid to try something new and move away from traditional channels to improve everyone's lives for the better. I want Vancouver to feel like a safe city, but not a quote-unquote safe city where poverty is criminalized. A safe city where we're all taken care of, offered shelter, and help when we need it. Earlier on in the council meeting, the police commissioner asked that you use common sense and not rely on hollow rhetoric from some people, and I suppose that I am one of those some people, but I hope you can hear that I am not hollow. I as well will ask that you use common sense and open your minds to a different future, a better future, a future built on care, consideration, and community, because what on earth are we here for if not changing the world for the better? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Speaker. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to Council today. Next, actually, Council, what we're going to do now is have a 5-minute recess. The Mayor is back from his civic business and we'll be taking over the chair. So we'll take a 5-minute recess to get things set up, and that will be that. So what time is it now? 2:28. So we'll come back at let's come back at 2:35 from our recess.
So speaker 139 is Kyla Epstein. Kyla Epstein there?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes, please, whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyla Epstein. My pronouns are she, her, and I join you today from the unceded and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, where I'm raising my child, and I'm very grateful to currently be able to work safely from home. I want to acknowledge, like the previous speaker, that my work allows me the flexibility to be able to join you today, and I don't take that for granted. I want to thank all counselors for your time today and for the time you are giving this week to listen to members of the public. When given instructions for speaking today, we were told we had to state if we were in support or opposed to the motion. As a resident of Vancouver, a member in a housing co-op on leased city land, a voter, a person with deep concerns about the funding provided to policing, and a belief that we are never doing everything we can to adapt to the climate crisis or address social and racial inequities, it is difficult to state my full support for all areas of this budget. And I am grateful to previous speakers who have so clearly articulated some of the harm that exists under our society's policing models, including that of the VPD. I still remain unconvinced, to borrow a term from American academic Eddie Glaude Jr. from Princeton, that we are actually budgeting our true values. However, I am here today to speak to you about a portion of the budget which I wholeheartedly support and hope you will too. It won't surprise some of you that I registered to speak on this motion because, as a former chair of Vancouver Public Library, I specifically want to echo support for the presentation you heard yesterday by current VPL Chair Jennifer Chan, as well as the staff presentation by Chief Librarian Christina de Castel, and the important remarks by Carrie Scott White, President of QP391. You heard this year, as you've heard last year, from Chair John Schwab, from myself in the 2 years prior to that, and from former VPL chairs Mary Lynn Baum and Catherine Evans in the years prior, that VPL staff and board are exceedingly considerate and thoughtful about applying their funding towards the areas of greatest need in the community while also maximizing efficiencies. Vancouver's library trustees are part of a community of over 700 public library trustees in BC, and each one takes their stewardship of public dollars seriously. The investment requested at this time from VPL to make the library one of the many public libraries in North America to be a fine-free system is an investment in affordability, equity, and improved service outcomes for Vancouver's residents. What every VPL board chair has tried to make clear over the last decade is that investing in the library, whether in a fine-free approach, an Indigenous relations staff position, or any of the other programs and services offered, is not merely a transfer of funds to another institution. It is an opportunity for the city to achieve its own strategies. VPL is a place where significant progress can be made for your stated budget priorities. Libraries deliver quality core services that meet residents' needs. Libraries are a partner in addressing affordability and the housing crisis. Libraries have shown through studies to protect and build resilient local economies. And there's little doubt from the personal experiences so many of us have had with libraries and the thousands of stories we have all heard that libraries increase focus on equity and critical social issues. In the climate crisis, libraries are important venues for learning what is needed to accelerate action on climate change. Those are your stated priorities for the 2021 budget. And you will find that investing in the full request for support for VPL's ongoing operations, as well as making this a city with a fine-free library system, that you are in fact delivering on those stated priorities. I truly appreciate your time, and I look forward to seeing each of you support VPL's volunteer trustees, dedicated staff, and the entire community of library users that you are elected to represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for phoning in, and we don't have any questions for you. So I just thank you for your participation today, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alicia Olson. Alicia Olson.
Mr. Wood, the speaker is not on the line. The next speaker is 142.
Okay, I am going to call the name. So Bunny Wilder, 149. I understand she's not on the line, so I'm going to go to speaker 142. Sandra Glendinning.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor DiGenova, point of privilege. If I could be placed in the waiting room or the lobby, as you call it.
Yeah. I mean, Sure, Councillor Dejanova.
That's what I was instructed at the beginning of the meeting, and for
Sure, yeah,
consistency,
gotcha.
thank you.
So we have Sandra Glendinning there.
Yes.
Great,
okay, so
thanks.
Good,
Please go ahead up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and members of City Council. My name is Sandra Glendinning, and I am a sergeant with the Vancouver Police Department. I've been a VPD officer for 25 years and have spent the majority of that time on the front line of policing in all areas of the city. My job for the last 3.5 years has been to supervise a patrol team in District 4, which is in the southwest part of the city that includes City Hall. Having been born and raised in Vancouver, I have literally spent my entire life either living or working in Vancouver. I care deeply about Vancouver and about the future of the VPD to be able to continue to provide proper service for our city. This is why I'm speaking to you today to provide some context on why I do not support the proposed 1% cut to the VPD's budget for 2021. In Section B of your report regarding the city's draft 2021 budget, there's a recommendation that a cut to the VPD's budget could include, and I quote, reductions in staff levels and or holding vacancies open. So let me add that context I was talking about. Since taking command of my patrol team in 2016, I have consistently carried at least one vacancy, and I'm currently carrying 2 vacancies on my team. This means that the workload on my remaining officers is heavier. Investigations are more complex than they were even 5 years ago, and a report that once took an hour can now take an entire shift. With officers off the road preparing more advanced and thorough investigations means I have a reduced number of officers who are readily available to respond to emergencies. This has a negative impact on officer morale and adds to the cumulative stress of an already high-stress job. The reduced number of officers also means that our response times are longer, particularly for calls that are not emergent in nature. So, for example, when a person calls 911 to report a crime, ECOM prioritizes that incident. A priority 1 is an emergency that requires an immediate police response, something like a domestic assault in progress, a robbery, or shooting. A priority 2 means the imminent danger has passed, but there's still risk involved, so an officer needs to attend sooner rather than later. A call like this would be a domestic assault where the abuser has left the scene, or a robbery where the suspect has already fled. And the priorities go down from there, so to a 3 and a 4 and so on. An example of a priority 4 would be a break and enter to a person's home where they discover the crime after they've returned home from being out for the day. And the actual risk to the homeowner in this circumstance is quite low, and the call is prioritized as such. But to the homeowner, this could be the very first time that they have experienced being the victim of crime. And to be victimized in your own home, to experience that violation in the very place where you should feel safe, to the homeowner, that's not a priority 4 call. That's a priority 1. And unfortunately, as a frontline supervisor, I often have to hold these types of calls, sometimes for days, because I don't have any officers to send because they're tied up on higher priority incidents. That's not providing good service to that homeowner and re-victimizes them when there's a delayed police response. And more recently, I haven't even had officers to send to priority 1 incidents. It is an absolutely terrible feeling when the dispatcher broadcasts a violent domestic assault in progress and then there's radio silence because there's no police officers to attend. I then have to come on the radio, acknowledge that there's no officers available, and then have to redirect members to break off from other major incidents to ensure that we continue to place the priorities of life above all else. So not only does this take a toll on first responder mental health and well-being, it also takes a toll on the citizens of Vancouver. Public safety is an absolute priority, and right now, the feeling of the boots on the ground, on the front line, is that we're being stretched thin and that we don't have the support of our government. Officers are starting to burn out, and the events of this year have compounded all this, the COVID-19 pandemic, the global defund the police movement, the increase of assaults on police officers, and the lack of outside resources for those people we do help. However, to reduce the police budget prior to having those resources in place, the resources that everybody wants and needs, is a recipe for disaster. So as a frontline supervisor, as one of those boots on the ground, I'm asking you to please reconsider the proposed cut to the VPD's budget. A cut to our budget, in my opinion, would be harmful to all members working in the VPD, but more so would be ultimately harmful to public safety and to the citizens of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. But thank you, and thanks for your service.
Thank you.
We have Christina Laffin, number 143.
Thank you. My name is Christina Laffin, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Thanks to the mayor, to the council members, the city staff, and the clerk. It's wonderful to be able to have public input. I'm calling from the unceded Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh territory, which is now Vancouver. And I've lived here for about the past 15 years, where I've had the privilege of teaching and learning at the University of British Columbia. I'm really grateful for all the work that went into the 2021 budget, and I'm calling to ask City Council to reconsider what looked to me like a proposed increase to the VPD budget, certainly to the layperson. And I want to remind us that we're in the midst of a pandemic and a drug poisoning crisis, and that getting out of this alive should be our most core service and most important initiative. And to remind us that City Council has committed itself to harm reduction policies, and really thankfully that all of you just voted unanimously to decriminalize simple drug possession. I'm so grateful for that. There are, of course, many people in Vancouver who are not housed. And we've seen, based on all of the newspaper reports I could get a hold of, that crime has not gone up from 2019 to 2020. So all of that seems to be completely at odds with this proposed, what I saw to be $6.4 million budgetary increase. The numbers have varied based on what I've heard from people, but for a total of about $322 million to the VPD. And this comes despite the call from city staff for a $3.1 million cut. So in July, you had an outpouring of responses, over 395 speakers who spoke to you about their concerns about policing. And I read carefully your response to that, in which you unanimously agreed to a motion which included a commitment to respecting input from those with lived experience in terms of mental health and addictions, and to ensure harm reduction and safety services. So that commitment included an effort to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse. And we've heard from many people over the past 2 days about this. It also included a commitment to prioritize funding of community-led groups, nonprofit societies, and others with the experience and training to deliver harm reduction and safety initiatives. You committed to inform the VPD that it's the council's priority to respond to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse with initiatives led by community health agencies, social service providers, and nonprofit societies rather than policing. So I'm calling to ask what happened to this commitment. I hope it was not a performative act. It was obviously long overdue to recognize movements like the Black Lives Matter movement. I hope it was not a temporary way of appeasing those of us who are so upset about the deaths from the poison drug supply. And I'm calling on you to ask if you believe in that motion that was passed in July, then increasing the VPD budget in the 2021 budget seems completely at odds with that, and I ask you to recognize that. Council has recognized already that working with community-led initiatives and those with lived experience are the best paths in moving forward. We know that more policing is not the answer. We know that the policing of sex workers, unhoused people, Indigenous people, Black people causes harm. We have statistics on this. This is a fact. We've heard this from many representatives over many hours. We've heard their safety concerns from many people, but I ask whose safety? Is it the safety of housed white people like me sitting here warm in the West End of Vancouver? Or is it the safety of those who are most marginalized by us? And so as a white settler woman coming to you from unceded Coast Salish territory, I ask you to also consider that the council is, as others have pointed out, overwhelmingly white, and that policing does far more harm to Indigenous people, to Black people, to people of color in this unceded land which we occupy. And so when I hear VPD representatives and residents speak of policing as a response to those who are unhoused, I'm really struck by the fact that based on the 2020 homeless count, Indigenous people continue, I quote from it here, continue to be highly overrepresented, with 33% self-identifying as Indigenous in a city where somewhere around 2% are Indigenous. In the 2021 city budget, I hope you will move forward without this VPD budget increase. I think if you do, it sends a very loud and clear message to all of us in Vancouver that some lives appear to matter more than others. And I ask you to recommit to that priority which exists in the budget of equity and critical social issues. You've agreed in July we can't police our way out of being unhoused, out of a poison drug supply, or out of poverty, and that policing doesn't keep sex workers safe. And I would add that we can't police ourselves out of a pandemic. And so I ask you to consider the appeals made by those providing immediate support, and instead of criminalizing people, we prioritize real solutions like housing and community-led initiatives. We've heard from a very wide range of community-led safety and harm reduction services, and I ask you to look to these services, these experts, to fully fund the resolution that was passed by the City Council in July, and which I truly believe will make our city better and safer for all of us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thank you so much for participating. Council, the next speaker is 144, Liam Johnstone.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. Gabriel Goodman, 145.
Not on the line.
Okay. We have Nick Pogor.
Also not on the line.
Okay. Chris Livingston, 147.
Not on the line.
Okay. Can you tell me who the next person is on the line? And then I do like to read the name, so just so folks are recognized for signing up. Selena Crammond, 148.
Also not on the line. The next speaker is 151.
Okay, I'm going to go through Casey Way, then 149, Russell Gordon, 150, and Ishmam Bouyan is 151.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Ishmam Bouyan?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Sure. My name's Ishmam Bouyan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a student at the University of British Columbia, and an organizer with the UBC Social Justice Center. I'm calling in today from unceded Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish territories, and speaking in support of cuts to the Vancouver Police Department budget, a rejection of the requested increase to the budget, and I'm calling on Council to fully fund the steps towards deprioritizing policing and funding community-based harm reduction and safety initiatives outlined in the motion Council unanimously supported in July. I'd like to remind councillors that so-called Vancouver doesn't exist in a bubble, and that in the past year, we've all witnessed a global uprising against anti-Blackness and police violence. We've all seen Black, Indigenous, and Indigenous people around the world demand clearly that we defund police departments and stop prioritizing the perceived safety of the wealthy, the white, and the powerful over the well-being of communities who are disproportionately targeted by this violent institution. Those who support the VPD say that we're somehow unique and that we're immune to the police violence in the city to justify continued funding for the VPD, which is manifestly false, as is evidenced by the harrowing testimonies from victims of police violence who have bravely shared their stories in this process, and the fact that the VPD has been directly involved in displacing homeless people from our public parks in the city. The VPD budget has grown by more than $100 million in the past 10 years, and the requested increase of yet another 0.7% is, in the context of the moment we're in, ridiculous and deeply out of touch, and a deep insult to the labor of organizers around the world and here in this city who are doing the work of pushing the window of political possibility. Instead, councillors, to heed the call of the hundreds of constituents who have written to you, the thousands who've engaged with you through the interactive budget simulator, and the tens of thousands who are victims of over-policing. It's my view that council must step up to cut the VPD budget, as doing so is the bare minimum required to start making our city a more just and safe place for Black, Indigenous, racialized, and impoverished communities. The money should instead be invested in community-based restorative justice and other programs used to support initiatives led by Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, used to fund affordable public housing, and ensure all other basic city services are accessible and available for all. As students at the SJC at the Social Justice Center, whenever we organize an action, we have dedicated police liaisons to keep us safe, because we recognize that the police are the biggest threats to our safety. We keep each other safe. In my time here in the city, I've seen us be an unjust and an unequal place. We spend more on a department that carries weapons than we do on parks, on community services, on libraries, on recreation, all combined. But it doesn't have to be that way. This council is capable of beautiful things too. You recently supported a federal exemption from the criminalization of drugs, passed the Climate Emergency Action Plan, tripled the empty homes tax, and in July passed a motion to re-envision our city's future. We can simply choose to be a city that listens to Black and Indigenous people, that houses homeless people, and that's responsive to mass movements. So today I'm asking you to recommit to that goal of building a just city by cutting the police budget and allocating funds to the motion you unanimously supported in July, for which 399 people signed up to speak. Last December, Council had the opportunity to modestly cut the police budget to fund low-income housing, and only 2 councillors supported that amendment in the 2020 budget. The people of the city are watching to see if an unprecedented and unmatched global movement is enough to shift the priorities of the rest of our elected representatives. Councillor, it's your responsibility to take leadership from Black and Indigenous folks, poor people and drug users, and learn from the generations of abolitionist traditions that have enabled us to envision a city devoid of violent institutions. This budget can and must be a first step towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any questions for you, so just thank you for participating, and we'll move to the next speaker. Speaker 152, Alberto Christoph and Eni.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
And I believe Speaker 153, you say clerk has a presentation. Ian Crook.
That's correct.
Great. I'll just wait for you to pull that up. Mr. Crook, are you there?
I am here.
Great. I'm just going to, yeah, I can hear you, and I'm just going to wait for the clerks to get your presentation up. I'll let you know, and then we'll be able to move ahead with the 5 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, it does seem to be up on the public screen, so go ahead whenever you're ready. Up to 5 minutes.
Great, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Could I ask the clerk to put up the second slide that shows property taxes? The second slide that I'm presenting today is just a discussion about where property taxes have gone since this council was elected. The Vision Council, if we use that as the starting date of $1 in taxes, if this increase is approved, taxes will have risen from $1 to $1.17. And if you look at the staff presentation for the budget, it says taxes for the next 5 years will go up 5.7% per year on average. So in 2022, taxes will have risen effectively 24% rather over that period. That's substantially in excess of any rate of inflation, which is running anywhere from 1% to 2%, probably negative this year. Could we go to the next slide, please? The next slide, and I can't see it yet, but the next slide is supposed to be a discussion about staffing levels. And what I've given you is the staffing levels provided in the budget presentation. And staffing levels have grown quite substantially since 2017. And if I had better data, I'd go back to 2010 even. But you can see that staffing levels are growing in excess of population growth, and staffing levels in terms of an expression, if you measure it about how many staff we have per 100 residents, that metric is increasing as well. That just goes to the question of, so where are the staff going? And I think that's something that people are asking, is that most businesses are having to tighten their belt and make do with less, and yet staffing is forecast to increase in this budget. If you go to slide number 4, hopefully that's in front of you now, and this is the slide that shows the city's own research on the public's appetite for a tax increase. And it's pretty clear from this slide that there is tolerance for a majority of the population for a 2% increase, and it drops down quite substantially. And when you get down to 5%.
Sorry, I'm just going to get the clerks to advance the slide for you. Clerks, could you pull to the next slide, please? Keep going ahead, Mr. Crook. Thanks.
Thank you. As you can see from the city's own surveys, the budget surveys, there is very little appetite for a 5% tax increase. And that to me says quite a bit, and that's something I think council also has to be mindful of. There are a lot of things that have been discussed today, but tolerance for a tax increase amongst those who pay, both on the personal, residential, or business side, is not great. So if you go to the last slide, the question is, what do we do? So I have a few specific suggestions. First, I think one of the things that this council has to do is fully implement and make sure that the independent auditor general's function is funded in the budget so that function can get up and running. As the working group showed with the research they presented, that function actually returns dollars that can be reinvested in the city. So why we would not have absolute assurance that that is funded is a mystery to me. Second, I would say in the short term, I think we need to cap the tax increase at 2%. Finally, I think the city needs to do a full review of every program and process and ask the question, is there a better way to do this? I think Vancouver ought to benchmark itself against other similarly sized municipalities. And to be honest, I acknowledge that this will result in some very tough discussions and difficult decisions that have to be made. But there is this question about the city's ability to live within its means and the ability of its citizens to continue to fund growing expenditures. Finally, I would really encourage that the city consider trying to revamp the budgeting process so that there's more direct engagement with city leaders early in the process. And frankly, this process that we're going through right now, I find to be quite difficult because we get 500 odd pages sent to the public and yourselves, to be fair, that people have to try and sift through and absorb and then prepare questions. And I have to present my pitch, but actually what I want to hear is why those who I've elected are supporting this pricing or this tax increase, rather, particularly when you see the research that says there's not a huge appetite. So I think council needs to rethink the process and get out in front of this. I lived in Mississauga for a number of years, as I think you know. And when the mayor put through a tax increase at the time, she actually sent a letter to every ratepayer association and published a notice in the Mississauga News that she was holding a town hall. And anybody could come and hear the president. Okay.
We're just at 5.
So,
you do have questions, though, Councillor Hardwick. Up to 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crook, and always appreciate the evidence-based perspective. Could this clerk please put that last slide up there? I'd like to be able to refer to it. One of the things that we've been discussing is the role of being representative to our residents in determining what council should be providing or not providing under this budget. There's been discussion about what are core services and what are essential services versus what have been characterized as council priorities, which would arguably fall outside of the scope of essential or core services. Do you have a sense both of how this can be more, first of all, believing that it is important that we represent our residents and their will, how this could be better balanced in the end?
I think from my perspective, and a number of people have said this, there are core services that, frankly, the province mandates the municipalities to deliver. And frankly, that is where I think the first level of focus should be. There are some areas of priority for this council that, frankly, cross over to either provincial or federal jurisdiction. And as important as people might see them as being, and I'm not questioning their belief or their opinion, I do think that the priority should be on the core services, and really, like I really believe that those should be dealt with first.
Okay. I think there'd be a lot of people that agree with you, but this has been a bit of a definitional issue of what's our jurisdiction and who decides for the residents what is covered and what is not covered. You noted the growth in the head count. So overall, are you saying that the growth of the head count then reflects the growth of the scope, and that's what is the scope beyond core services?
That would be my impression. I mean, it's difficult to do a deep dive on these numbers. I looked at page C6, and it actually gives you a breakdown of some of the larger departments, such as engineering. And you do say, well, you know, it's kind of interesting. Vancouver is fully built out for all intents and purposes. It's a relatively small city. Yet the head count in there has grown fairly substantially over time. So you do ask yourself, well, why is that? The same question would apply to the planning department and the development department. So these are all things that I think need to be on the table. I mean, I've gone through restructurings they're not easy. They require tough discussions and tough decisions, but
and
you
that's
can't avoid the questions.
Thanks so much. Councillor Delgado, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Cook, for the presentation. I want to zero in on the last slide as well, and your suggestion number 3. When I was working provincially, I undertook a review of my own department, and it was exactly that. Is there a better way of doing this? And one of the things we came to was looking at partnerships and philanthropic partnerships to help achieve some of our goals that we had provincially, and working with partners. Do you see an opportunity in some of the work that we're undertaking as a city? So I'm not talking core, non-core. I don't want to get into that debate right now. Just that we could be doing things smarter and maybe working in partnership differently and better.
I would say my uninformed answer is absolutely yes. That was certainly our experience when I was working at the Royal Bank. You know, we never thought that we had the corner on truth or the best way to do something. Our operating principle was we had to be open to better ideas. And, you know, for the city to look for external partnerships makes eminently good sense.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate you calling in today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for studying this and doing all this work to put forward your view here. When the city went out to do some consultation about the biggest issues, the people said the biggest issue, the top 3 were housing affordability, people struggling on the street, and homelessness. And basically all of these are the jurisdiction of other governments. But it's our residents that are saying, help, we need some help to deal with these. And we only have the property tax, which is not progressive. And one of our roles is, of course, to advocate to other levels of government, but we do that and we don't get enough money to deal with these issues. So have you thought about, would it work? What kinds of taxation powers the city should have, and should we be content with the ones we have now, or should we go after something else?
I haven't thought specifically about tax policy, although I've heard some of the discussion this afternoon in particular about that. You know, my one challenge with tax policy is that if you look at the way it's framed and structured now, I think it really is framed and structured in the context of the city delivering core services. The taxation power, I don't think, was ever intended to fund the city dealing with the homeless crisis that it faces today. So if we're talking about progressive taxation, you know, that's really something that, you know, somehow we have to shake the province and shake the feds and get them to say, you need to come to the table meaningfully. And I share your frustration, and I think some of the councillors that I've spoken with privately will know the one area where I have not said cut back is housing the homeless. That to me is something that should be looked after. And if the city is the only person doing it, then fine. Let's find a way to deal with it and make the feds and province contribute meaningfully.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you. We have Nathan Crompton, speaker number 154.
Yes, Stuart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thanks. We have 155, Matthew Cages.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Cadges. I am a resident of Vancouver. I am, as many other speakers, calling from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And I am here to voice my very extreme opposition to raising the police budget. There have been many eloquent speakers on this. I'm going to be a little less eloquent. I'm going to be quite blunt. What are you doing? What are you thinking? You've all heard the phrase that the best definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So I'm going to ask you all, are there less people dying of overdoses? Are there less homeless people on the streets? Do people feel safer? I put it to you that the answer to all of those questions is no. So you need to try something different, and giving the police more money is not it. You've asked speakers, sorry, I'm a little emotional. You've asked speakers to speak to their personal experience with police. I've been an activist and a medical first responder for most of my adult life. I have been to many public peaceful protests, and the only time I have ever seen violence erupt at a public protest was when it was instigated by the Vancouver Police Department. I have seen friends have life-changing injuries bestowed on them by the VPD. I have watched the VPD stand by and laugh while I treated those people in the street. I had a sergeant from the Vancouver Public Safety Unit try and pick a fight with me when I tried to hand him a copy of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
I understand that this is an emotional issue for you, but we're just trying to confine it to the item at hand, which is the budget. And I appreciate your initial view. And if you could just kind of keep it in those lanes, that would be great. Thank you.
The lane is the more money you give to the police, the more they will do these things. That's it, Mayor. That's it. That's all. If you keep giving the police money, they will continue to abuse their power. Stop increasing the police budget. Don't do it. You all voted unanimously to decrease the police budget. Follow through. I don't even know why we're having this discussion when you all already unanimously voted against this proposal. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. You're all shuffling it on down the line instead of actually dealing with homelessness, dealing with the overdose crisis, dealing with the violence instigated by police. You're just handing them more money and thinking that it'll work this time. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. And I'm going to yield my time there. And now I know we're not supposed to address specific council members, so I will simply end by saying happy birthday to a city councillor who shall remain nameless. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for calling in and participating in this process, and for the birthday wishes. Then we have, there we go. Thanks, Councillor Weep. We have Jacqueline Ross.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker's not on the line.
Thank you. We have Mandy Sung, 157.
Not on the line.
We have Chelsea Ewell, 158.
That speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Roberta Watt.
Yes.
Great, 159, Roberta Watt. Whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes.
Hi there. Good afternoon now to everybody. I'm very honored to be able to speak with you today. I would like to situate myself on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land that we are on today. I've been calling in today to support the proposal for the permanent contract for a drop-in center within the Kingsway community geared towards the sex workers that are in that area. I've been with Rain City Housing for about 4 years. Myself started out at 14 as a drug user downtown, has engaged with sex work myself, and currently engage in frontline work, primarily on the basis of my own lived experience. I lived in Windsor and Kingsway for many years during the last years of my addiction. I saw a lot of the sex workers along there. And so I was very, very excited when Rain City Housing had a pilot project to have in portables, very temporary drop-in centers that could provide respite, safety, basic needs and services being met to the sex workers within the community. It's a peer-led program, and I have been there since its inception. I was there on the ground as an assistant manager working 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. 4 days out of the 7 days we were open, and I've seen so much progress. I think that there's a huge piece that, in terms of what I view my job as, is not just providing help, but providing hope. That peer-led piece within our program really gives that. We've had gals that have been working the streets for many, many years, see some of the other peer workers that as well have either current or very recent lived experience within addiction or sex work, who are now employed by us, and I would consider them my coworkers, my colleagues, my support. And so we've had even sex workers come and start to get oriented and maybe want to be a peer worker one day. And I just think that the model itself is so beautiful. It holds space. It says you do not need to hide in the shadows. You can be in plain sight. There's a space for you. There's support for you. You do not need to be a secret. And really quickly, I wanted to provide, we had a few support letters from our immediate neighbors that live right beside us and that are able to visually see the portables. So first off, quote, living very close to Kingsway, I've spent many years witnessing horrors acted out against the women who worked on Kingsway. They have run down our alley and banged on our door and sheltered in our yard from violence and robbery and rain. They have been stored like cattle by pimps in abandoned school buses in plain sight. They have been beaten with golf clubs in daylight. If the women can be provided with community, shelter, warmth, food, supports, healthcare, and respect, then this should be encouraged. These women are community members and are particularly vulnerable. I do believe how we treat these women is a testimony to the fabric and strength of our city, end quote. And then one last one, quote, as you know, our backyard faces onto the alley shared by the portables in which you run your program, and we are one of your closest neighbors. Prior to the commencement of your program, we would often hear disconcerting late-night incidents involving raised voices. Over the years we have lived here, we have been witness to some grim scenes in the back alley related to the sex trade and or illegal drug use. Since the program has started, I have noticed a significant decrease in these events, and in fact, I can't recall the last time I was woken up by such an incident. This is about more than a good night's sleep for us, though, and I believe the decrease in these incidents is indicative of increased safety for the sex workers in our neighborhood, which is really what is important to the supporter and their partner. So yeah, I just wanted to really give a voice. I have witnessed this change. I woke up at noon today because I was working there. We just recently did do a small move to indoors because we were outside with heaters and blankets. So even though there is a resilience to the community and to the peers that are there, there is also still struggle and still trying to find a place to stand within that community. And I think that it is truly a duty for us to be holding space for them and saying we are here for you in a permanent way. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your contribution today, and I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on, but thanks for your participation and for your work.
Thank you.
Jimmy Shields, 160. Clerks, do we have Jimmy Shields on the line? Oh, hi.
Hello?
Hi, please
Hello?
go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Very good. Anyway, I gave a lot of thought to this budget cut and all what's going on. I've grown up at 18th and Fleming, which is right a block away from Clark Park. And as a kid, I played there. I've been in the same house for the past 60 years, almost. And I got to thinking about the days of all the trouble that brought to the city. And by cutting the budget, I worry about things like that a lot with the problems of the vandalism, the assaults that happened. I mean, I grew up going to the same school. My brothers went to elementary and high school. We were down at Trout Lake. We all played there. My mom and dad volunteered there. In those days, we used to have some policemen that would walk the beat even. And that did make the neighborhood feel a bit safer. That was far before community policing. But when I look around, like the Kingsway corridor has gone downhill so bad, it's incredible. Friends of mine that own shops on Kingsway, they're forever having to clean their parking lots. There's always paraphernalia that they don't need. And just to say different things, like about 3 weeks ago, somebody tried breaking into my house at 1 a.m. on a Sunday night. Now, my alarm went off and woke me up. I was lucky. I had the alarm. I had the cameras. but there's many elderly people in that neighborhood that don't have any of that kind of things. So I don't want our city to end up as the ones in Seattle and where the defunding has gone so far that the violence is just far too much. So I just wanted to phone in and give my 2 cents. So thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. There are no questions for you, but appreciate you participating today. Thanks again.
Okay.
And we're going to move on. Thank you. We're going to move on to 161, Johnny Chung.
Mr. Witt, that speaker's not on the line.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to keep going through the list here, clerks. Laura Balance, 162.
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. As noted, my name is Laura Balance, and I am both the Communications Director for the Hospitality Vancouver Association and a resident small business and a property owner in the City of Vancouver. I'm containing my comments today with respect to the Hospitality Vancouver Association, which represents liquor primary establishments, including nightclubs, bars, restaurants, and pubs throughout the Vancouver region. Our members employ a combined 10,000 British Columbians in a wide variety of jobs, from servers to bartenders to management personnel. Together, our estimated annual economic impact in the city surpasses $750 million each year. Our members are gravely concerned about possible police budget reductions and the impact that could have on community safety throughout the city. And we are urging Council to maintain the policing budget at current levels. I can tell you that regardless of neighborhood, community safety and crime are the overwhelming concerns for our membership. Worsening vandalism, aggression, threats, and theft continue to affect our neighborhoods and our businesses directly, while also contributing to a general feeling that our city is becoming more and more unsafe. Our members are extremely concerned that if the Vancouver Police Department is not properly resourced, the already urgent criminal issues facing our city will only grow. As business owners, we can tell you that having officers in our neighborhoods is incredibly important. We value them and we want them there. And even if one police officer is taken off the street due to budget reductions, we believe that this will have a negative effect on our community. While we recognize that the root cause of many issues relates to mental health, addictions, and homelessness, and that these issues require attention and work, we do not believe that should come at the expense of safety. As such, we strongly believe and urge Vancouver City Council to maintain current funding levels to VPD. We believe reducing the police budget by even $1 at this critical time would be reckless. Speaking on behalf of our members, we feel that any reduction in funding would have dire and potentially irrevocable effects on our neighborhoods throughout the city and ultimately on the safety of our citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you. So just again, thanks so much for coming in to speak. And I'm going to move to 163, Stacey Forrester.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Stacey Forster, and I'm speaking today representing myself as well as Good Night Out Vancouver, which is a nonprofit society which seeks to prevent and respond to sexualized violence in public and in spaces of work. And I'm thankful for all of the speakers today. I do want to speak regarding a different aspect of the budget, and that is in support of a resolution that's proposed in Staff Report F for consideration by Council, which is Consideration D, that Council approve the reallocation of $8 million from the deferral of capital projects as part of the recalibrated 2019-2022 capital plan towards one-time initiatives. Specifically included in this is the extension of the Planner 1 position connected to the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, and also the UN Safe Cities Planner position. This pandemic continues to destabilize access to services as well as supports within communities, including opportunities for people to learn about, escape, heal from, or at least temporarily experience respite from violence. which to me, both of these roles are very critical to. I want to share a line from some recent research from the Violence Against Women Learning Network that reminds us that gender-based violence is a predictable and consistent side effect of the economic, epidemiological, and environmental crises such as COVID-19, although evidence of increased gender-based violence may not surface immediately. I want to state that increased violence has started to surface in our community. We know that calls to feminist anti-violence crisis lines are up, and the VPD crime statistics indicate that intimate partner violence and racially motivated violence are at an all-time high. And this is really just a tiny glimpse into what is taking place, as these numbers only represent people who were able to access supports that spoke to their needs. And both of these positions are a really critical piece in coordinating smaller pockets of work being done by community partners, such as my project, who are working to address violence in our community by using localized data, best practices, and these positions really help to bake reconciliation efforts and a gendered equitable lens into other plans and strategies, helping to undo the widespread understanding that sexual violence is a siloed issue. The creation of cities in which people can move freely from sexualized violence is essential to not just gender equity, but all of these other council priorities like economic prosperity and accessibility and health outcomes and environmental sustainability. And it will really help both of these positions, I think, help the city stay on track to meet all of its reconciliation and gender equity targets. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much, though, for participating. We have Jaewo Kang, 164.
Mr. Witt, that speaker has withdrawn.
Thank you. We have Beatriz Santos, 165.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We have Wes Fung, 166.
Yes.
Great. Wes Fung. Hi there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank you and the councilors for a chance to speak. I also want to commend each of you for your efforts. I mean, it can't be easy trying to balance all the conflicting issues. It takes a lot of courage and conviction, and thank you very much for them. To get to the point, I'm not in support of defunding the police. And I think there's a direct correlation between the rise in crime and the city's well-intentioned but misguided concessions to appease the vocal minority of social activists. This only spurs on the troublemakers to act without fear of consequences, encouraging more street disorder and a surge in violent crime, making law-abiding people to feel unsafe in their neighborhoods. Now, recently, I was down in Chinatown, and I was saddened to see the number of people with obvious mental health and addiction problems on the sidewalks and open drug use. I do have compassion for them, but also sympathy for the merchants. They have a hard time earning a living when people are reluctant to shop or dine down there because they feel unsafe. And with the pandemic, further squeezing the bottom line. I'm also concerned of the appalling increase in violent attacks targeting Asians. Our daughter lives in Mount Pleasant, and we worry for her safety. Also, the emotional fallout and the added stress from the pandemic has caused a rise in domestic violence and antisocial behavior. So now is the time that we need more cops on the ground and not less. I feel like the mayor,
I'm just going to stop you there for a second and stop your clock, sir. I'm just checking that we have quorum. Hi there. I just want to make sure that we have quorum, so I'm going to do a roll call. Ask the clerk to do a roll call.
Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor DeGenova?
Present.
Councillor Fry?
Present.
Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson? Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Weeb? Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence. Councillor Dominato?
Present.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young? Great. Thank you, Mayor. We have quorum.
Thanks so much, Council. I just a reminder that if you do have to pop out even for a second, just to let the clerk know, you can just do that through the chat function. We just have to maintain 6 folks here, so thanks very much for responding. And I'm just going to continue on with the speaker. So please go ahead, sir. Continue. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. It's west. You're west. Thank you. I feel that the mayor and some council members are influenced by the situation in the U.S., the tense relationship between the police and community. It's not the case here, where a vast majority support the VPD, including many in the downtown east side. I guess we have to balance compassion with practicality. Thus far, all our efforts have been like band-aid solutions covering over festering sores, political feel-good stuff that treats the symptoms. We've done nothing to address the root causes of addiction and mental illness, which leads to homelessness and crime. Over the years, a lot of politicians have gone into the downtown east side loaded with promises to get elected, but the situation never improves. Meanwhile, the people that were supposedly wanting to help remain mired in failure and despair. As a society, we must accept real solutions like forced treatment will be tough, unpleasant, and controversial, but necessary to help cleanse the plague of addiction and mental illness, to give a government the will to act, to provide money to better invest it in follow-up social programs that are sustainable, effective, and accountable. This, in turn, gives people hope, inspires them to want to get better, to be better. Otherwise, we'll just get more feel-good, short-term gestures to win our support and appease our guilt for being a bunch of NIMBY hypocrites. Meanwhile, crime rates continue rising, the opioid crisis continues killing, and people continue to feel unsafe in their neighborhoods. There's not enough officers on the streets because VPD had its budget cut. The city listened to a small group of people who may believe they're doing the right thing, but in reality, all they did was preserve the status quo of pain and hopelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Wade Lesiak, 167.
Mr. Wade, that speaker has withdrawn.
Hey, thanks, clerks. I have Christina Houghton, 168.
Speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. I have Liliana Angic, 169.
Speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Kayana Cox, 170.
Speaker has withdrawn.
Thank you. Rebecca Fiorito.
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sure. Hi, my name is Rebecca Fiorito. I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to be speaking and for listening to all of our comments. So I have been living in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh for the past 10 years, and I work as a youth worker and in mental health. And I'm calling today to let you know that I oppose the increase to the VPD budget, and I ask Council to follow through on their resolution to decriminalize poverty and listen to the support and community-led initiatives for safety, many which have been so eloquently brought up in the past 2 days. I especially oppose increasing the VPD budget during a time when other departments and organizations are getting budget cuts for austerity purposes. As we continue to increase the budget for policing, we are not seeing increased safety for community members. This is because we are not addressing the root causes of our safety, specifically housing, poverty, culturally relevant health treatment, safe and accessible medicine. As someone who works in the field of mental health, I would like to see non-carceral interventions for mental health be funded instead of police. I have never wanted to call the cops on anyone in my work because I know that this will ultimately not lead to the support the person needs and further criminalizes and incarcerates people who are in need of mental health support and other resources. And because I have witnessed better alternatives to calling police and know that they exist. We need peer-led response teams, non-police and unarmed crisis intervention and de-escalation instead. I believe the reason people call the police is because we are not given enough funding and support to alternatives that would be preferable and better suited to respond to these situations. The police are causing harm to our communities during these calls and should not be the ones being called. Even though I know that there are some individuals that are trying their best, the system is set up to actually do this. Having a police come only escalates these situations and uses violence and force to respond when not what is needed. When people call the police, whether it's community members or mental health workers, it's because we are not funding other options. Let's stop funding these traumatic interventions and put money into treatment. We are reacting to problems instead of using funds to address the root causes. The police are responding to things beyond their scope, and further they are criminalizing poverty and mental health. The police budget should not be increased, and further, it needs to be reduced and reallocated to these other areas that would actually lead to community safety. You know, when each council member thinks about what makes them feel safe, is it not housing, access to food, resources, programs, and activities? Do the police truly prevent crime, or are they just called once something has already happened? From what I've seen, they just further escalate the situation, leading to disproportionate arrests and incarceration of Indigenous, Black, racialized, and community members living in poverty. I also want to add, I'm hearing numerous speakers say that they're afraid of the precedent reallocating these resources is going to set right now. And what I'm hearing is that it sounds like people are afraid of listening to people-centered calls for change, which have been going on for years and are now gaining more attention. So I just want to leave with a question instead, which is, knowing all that we know about the harm police violence is causing to our community, what precedent would it set to increase the police budget while we continue to defund other social services? And who are we actually keeping safe by doing this? Thank you. That's all.
Thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so just want to thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts. We have next on the list, we have Rachel Plamondon.
Yes, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We have Pedram Benahi.
Not on the line.
Thank you. We have Emily Lougheed.
Also not on the line.
Okay, 175 is Sasha Pakevovich.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry about fumbling your name there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Sasha Pakovich. Clerks.
Let me just double check for you.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Sasha, are you there?
I think we'll move on, clerks. I'll go to, and we can come back to Speaker 175.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, great. Thanks so much for calling in. You have up to, no problem at all. Have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
My name is Sasha Pacheklich. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I'm 56 years old. My father in the 60s had a store on Hastings Street, and we've only seen in my entire life the problem with opioid addiction, mental health, and homelessness increase over the decades. It is something that money can't just be sprinkled on. It needs to be a full policy. I would like to announce after that my full support of the not only the proposed budget, but the increased budget for fire, police, sanitation, parks, and healthcare workers, because they're essential in my mind. I don't want to minimize anyone else's feelings or opinions, but people that don't feel safe or in fear of walking their dogs or in fear of taking their kids to the park, that's not a way to live. That's not what the city intended or no one else intended. I am a passionate person, very compassionate as well, and I believe so are the rest of the people in Vancouver. There is ways to satisfy everyone's needs. I hope this is not out of line, but the property tax increase, one of the council members said to the person, what would that mean to you, a cup of coffee or this or that? Well, it's not about that. It's about what is needed and what people can do. If someone can tell me that the increase in property taxes is going to go and solve these problems, we would all pay it. But we have not seen a decrease with all the money that has been spent in those areas. And we all want them to be better. And there is ways we can do it. City art, bike lanes are not more important than the homeless, the people in need. The budget for the environment. Yes, climate globally is a crisis, and we need to do as much as we can, like one council member said. But if $50 million instead of $100 million is all we can do, that's pretty good. While we take the rest of the money and give it to all the people that need it. I'm not self-serving. I don't want it for myself. I want it for everyone. And I want everyone to enjoy this city and everyone to have a future. But these people that are dying in our streets, they don't care about climate change if they're never going to have kids or never live to see next year. Now, I have many stories. I work in the downtown area where I've seen violence, been threatened. My staff are afraid to leave work. This is a 24-hour city. It's a big city. It's a city that has grown up. Expo, Olympics, many conferences and events, and people are flocking here, and they're seeing what we're doing. And it's not right. It should be taken care of. If someone doesn't feel safe and are scared or living in fear, they shouldn't. If someone is homeless or has a drug addiction or mental illness, they should be helped. You can find the money. We could find the money. More people have died through opioid addiction and overdose than all of the people that have died in COVID. I would please ask the council, you have said that homelessness, mental health is not only civic but provincial. We have elected you to be our champions. Fight for us with the province. Get that money. They spent $42 million supposedly on one hotel on the Granville Strip without the supporting necessary support systems in place for that community. They were just placed there, plopped down, and the community's gone in shambles. If we would have had those services in place before that was done, the community would have all embraced it. But there will be conflict. If there's less police, there was over 210,000 calls to the police. 210,000 calls to the police. That's an astonishing number without an increase of people to go and service those calls. And some calls were never got to because they just can't get to them. I wish the police chief had enough time. I've been a part of many programs that have been emulated by other cities in North America. I've gone to seminars. I've seen all the guns that they confiscate and all the weapons.
We're just at the 5 minutes, but would thank you so much for calling in. Yep, thank you for calling today. And there are no questions from council for you. So I do want to thank you so much for participating in our budget consultations. And I'm going to move on to Miles Harps, speaker 176. We have Miles there. Miles Harps.
Sorry, Miles isn't here. Sorry.
Okay, thanks so much. Do we have a speaker 177, Jay Wan?
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Laura Lee Pierre.
Laura Lee is also not here.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have Bruce Vance, speaker 179?
Mayor Stewart, the speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. We have 180 Martin Stewart.
Martin Stewart is also not here.
Thank you. We have 181 Lisa Descari.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hello?
Great. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Descari. I'm speaking today from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples. And I'd like to speak in opposition to the budget as presented. Specifically, I'm opposed to increasing the level of funding to the Vancouver Police Department. And I'm a member of the community who's also a high school teacher and an activist in my union and in my community. And as a teacher, I feel it's really important for me to focus on social justice, not just in my classroom, but also outside the classroom, and I've really tried to do my best to educate myself about institutional racism that really it particularly affects my Black and Indigenous students and their families. And I've learned some things from listening to those voices. And one of the things I've learned is that it's not just in the United States that police don't make Black and Indigenous students and their families feel safer. That's also an issue here. And I think that the most recent statistics that I could find from 2017 in Vancouver certainly support this perspective. We know that Black Vancouverites make only about 1% of the population, but 5% of street checks. Forgive me if you've heard these stats before, but I was shocked by that. And that Indigenous Vancouverites comprise 16% of street checks by the police, but it represent only about 2% of Vancouver's population. This is really not okay. And this is just one statistic. It's obvious to me after listening to the voices of marginalized Vancouver residents, not just my students, but people from the community, groups like Black Lives Matter Vancouver, the Downtown Eastside Women's Center, the Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, that policing is problematic for these communities, as I've heard some other speakers speak to. I'm actually pretty shocked at the huge proportion of our city budget that goes towards policing. When I looked into it, this is something I didn't realize before. And such important social supports for vulnerable community members are really chronically underfunded. And the VPD, I'm sure you know, swallows up about $339 million, about 21% of the operating budget. That means we spend more on the police than we do on all the arts and social services combined, a huge list that I won't go into. And I didn't also know until I looked into it that the police budget's actually grown by over 100 million in the last 10 years. Meanwhile, I looked into crime rates across Canada, and they've actually dropped over the same time frame. And maybe you know that even the police themselves, when they compiled statistics about what they spend their time on, that the majority of what they do is not criminal issues. They're trying to address really problems that stem from poverty and mental health issues. And I know that I saw a statistic from the VPT recently. They itemized that they'd only spent less than $400 dealing with those kind of social issues in a year. But myself, from working, a little bit with people in the Downtown East Side and other parts of Vancouver, have found that the police seem to spend a significant amount of time interacting with homeless Vancouver residents. And this isn't really helpful to them. This ends up sometimes ending in violence. This doesn't support these people. Sometimes even it prevents people who use drugs from accessing harm reduction supports. So this is not okay as well. Vancouver residents who are unhoused are still valuable members of the community. Being poor and not having a place to live isn't a moral failing. It's a result, as we know, of partly of the housing crisis and skyrocketing rents and wages that haven't kept up. So I think the problem partly is this broken windows policing practice. A sociologist that I've read, Alex Vitale, explained that this is this policy where police assert control over relatively minor incidents. It's like what happened to Eric Garner in the States with the sale of cigarettes, right? And it leads to a violent approach to really problems that stem from poverty and from homelessness. And doesn't it make so much more sense to take just part, we're only asking for a small portion right now, of the ballooning police budget and spend it on reducing the homelessness that is the problem in the first place. This could only happen if we reallocate that money. People have talked about safety before me, and I guess it depends who you ask, right? The people in the BIPOC communities, they don't feel safer because of police. And as a woman, police don't make me feel safe. So I think that's not a solution, right? It's not about retraining police to be more sensitive to communities, because research also shows that that does not work. There's a reason why Black Lives Matter has exploded as a movement, and that movement, while smaller in Canada, it does exist here too. As we know, people like Regis Krasinski-Paquette, who were killed by the police, these are unarmed people of color, right, who are really at risk. So if reforms don't work, what do? I wanted to give the last word to Black Lives Matter Vancouver, who said that the punitive justice model employed by the VPD is harming communities and creating unsafe conditions for them. And they're asking for the money to be put towards childcare, education, mental health, restorative justice, so many things that our city could better spend the money on. So I really urge you to act now. Thanks so much. Sorry if I went over.
No problem. I know it's tough to keep the time sometimes, but you did well. Thank you very much. And now I'm on to the next speaker, 182, Flora Monroe. Flora Monroe?
Hello?
Hi there. Is this Flora?
Yes,
Hi, Flora.
it is.
Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Flora Monroe. I work in the downtown east side. I'm aboard with Vandu. I'm also the board member for WARS and also facilitator for the women's group that we have every 2 weeks. Anyway, my concern towards like the police budget is like that money can be better used other than targeting the homeless, targeting the people like, that just need that few bits of whatever drug they need to help them through the day. For me, I've always spoken up for the indigenous people of downtown east side, the homeless. I've been a very big advocate towards the homeless. Like they have majority of the councillors probably remember me from years back with the former mayor from before in support of finding housing for the people. And my biggest support has always been that house the people. The crime will so significantly go down if you house them. That's all we ever ask for, and it would benefit both ways, both the homeless, both police, and also in community. I've always been like my priority has always been towards Aboriginal people because that's my ancestry, and then a lot of the things that happened too with Black history. And I'm like, with the money that they're asking for to increase the budget, why can't they better use that money instead of picking on the homeless and like the poor? But they can use retrain the officers on history of Black and Indigenous, of how they've been colonized, pretty much abused over the years. They've never had, for both people of Black and Indigenous people, they've never gotten a fair shake in life ever. And it's just like, come on, give some kind of education to the police to learn the history of both. Because if they've seen it and what it's caused, the devastation itself would just open your eyes so much. And it's just and we're still struggling. No matter how hard we try, we're always going to struggle. Considering, hey, come on, this is this is native land basically, and it's just totally just ripped us right out of that. Colonization, abuse, mental health. There's never been any support for Black or Indigenous people on that, and it's just I don't know. My mind just goes through I hate to say, but it just it just becomes this is emotional for me because it's just this is not when I grew up trying to understand the police, but growing up being brought down, being called down by the police, calling us dirty, that we never grow up to be anything worse. And I fought all that. I got my education maybe later in life, but I managed to get my education. I graduated. I've gotten 2 college degrees just to prove to you that, yeah, Aboriginal people do matter, and they do. They stay strong. No matter how much the society is always trying to bring us down, we'll always survive. We're strong survivors. There's no, what they always said, the churches will take the Indian out of us. That'll never happen. Our lives matter just as much as anybody else's. It's almost I would look at it, it's just another form of being what is it called? The Iron Curtain Hitler. That's the way I'm starting to view it. And that's not what I want to see. I want to see a lot better. I want to see it equal.
Thank you so much for calling in today. That is your 5 minutes. And, we have heard you and wanted to really thank you for inputting into this process. And just wanted to thank you so much. And please take care of yourself. Thanks so much.
I always do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is 183, Delilah Gregg.
Delilah isn't here today.
Okay, thank you so much. The next, we have 184, Joe Rathby.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Joe. Great, go ahead up to 5 minutes, please. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, I've been homeless for a while, but I got an apartment now, but it's still not the same. The police still harass me and that. And I think we should have more programs in this downtown area for people, how to manage themselves in life, right? And stop getting people to point at other people, because it's sure not nice looking down at people. And I think the police should have the accountability for what their actions are out here. I see them taking stuff from people that are trying to make ends meet, just selling little stuff, and and they don't give them a receipt or nothing for it, and they just laugh about it and they carry on. I see a lot of people hurt down here, and I think it'll be a big change.
I don't know, but when you look it up, we see that circle all the time. A lot of Indigenous.
Councillor Wade, I think you're unmuted. Thanks. Please continue, Mr. Rathby.
Okay, thank you. Back to where it was. I think the police should be accountable for their actions down here, because I volunteer in an injection place, and I save lives. But I've been homeless, like I said, right? But I still get looked down at by people because I'm on crutches, or it's my clothing, or whatever, right? But I got a house. But what I'm trying to say is the police are taking stuff from people that are trying to make a living, and they're not being accountable for it. And they should be giving receipts or something so that we can get our stuff back that we're selling. Maybe we don't have receipts from a long time ago from buying something. That doesn't give them a right to take our shit, man. And I think that we should get everybody off the streets here. There's a lot of people dying, and they shouldn't be dying. And you got all these places that won't let people come in, and they're rooming houses. That's our old. And that's where a lot of people are dying in there, because they can't have their friends there. It's wrong. Totally wrong. We should do something big about this. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thanks very much for participating today and sharing your stories with us, helping us inform our decision here. Thank you. And we're going to move on to Vince Tao, who's speaker number 185.
Hello. Hi. I'm Vince
Hi,
Tao.
how are you?
Good. I live in Vancouver. You guys already know me, probably. I know it's been a long time. I haven't called in for a while. And I just wanted to let you guys know I started as a new community organizer here at VANDU, the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users. And let me tell you, the members at VANDU are very, very excited to come by and say hi to you folks when you're back in the council chambers, just like old times. But I know you guys are busy. I know there's been some very compelling arguments made by my fellow citizens ahead of me, so I'll keep it short. I'm just going to be straight with you about this. Are you really going to let the VPD flagrantly reject instruction from council again and again? I'm not only talking about your decision in May to reduce their already inflated budget by a measly 1%. You have in preceding months passed some pretty impressive motions here. Decriminalizing poverty, decriminalizing homelessness, decriminalizing small drug possession. Guys, this is really big stuff. I gotta hand it to you. And yet, just 1 month ago, the VPD unrolled its latest PR stunt in the form of the Neighborhood Response Team, a team intended in their own terms to deal with low priority issues like cracking down on poor people using drugs or sleeping outdoors. I think it's very opportune for these fellas to start a new team a month ahead of the budget review, no? They've been banging on the war drum on the war of poverty, the war on drugs, busting heads here on the downtown east side, which is just whipping homeowner associations into a frenzy. Does that sound like they've listened to you, council? Does that sound like poverty and drug possession have been decriminalized? And so let's look at what the neighborhood response team has achieved since their momentous rollout. Now, I admit I'm working off numbers reported a couple of weeks ago, but they fielded 300 calls, only 11 of which resulted in charges. They sent the news a snapshot of the dangerous contraband they seized too. I'm looking at it here. 5 box cutters, 2 household scissors, a toy gun, and what appears to be some Batman-themed merchandise. Now, I didn't know that the possession of office supplies was a criminal offense, but I mean, yeah, there might be some copyright infringement stuff here with Batman memorabilia, but I digress. But I know, okay, I know you've had to sit and listen to like 100 people ahead of me, absolutely terrified of the sight of a poor person out in public trying to mind their own business, and I feel for them. If I had the free time that they do, I'd be calling the cops every time I see some shady people doing something that I think is a public nuisance, like flying drones and doing outdoor yoga. But I hate to say it, I defer to the wisdom and power of this here council, and so should they. By your decree, poverty, homelessness, and small drug possession are not criminal offenses, and the police, if you indeed have any power over them, should follow through and stand down. And so I printed out the pie chart you made for this budget rundown. Very nice, I gotta say. Stellar job on design here, very easy on the eyes. Only 5% is budgeted for community services, which have covered affordable housing programs, homelessness services, non-market housing operations. Sounds pretty important, 5%. Then our boys in blue are eating up a whole 21% of this pie here. And they're asking for more. And I mean, I'm just looking out for you guys here, councillors. We all know things are looking pretty thin there at City Hall. So again, I have to ask you, will you continue to let the cops act with impunity and defy the orders of council? I mean, we elected you folks to make the big decisions here, and it looks like the VPD is making you guys look pretty bad. Like you guys can't get anything done. I'd be humiliated, honestly. But I got to wrap up, but I got one last question, this one for the man himself, Mayor Kennedy Stewart. I know you're in a tough position here as the one elected member of the police board. You're kind of playing on both teams. I would not want to be in your position, having to defy your colleagues' order for the cops to cut their budget, even an easy bit. But considering all we've talked about already, I got to ask, does the VPD really need $6 million to buy shiny new footwear? I don't think so, because Mayor Stewart, I think we can all agree you've done a stellar job these last 2 years licking their boots clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. Next speaker is 186, Ann Roberts.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. 187 is Alea Trot-Aki.
Yes.
Did I blow that? I'm sure I did a bad job. I'm sorry.
Close. It's Aaliyah. Yeah, it was close.
Aaliyah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
No problem. I hope that you guys can take pleasure in knowing that I'm number 187 of 235 speakers, so the end is near for you. So my name is Aaliyah Trot-Aki, and although I no longer live in Vancouver, I work here as I am the executive director of the West End Cole Harbour Community Policing Centre. We are one of the nonprofit CPCs that work in partnership with the Vancouver Police Department. I'm not a VPD or City of Vancouver employee. I am simply a community member running a community-based organization who believes strongly in empowering others to lead full, active lives without the fear of criminal victimization. I am also a woman of color. I have both Black and Indigenous heritage, amongst others, and unlike some of the callers who have expressed that Indigenous and Black individuals are disproportionately targeted or treated unfairly by the police, that's not my lived experience. As an employee of a community policing center in downtown Vancouver, in the heart of the largest LGBTQ2S+ community, and in a community that is a hub for gatherings that include both celebrations and legal and illegal protests, we have the unique position of acting as an intermediary for a large number of community issues. While part of the mandate for all the community policing centers is to provide crime prevention activities and personal safety programming in the community on behalf of the police, we also provide a space in the community where people can express their concerns on a number of issues, and then we direct them to the services that best serve their individual needs. We are recognized as a partner of the police. Sometimes people think we are the police, but we're also known as an organization with ties to the city and other community organizations. We work hard at developing and maintaining our relationships with community members on behalf of the police and with organizations that serve vulnerable populations in our community. For us, that includes people experiencing homelessness, seniors, immigrants, low income, and LGBTQ2S+. We hear both praise and complaints about the police, the city, mental health services, substance use organizations, and homeless and housing support services. I appreciate all of the callers yesterday and today who have asked for more funding in those community-based issues, but removing funds from the VPD budget to do so is not the right course of action. Social disorder and criminal behavior are not synonymous, and I feel the callers that are asking for a decrease in the police budget are trying to convince you the police view them as such, and it is the VPD's intention to target these issues solely with their budget. We tell community members all the time that being homeless, being addicted to drugs, or suffering from a mental health disorder is not a crime. To be honest, it's not an answer that goes over well. Certainly, there is a cause and effect relationship between social disorder and criminal behavior at times, but when we counsel community members to request police assistance, it's because a bylaw infraction or criminal offense has taken place or it could likely take place. You've heard from speakers that are asking for support for non-traditional or alternative ways to deal with disorder issues that don't rely on the heavy hand of police. They're asking for more trauma-informed procedures and police practices to help improve the feeling of safety in relationships with police. Some of these are already in place with the community policing centers and in the CARDI 6, CARDI 7, and Yankee 20 initiatives. My concern today is that if you don't provide a budget that adequately supports the Vancouver Police Department, not only could their non-traditional community-based services be affected, but the entire service delivery of the VPD would have to change. We already hear from the community, both in support and in frustration, that there aren't enough police on the street. When our volunteers are conducting patrol activities, we constantly have community members and business folks telling us that they're glad to see us and they're happy that we're here, but it doesn't work if there's no police visibility as well. Every year, 4,000 or so community members connect with us in person or over the phone just at our office, and there is an expectation for at least some personal touch from a police officer. That won't happen if the neighborhood policing program is reduced due to overall budget cuts. While City Council specifically wrote the police budget would address disorder and hate crime, no one today has mentioned the other functions and services that the police deliver that aren't in the public view that would be affected by a decrease. This includes providing support to victims of violent crimes and incidents of that nature which cause emotional crisis and damage to a person's sense of self. When finalizing this budget, I urge you to consider how you would feel in an emergency situation when you are requesting police support and the call taker tells you there's no one available to help right away. I fear this is just one of many negative outcomes that could arise if the VPD are not properly supported by this budget. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thanks so much. You do have questions. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here and also for the conversation we had last week about some of these issues. And I'm going to ask you a few questions because I think it's really worth all of council hearing some of the details that I was able to learn last week. So first of all, just tell me what it is that's unique about what you do at the Community Policing Center and the outreach programs that you offer to the public.
Sure. I think my colleague Claire from Hastings Sunrise said it best yesterday when he said that, Vancouver is the only jurisdiction in North America that has this type of community policing center model. And what makes us unique is that the citizens share in the governance of the CPCs. The nonprofit societies are grassroots and they work hand in hand with the police and many other community partners developing programs and creative responses to challenging problems. So some of the unique programs that we do here in the West End for our community specifically is our safety presentations to seniors. We do lunch and learns for low-income individuals, which bring them into a safer environment so that they can meet and relax and learn all in a safer environment. I personally do a number of safety presentations to immigrant groups, and I show them particularly the ones that come from countries where they may not have a good relationship with police, what policing is like in Canada, and then we help to strengthen that relationship that they have. We work with the Kettle on Burrard. We work with some of the staff at the Kettle on Burrard to learn about sensitivity training so that our volunteers can adequately deal with the situations that are happening in our neighborhoods. And one of the organizations or one of the demographic groups that we have some trouble connecting with, as we know, are the LGBTQ2S+ groups. It's not unknown, the circumstances with Vancouver Pride Society, but every year that there's a change at Community, I have to rebuild that relationship with them, and they are open to that.
Okay, that's great. And how many volunteers do you have?
At our particular community policing center, we have 155 volunteers right now. Our 5-year average is about 171, so we've dropped slightly just due to COVID.
Okay. And last question. I'm in the West End. I see a lot more people sleeping on the street. So what do you do at the policing center in terms of approaching those people or helping
Sorry,
those people?
we're just at 3 minutes, so if you could, a quick answer would be great.
Okay. We used to just do observe and report, but the volunteers have just done observe and report, but we've moved more to sort of a health check procedure where we'll actually engage them if they're open to being engaged, and we'll learn about them, and we'll find out what their situations are, and if they are needing help, we'll do our best to connect with organizations that can provide them with that help. And if they're not open to that, then that's fine. Then we just move on to the next people.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. That's it. There are no more questions for you. Thanks for your service to the community and for calling in today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have John Braithwaite, 188. Speaker 188, John Braithwaite.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, fine,
Can
thanks.
you hear me?
have yeah, I can, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready. My name is John Braithwaite. I work at the IR, the Safe Injection Center at Van Du, right on West Hastings Street. And I just wanted to comment quickly on the police budget. It just blows my mind that city councilors tell these people to reduce their operating budget by 1%, and they basically say, "Well, no, we're not going to do that." I mean, if city councilors can't order these people to take a cut, then who can? I mean, who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of the police force? Who's going to wrangle in these guys? I mean, you tell them the city councilors tell them to take a 1% offset to offset COVID costs, and they basically say, no, we're not going to do that. I don't know. To me, that's outrageous. I mean, they've already set up a team to. It's called a neighborhood response team to tackle, the people that are homeless and sleeping on the streets. The last thing these people need is to be harassed by police. I mean, they have to wake up every morning cold. They have no roof over their head. They have no food, no clothing, and then they've got, some guy with a gun and pepper spray telling them to get the hell out or where they are, or else, who knows what could happen. I've seen an uprise in the police around my neighborhood at least tenfold since they've started this neighborhood response team, and I don't see any reason for it. I think that that their budget is too much already. It sits at about $315 million as we speak, and my main point is for city councilors to tell them to take a 1% cut for COVID costs, and for them basically to flip the finger at them and say, fuck you, is totally.
Hey, sir, I'm just going to cut you there. I mean, we're trying to it's a PG call, so happy for your input, but please watch your language.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's all I really wanted to do is make the point about the city councilors telling them to take a cut and them just basically saying no.
Okay, thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson.
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. You might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Hi, John. You don't have to answer this if you don't want. Have you ever spoken at City Council before?
No, I have not.
So we've been listening to lots of speakers today, and some of them are saying that the police protect them and that they need the police for safety. And I'm just wondering if you've had experiences that make you feel safe with the police.
I have experiences in the exact opposite. In my experience, the police are not making anybody any safer. They're just going around harassing people around the neighborhood. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's all it's about. I've seen them. I know of people that have had property taken off them without giving receipts. I know of people that have had money taken off them without orders, without any kind of record or order being written down. That's why us at the Van Du here, we're gonna take it upon ourselves to start reporting all these things ourselves, because the police don't seem to want to get it done.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for participating in our budget hearings here. Thanks for calling in. I'm going to go to speaker 189, Hugh Lampkin.
Hi, this is Hugh Lampkin.
Hi, Hugh. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I can talk about the police budget.
Okay.
So my name is Hugh Lampkin. I'm with Van Du. I've been with Van Du for about 13, 14 years. I'm originally from back east. Now, since I've been here, I've never seen a place that has been demonized so much as the downtown east side. Yes, there's a lot of things that are going on down here that morally and ethically and legally people don't like. But there are people, the majority of people down here, who are deserving of respect and police protection. And quite honestly, we don't see that down here right now. At least I don't. Now, the police budget for a city besides Vancouver, with a population of maybe 1.5 around here, $315 million. City turned down a couple months ago for an increase. They said no, we're going to do it anyways. I mean, I'm sorry, kind of tired, so I'm still I'm working here. I don't know why the police budget is being increased anyways. It's like just I see so many cops down here doing so many things and nobody says anything about it. Where are the rights of the people down here? Why do you need $6 more million for what? Right? When my community has been demonized in the media, TV, even by, maybe at some degree by itself. If day in, day out, every day I see 3 or 4 police walking down abreast with city workers. I can understand with the city workers picking up people's stuff, but you are messing with people who have nowhere to go. They're at the bottom of their lives and being treated like animals. I don't know. I don't understand why it's already over $315 million. Violent crime for the last 10 years or plus, according to StatCan, has been going down. According to Vancouver itself, the police, you have less calls, but same work. I don't understand that. This doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. I don't see good policing. I don't see where this money is going, except to basically demonize people and to be used as in a very militaristic way down here. I don't see any other community being oppressed, being demonized, being called all kinds of names, except for the downtown east side. It's always the downtown east side. I'm not saying things don't happen here, but things happen elsewhere, everywhere. Like why is it being used as another, like a lightning bolt to get more money for the police? Because all the crime that happens down here, crime happens everywhere. To say that it's disproportionate that all the downtown east side is so crime ridden that you have to have more police down here to handle the nonviolent calls. Really? So is this where this extra $6 million is going to? That doesn't justify it to me. I don't see community policing, good policing. I don't see anybody trying to extend or trying to get to know the people down here. Right? The only thing I see in here, I see a lot of cops, and I hear a lot of crap about myself and people who live down here. I've done my stuff when I was young. I don't do it anymore. I tried to turn around, as many people down here are trying to do with their lives. And I don't mind if people want to look at me that way. That's not me, and I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. But this community it's a very special community. I mean, I've never lived in a place, in a community like this. Downtown East Side historically has had some of the best, social movement in Canada.
I am going to stop you there. You are at your 5 minutes, but you do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, Hugh. Thanks for phoning in.
Thank you, Swanson.
The first question I wanted to ask is, do you have any idea how many lives you've saved?
Myself?
Yeah, at Vandu there.
Be honest, I don't know the number. I would put it in the triple digits.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to push myself, but I'm only going to speak the truth. Whether people believe it or not, that is the truth.
Yeah, I thought it was. So, if you had some of that money that the police are getting for Vandu, what are some things that you can imagine that you could do with it that would help save more lives?
Oh, wow. I think that we could expand our programming, our outreach, going out and helping people that need help in the buildings where they're living, help more people on the streets, like in the alleyways. Like I said, extend our programming. We have programming that is done every day of the week. And, when people come in and they get involved, I see a really positive change. Not everybody, but, 40%, 45%, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for all the work that you do. Really appreciate it. And thanks for calling in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
much. Thanks so much. Thanks. There's no other questions for you. Just want to say thanks for participating and thanks for all the work you and Vandu do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Moving on to speaker 190 is Serena Mohammed.
Hello?
Hi. You've got up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Serena Mohammed, and I would like to speak in opposition to the budget. I am a volunteer for several gender equity and social justice organizations, and I think the budget needs to be altered because it is important that there is adequate funding to address intersectional gender issues in proactive ways. My main concerns are that there are not enough funding to support policies and programs that are guided by recommendations from the National Inquiry into the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and to support the care economy and to address systemic racism, oppression, and hate crimes. So it is concerning that the staff person dedicated to work on the MNIWG is only budgeted for 6 more months of work, when there are so many, when violence against Indigenous women and girls is a serious issue in the city of Vancouver. It is important that adequate funding is allocated to support policies and programs that are guided by recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry into the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. I think it is inequitable that there is so much funding going towards other areas and such a small amount of funding going towards advancing safety for the girls and women in our community. As an essential service worker who works with children and families with diverse needs, I am worried that the budget does not address the gendered nature of care work, both paid and unpaid. Prior to the pandemic, women in Canada were already doing many hours of unpaid domestic work. Many women also work in positions where they care for children, the elderly, and people with medical needs. During the pandemic, it has been more likely for women to take time off work to provide care for children, the ill, and the elderly. Many of my friends and colleagues who are essential service workers found it challenging to access affordable child care, after-school care, and holiday care programs such as summer camps. So it is important that for the city to increase investment in the care economy, including addressing issues related to affordable child care, paid care work, and unpaid care work. The next item that I would like to talk about is, as a person of color, I have personally been a victim of harassment in the city of Vancouver, and I don't feel safe calling the police when I'm in danger. I am worried about the safety of the children, youth, and families whom I work with. The budget must address systemic racism against Indigenous, Black, Asian, and other other people of color, as well as against 2S LGBTQ plus folks. Before the pandemic, systemic racism, oppression, hate crimes, and violence against cis and trans women, two-spirit, and gender diverse people already affected many people, and these are real life issues for a lot of people, and a lot of them, like for me, I feel like sometimes quite often I feel I don't feel like safe going to the walking around alone at night anymore, or even like in the daytime. So this has only I feel like these issues have only increased during the pandemic. It is important that the city allocates adequate funding towards addressing these crises. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. I don't see any questions for you, so I just wanted to thank you so much for participating in our budget discussion. Council, just wanted to let you know that I've been talking with staff. We do have the same staff working tonight for the clerks on the public hearing as we do today. So I am going to perhaps just stop us slightly shy of 5 o'clock so we can give people a proper break as well as do all the changes they need to do for the quasi-judicial public hearing. Just to let you know that, and so perhaps at 4:45, but I'll just work through the list until then. We have Speaker 199, Fraser McGee.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to call in talking about the budget, just to express my support for reinvesting money that is currently designated for the police budget into other community ventures that have been sort of discussed here for many of the speakers tonight. And I think the other thing that I really just want to talk about is the fact that I really do think that there is a significant amount of compromise area for a variety of different positions on this issue. Like for example, if you're for defunding the police and you decide to cut that budget by half, which is would be roughly $150 million, that still means that you are funding the police by $150 million, which is still like an enormous item on the budget expense. So I think that like the idea that's sort of sometimes been contrasted, that you're either for or against the police, and that if you take away any of their funding, then you're somehow anti-police. I think that that's just like really counterproductive to the kind of community discussion and compromise that we want. We've heard lots about from folks about how police are uniquely harmful in their areas, how folks who the police sometimes, with positive intentions in terms of creating or programs that are trying to help folks with addictions, that people don't want to use those programs frequently, that those programs are underfunded, that many of those programs that would ostensibly want to be targeted towards those people, actually those people see the police as a symbol of violence that has been directed towards them, of harassment, and that it just seems like a really ineffective model for providing those folks who are struggling with addiction, who are struggling with poverty, the kinds of things that we need. And I think that there's just it seems to me like I've honestly been quite frustrated with the police's like total lack of considering any kind of reinvestment that would reduce their budget into other community programs. And I really just think that on City Council that there's an imperative for you folks to look at the kind of movement that's been going on, to look at and hear voices of folks who are saying that this is an institution, an organization that has really hurt them, and actually look at how do we want to solve these problems, because right now this is not working. And I really don't want to be living in a city in which in 5 years we haven't done something significant to reinvest in our communities. And I think that the easiest way of doing that is taking money out of the police budget, reducing the amount of folks that are walking beats and doing low level stops and bus for addictions and things like that, and that we really reinvest that money into social workers and community workers, many of whom we've heard about tonight, and many of whom are already ready to and have those institutions in place and have been helping people. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much for hearing my call and for all the work you do.
Thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so I'll just thank you, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Let's see here. We've got Angela Giannoulis.
Hi.
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name is Angela Giannoulis. I'm a Vancouver resident and business owner. My family has owned and operated a business in Strathcona for almost about 40 years, and I live in the Champlain neighborhood for the last 11 years. I'm opposed to the reduction of the police budget, and I wish I was here to say how much things have improved in this city, but the reality is the level of street disorder and feelings of safety have gotten worse. I remember as a child in the 80s going to work with my dad in Strathcona on the weekends on school breaks, and my siblings and I would play in McLean Park and at the Strathcona Elementary and roam freely and safely in the neighborhood. There was illicit street activity at that time too, but it was totally different. I remember one time having to cross the street at Hastings and Heatley before there were lights, and waiting for cars to stop, and a sex trade worker saw me, came to check if I was okay. She took me across the street, waited for me to get my milk from the corner store, and then crossed back with me to make sure I was safe. 15 years ago, I would regularly work late by myself at my business in the evenings, and some of the local police officers in the area would always, they'd see my lights on, they'd stop in because it was so late to check and make sure I was okay. Back then, it didn't feel scary. I wasn't afraid. And today, it's a different story. I feel the level of street disorder has increased exponentially. It has become unpredictable. There's a desperation and volatility now that has been growing and festering. And not just in Strathcona. I'm seeing it in Champlain area now, too. In the past couple of months, our complex parkade has been broken into twice. Our neighboring complexes have also been hit. Throughout the neighborhood, people's complexes, garages, carports, backyards are being ransacked. In Champlain, there's camps in the woods where I normally go for walks with my 5-year-old son, and we like to explore and go off into the little trails, which we've stopped doing because we've stumbled into a couple situations where it wasn't safe. And so I just, this summer I was dropping him off to daycare by the Champlain Community Center, and there was a fellow riding by on a bike, and, he dropped his drugs right there in front of the center and while he was riding by. So I quickly got my son inside so I could go back out and get the drugs off the ground before a child found them. When I came out, he was frantically searching for them, freaking out, looking for them. So I told him where they were so he could just get them and get out of there as quickly as possible. And this was right in front of a community center and a daycare. Last month, my son was with me at work in Strathcona. We were leaving, just feet from my car, there was a couple of guys shooting up. Again, this was 2 blocks from the Seymour School. My staff, they're afraid to come and go by themselves. This week, one of my openers was afraid to open by herself at 9 a.m. because there were people under our awning that appeared to be huffing, and she was afraid to ask them to move. So she waited a few doors down till the rest of the staff came so they could go in together. My neighbors last week were at work were broken into for the 3rd time this year. In Killarney, not far from my home, was a man with machetes. The list can go on and on this last year where I have felt more and more worried about my safety, the safety of my staff, my neighbors, my family. It's endless. And there's been a lot of talk this year about defunding the police and moving those resources into other programs that would help address the issues of mental health, housing, and other social inequities, initiatives that would lead to safer streets. And I'm all for those programs and finding a better way. We 100% need it. However, these solutions aren't fully in the purview of the city alone to provide, and these strategies need to come in collaboration with the provincial government and healthcare. This is not something where we can say, if we cut police funding, then we can redirect funds into those other initiatives. This is a when-then. When these solutions or programs are in place and working well, then we can talk about defunding. I give you this example. I deal in an industry that has very complex consumer tax structures, and I have to have a very customized programmed accounting system that when I need to change it because technology advances, I have to get a new program made and run it congruently to my old program for 6 months to make sure that it works properly and that I'm not miscalculating this complex tax structures for each province, and that I remit properly. So,
thanks so much.
Thanks.
We're just at the 5 minutes. So just wanted to thank you so much for calling in. I know it goes fast, but I have to keep the time same for everybody. So just wanted to say thank you so much for calling in. And Council, I'm going to go to one last speaker here, I think, Isabella Montagano. Yeah, thank you, Montagano. I'm sorry about that. So
No problem. Sorry
about that. And you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. As you said, my name is Isabella Montagano. I was born and raised and currently live in Vancouver. I'm a former house owner, small business owner, and currently I'm a peer support worker for Rain City, and I'm working at the Kingsway Community Station site. I'm calling in support for a permanent drop-in center on Kingsway. So since I've been working from the beginning of this year at the Windsor and Kingsway site, I've seen a tremendous growth in terms of women coming in for safety, shelter, foods, donation, place to get out of the rain, to be with other peers, to speak about bad dates that they might have had, and to share them with other women so they keep them safe. I'll give you an example of something that happened not even a month ago. One of the ladies ran into the site and scared, frightened. She said there was a gentleman or some guy following her, and so she was really grateful that she could come in somewhere where in the past there hasn't been anything like that. And she was also able to share the description with the Wish fan and with us, and so it goes out to the community in terms of showing men that might be dangerous to these women. Another example is a young lady that has come every single night since we've been open. As soon as we open, and she's homeless. Very beautiful young girl. I don't know exactly what her circumstances are, but she does work on Kingsway as a sex trade worker, and she comes in to wash up, to clothes. We feed her, we give her donations. She's able to brush her teeth, wash her hair, whereas she hasn't been able to do anything like that. We also offer, ways of like shelters if they need, or other community services if they want. We're there to help them with whatever we can. But she's very grateful with that, and I don't know if we ever shut down where she would go. The parkades and off the beaten track, like little alcoves and lobbies and backyards or open garages where where it's affecting the neighborhood in terms of paraphernalia and safe supply, where now they have a place that they can come into and they don't have to ransack, neighborhoods, and the community feels better about that. And we've also had a lot of support with some of the neighbors saying that since we've been there, they've seen a big difference in terms of paraphernalia and just garbage, because the girls are also getting a sense of community with us being there. So I believe by keeping this site going, or having a site, permanent site on Kingsway for the sex trade workers, is just going to give them dignity. Keep the community safer, cleaner, and yeah, that's all I really have to say.
Thank you so much for phoning in tonight and expressing your views. Thanks for your work, and that is it. There are no questions for you, so just wanted to say thanks for participating. Council, we are now taking a break for dinner, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock in the public hearing. Just a reminder that we will come back tomorrow morning at, I believe it's 9:30, to continue with speakers. So I do need a motion to recess until tomorrow at 9:30.
Yep, so moved.
Thank you. I think heard Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova first, followed by Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Great, thanks so much. We're recessed until tomorrow at 9:30, but we're back here at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. Okay, thanks, Council. Appreciate it.
Great.
See you soon.
Thanks.